Steve.
Hey, P. Hey, okay. Had a little technical difficulty. I started a different Hangout, and for some reason, I couldn't start the Hangout. Didn't have a little green button, so I started a new event. So people are going to be trying to follow us over here from that other one. Sorry about that, guys, but hopefully they will. I get the new link out there, but I'm not putting on the GDC because obviously this is not a moderated. The one I got like 25. This is only a regular Hangout, so I don't want it sniped if possible. But anyways, let's get some people in it first. Can I do a little housework here stuff? Let me get this. 1 second. You left. By the way, TST a little early.
Well, my wife I got to put the kids to bed at 9, and my wife was like, "If you're talking about flat Earth now, it's time to help put the kids to bed." I was like, "Okay, yeah. You're right."
Yeah, no doubt, right? I can't use the my Hangout toolbox. Never mind then. That's okay. It doesn't work on certain browsers. So let me get the link out there first. I know we got people watching, but again, I can't give the link out unless I'm specifically asked for it. Obviously, because we will be talking about sniping at some point here, and I don't really care if this gets sniped, but then again, if you can try to avoid it, then we can try to avoid it. But anyways, before we get well, you know what? We'll get back to the stuff we were talking about earlier on TST. Do you have a few minutes, MP, or do we talk about sniping first? Or are you going to be here for like just a limited period of time?
Yeah, talk about sniping first. I'm okay. Here for a while.
All right.
Because quick question: is Zulu sniping too?
Yeah, that's what we're going to talk about. Because a lot of people don't even know what sniping is. They watch my videos and they've actually commented, like, what's sniping? You guys are talking about sniping. We have no idea what it is. So hopefully we're going to, at the very get-go here, to tell people what sniping is and is not. At least is how we define it, or which we perceive it to be. Now, again, people can see different things about what sniping actually is. Now, the way I'm looking at sniping, and we can have a little vote on this. I don't care. But the way I'm looking at sniping is if somebody removes somebody from a Hangout that doesn't have authorization to do so. In other words, they're not a moderator. They do so maliciously usually. And 9 times out of 10, they move not just one person, but they move everybody, right? They move the host as well. So effectively, if you removed the host, like myself, the Hangout will go off air in 5 minutes. So it destroys the Hangout. That's definitely is sniping. Would you guys agree with that, Heavy and MP?
110%.
Oh, okay, yeah. Ban them for a month.
Okay, maybe. So that definitely is sniping. Okay, so we all agree on that, but there's some other instances that we may not agree what's actually sniping. Bob, let me get you the link, Bob. I will send it to you directly because I know you're in a truck. But everybody else who wants to get the link, please message me and I'll give you the link because I'm sending it on a request only.
Someone comes in and snipes a Hangout. They know what they're doing. They know what it's going to do. Screw them.
Yeah, it's malicious. There's no doubt. Now, in the case, like for example, the other day, Zulu had gone into Wolf's Hangout. It was live. He didn't know it was live. Well, he said he didn't know it was live. Even the fact that I posted, look, here's the video, it's live. He said, well, if I had known it was live, I wouldn't have sniped, which, again, doesn't really take away from the problem. But the thing is, if somebody removes somebody from an off-air Hangout, is that sniping? If you're off air, and let's say you're not even broadcasting at the time, let's go one step further and say it's just the outside chat, right? So if MP is like saying something I don't like, and I just like, you know what, fuck him, and I just remove him from the outside chat, that I consider to be sniping as well. Do you guys consider that?
Yes, that is sniping.
Okay. Now, if MP removes Heavy Holler, right? And I bring Heavy Holler back and I say, hey, look at MP, you can't be removing people, okay? That's just bullshit. You do it again, right? And let's say I'm really in a good mood, which I seldom am, but let's say I'm in a good mood. And I say, hey, MP, don't remove Heavy Holler. And you do it again. At that point, I think it's justified to remove you from the outside chat. And I don't consider that sniping. Do you guys agree?
I actually agree, but I would preface it. I would say you're Didi in Antonio's room.
Well, the only thing I'd say about that is you're in someone's dead, external chat. It was somebody's dead Hangout. I mean, what gives you more power to eject someone than someone else ejected someone?
Right, it's a dead Hangout. And here's the interesting question. Okay, if somebody is ejecting people, they can literally go in and they can eject everybody, and then the outside chat's completely dead. Okay. To preclude, to prevent that possibility, and somebody's going in and start, sniping people, you have to be proactive and say, they have to be moved out of the hangout. I mean, they have to, because if people are just moving people left and right, and I'm bringing them back left and right, and if I get sniped for doing it, then somebody's bringing me back, then they're being an obstructionist there, and there's no communication going on in the outside chat. They have to be removed. I think that's justified at that point.
Yeah, you have no, at that point you have no choice, because then the hangout.
I kind of understand it, because I've done that too with Alex, the one with the cross in the line.
Yeah, Alex is guilty of it too. It's not just Zulu.
Well, Alex has done that. He ejected Jack Angstrike one time.
More than once, I think, actually.
Yeah, so I added Jack back to the hangout. He ejected CK, and I added CK back. And I'm like, told him, I said, quit ejecting people. And he ejected someone else, so I ejected him. And then Zulu ejected Alex a couple times. And I'm like, Zulu, look, don't eject people. I know it's not your hangout. It's an off-air hangout. It's a dead hangout. It's still, you don't eject people. I don't care. I mean, you don't do that in this community. Nobody that's sniping. He goes, well, he just wasn't obeying me. He wasn't listening to me. I said, it don't matter. I don't care how much he annoys you. You don't have the right to just eject people. I mean, I know the option's there through Google, but in this community, we don't give each other the right to just eject anybody whenever they want. Right.
I completely concur with that.
And then he still, after I talked to him, he goes, okay, yeah, you're right. I won't eject no one. And, then I find out.
They still do it.
Yeah, then I found out a couple days later he did it again, and then he went into Wolf's hangout and sniped the hangout and sniped Bruno out of the hangout. And I'm like,
yeah, and the funniest part is, he seems to have so much contrition, right? He'll be like, oh well, I didn't know it was an on-air hangout. I wouldn't have done it. I'm like, and that matters. And after 5 minutes of me explaining him that it was on air. By the way, Dragnaut says check your G Plus MP. He sent you some nudie pictures of him or something.
Got it.
Okay, you know what he's talking about. So, yeah, exactly. I mean, Zulu and Alex seem to have no contrition when they actually do these things. I get no sense of, oh, you know what, I really screwed up. It won't happen again. I did get that from Godless Girl when she was. People were actually accusing her of sniping when she wasn't sniping, which I know it wasn't her. I actually know there was some trolls using her name, but the one time she did snipe Wolf's hangout, she was contrite about it, and she and I had like 3 hours of discussion off air, just talking about this. She was very upset by it, and so that's a different type of thing altogether. Yeah. Would you agree?
A little bit. I mean, I can't say. I mean, I snipe people out of the hangout too, right? It was an MK hangout.
I know you did. I know.
And Darwin Dede was in there, and Matt Bell was in there, and some shit about Unicornucopia's girlfriend being a stripper. So I opened up my mouth and said, "Hey, Darwin, don't you have to drive your son downtown so he can give $5 hand jobs in the alley?" And then Matt Bell opened up his mouth and said, "Hey, Bob, don't you have to have your sister suck your dick or your daughter suck your dick or some shit?" I'm like, well, that's fucking going way over the line. I just responded fucking Darwin for fucking saying shit about, Unicornucopia's girlfriend, right? And they wouldn't let me have it. They wouldn't let me talk, and they kept going and going and going. And I said, look, just let me, I'm like, if you guys don't stop, I'm going to eject. So I ejected both of them. But then, as soon as I ejected them, I said what I had to say, and I added them back to the room. So it was just because I muted them a couple times, and they just wouldn't shut up.
But Bob, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Bob. It's like if you lie, it doesn't necessarily make you a liar. If you sniped once, it doesn't make you a sniper per se, right? I mean, people get angry, they do stupid shit, and maybe they'll snipe for the fact that they just get really, upset. I understand things happen, but like you said, at least you tried to make amends. You brought them back. You realized it probably wasn't the best thing to do. You're not a sniper.
Well, I tried muting them first, and they just, as soon as I mute one, the other one would unmute and keep talking, and I couldn't even fucking get a word out. And I'm like, all right, fine, I'll fix it,
But Wolf's channel is a lot more controversial than mine in some ways, because he triggers the militant theist. And he does so intentionally. Not gonna lie, he's an antagonist. Not faulting him for it. I understand where he's coming from, but his channel is going to be targeted, and I think that's an inappropriate response to target somebody's channel. People have done it to my channel, try to target my channel many times, and I think that for a theist like Alex or Zulu to go into Wolf's channel and to try to destroy it tells me that they're not competent or mature enough to have an actual discussion, and so they have to resort to these things. And I just rather not have them around if that's going to be the case.
Yeah. Well, even like you said, Zulu said, "Well, I didn't know it was an on-air hangout." I even talked to Zulu in the off-air hangouts. I said, "Look, don't eject people." I don't know, because I told him even though it's a dead off-air hangout, you don't eject people. And he said, "Yeah, you're right." And then, like you said, then he turned around and ejected Wolf. And even if he said, "I didn't know it was an off-air hangout," me and him had that conversation about off-air hangouts and ejecting people.
Let me interject.
If I may, just really quick, the thing here is, like, we were in a hangout while we were doing the satanic imagery thing and the meme stuff, right? He was getting riled and shit like that, but not that I care, right? And I didn't know I was in his particular hangout that was off air at the time, but whatever. At the end, when he left, he decided to kick me because I was trying to add back people that he didn't particularly like. And it's like, whatever, okay, he kicked me out of his room, so I mean that's fine. I started my own room and invited some people so we could talk about this sort of stuff. I happened to have invited him. He said stop adding me, and apparently, I mean, I didn't hear him say or even see him say like for him to stop adding him. So whatever. Then out of nowhere, I get removed from my own hangout, and it's like, dude, like, if you didn't want to be a part of the room, you didn't have to come in. Like, it's not like I'm forcing you against your will or your volition to come into a room. You don't have to come into the room, but don't ruin it for everyone else. I mean, that just shows how emo these guys are when and it's as simple as showing some damn pictures. I mean, God, like, you're so confident that this guy
very, very sensitive.
But you're so friggin' fragile that you can't handle a funny ass picture. Jesus.
Let me get a little housekeeping out of the way. Again, the link is not in the Great Debate forums, this particular one, because I'm not using the moderator channel. I'm not using OBS. If you want to come in, you have to send me a message directly, G+, and I'll get you a link. Anybody can join, just have to message me. People have asking in the live chat, and we were going to talk about this at the very beginning, but we got sidetracked. What is sniping? Again, people are always asking my videos, what does sniping mean? So let's clarify for the people that just got here. Sniping is when you remove a participant from the hangout when you don't have mods, and most importantly is they remove somebody that is the host of the channel, the moderator of the channel, and effectively the channel gets shut down, or at least the hangout gets shut down, because after 5 minutes, if the moderator doesn't go back in, the video gets taken down or the hangout gets stopped. And the problem with that is that once you're ejected, the moderator can't get back in. So if for example, Wolf were to snipe me right now, which I'm not going to explain to people how it's done, but it's not that hard. But if you don't know, don't worry about it. But if Wolf would snipe me right now, I could not get back into this hangout in order to keep it going. Right? And so it takes it off air. So it destroys the hangout. So sniping is basically a way to destroy hangouts. How about that?
Yeah.
Or
if they're off-air hangouts and you snipe someone just because you don't like listening to what they have to say, then you leave the room. I mean, don't remove someone else.
Yeah, I mean, anybody can be free to leave. I mean, if you're that butthurt by what somebody says and you can't take it and you're triggered, leave. I don't cater to people being triggered. Matter of fact, unless it's a trigger that I think is justified, and what I mean by that is if you really do have post-traumatic stress disorder or something, and you're being triggered by people talking about what Vietnam stories and grenades and stuff like that, I get that, right? Or if there's been some trauma, I get that. But if you're just triggered because you're a social justice warrior and you're like, oh my God, this person talking something about gay people or transgender, then I just like, you know what, fuck off. I have no time for you. You're not triggered, and if you are, I don't care. So
yeah, and honestly,
I mean, that.
Yeah, and seriously, when you come into the public sphere or on the internet, whatever, you're entering the free marketplace of ideas. Okay, that's how we basically deal with interlocutors. All right, if you're basically just going to stop all discussion for everyone else because you don't like the way it's going, then that just shows that you're an incompetent person who can't actually defend their worldview without getting emotional or irrational about a particular subject. I mean, if that's the case, then you should do well to remove yourself or just not engage with that person at all rather than destroying it for everyone else, because that says a lot about you, you know?
I completely agree. It does say a lot about a person.
Yeah.
Can I get a phone call or just somebody else?
There you guys are. It's probably EO and Mike that are trying to get in.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the whole sniping thing started. People thought it was a glitch, but it's an actual feature that Google added. And what it was supposed to do was supposed to give people who felt like they're being bullied a way to stop from being bullied, right? Which I don't know why Google would, you know.
It's a design feature, but a bad one.
Yes.
Very bad design feature.
It was, you know, it was for the SJWs and the,
yes,
you know, and the tender-hearted, they, you know, so they wouldn't get hurt no more.
People are like, "Do you even snipe, bro? Do you even snipe, bro? Don't snipe me, bro."
Yeah, whatever happened to hitting that little red button up there in the upper right-hand corner if you don't like what you're saying?
Because people get triggered, Heavy. I mean, I admit that we deal with controversial topics, and some of us can be pretty sarcastic. Wolf, more than anybody, could be pretty button pushing, right? That's his style. But if you're going to get triggered because somebody has pushed your buttons to the point where you have to destroy the hangout, you're not really at an emotional level to even be in the hangout to begin with.
Well, if I get triggered, I'll just fuss and raise hell or leave or both.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel like they're entitled to life being everyone else. You know, more important than everyone else. So people should go out of their way to make them happy and make them feel good.
Well, and I agree they feel entitled, but social justice warriors also feel entitled to have a safe space. And when they go into a channel like my channel or Wolf's channel, they want to have that safe space with them. And I'm sorry, it's not this protective bubble that surrounds you. When you go into another person's channel, you're going into their waters. Now, if you're the channel operator, you can do anything you fucking want, right? So people, again, I'm getting mixed reviews. I like my goatee. Fuck off, whatever.
No, your goatee's cool, man. Don't listen to anyone.
It's full. You know, have you seen my hair? How long it's getting too? I mean,
yeah, you're getting to California, man. You're looking California. You're getting there.
I mean, in another year from now, it's going to be like down past my shoulders, but it's extremely long. Can you see that?
Well, mine was just about that long, and I cut it. It was getting too much in Florida. It's too hot here. It's too humid.
We know why we know why you got that goatee. That's to catch some cum dripping to save them for later. That's all.
Yeah, ketchup chips suck. Yeah, I don't like ketchup chips.
Thing about the sensitive people that be on here that listen.
Look at all heavy.
Oh yeah, speaking of sensitive people, we got Alvin. Okay, come on, Alvin, Mr. Sensitive.
Heavy, aka Santa Claus.
Here's the beauty about a hangout. If you go onto a hangout and people are trolling you and doing all this, you can hit the delete button and get out.
Well, it's not delete, it's disconnect.
Oh,
that's a little red button is disconnect, yeah.
That's a little bit more accurate.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, it just.
Well, you know, and I got it, and I tell you, Soldier for Jesus the other day, he did exactly what he should have done. I was really impressed. He actually had removed Wolf from the outside chat. I had brought Wolf back and explained to him, look, you can't be sniping people, right? And instead of just, you know, like going all full dickish and sniping him and me and everybody else again, he said, well, how do I block him? And I said, well, this is how you block him. He blocked him, and he's like, well, I still see his post. And I'm like, well, you know, you might just have to go to another thing. I don't know. I mean, what are you going to do? And he just said, okay, and he left. I was like, that's about emotionally mature as you can get. I mean, you can't expect anything better than that.
Yeah, so it worked finally.
I know. Hey, I got it. And
hey, who the fuck let Mike in here?
What? Hey, I figured out how to paste the links. That was my first paste link. So I'm very proud.
Gotta love mobile, huh?
I know the mobile phone bumps you up. All right, now.
So, anyways, let's go back to like the rules of snipe. I mean, like what kind of sniping we can allow for. So, you guys agree we can allow for somebody to snipe out of the outside chat when they're being disrupted, we're not being disrupted like posting memes, but somebody who's actually removing other people. That's it. So if somebody's like removing a bunch of people, or anybody because they don't like what they're saying, that's grounds to give them a warning, maybe even two if you're being magnanimous. But At that point, I think they should be removed. Would you guys kind of agree that should be the unofficial policy?
Yeah, I can't believe you're giving them that many turns.
Well, it takes a lot for me to remove people. You guys don't even realize how much it takes me to remove people. I hate removing people from the GDC, but I have. People are trolling. I have to.
You know what it is?
I would like to. I would like to agree with that, but I can't because if it's a dead hangout and it was one of your dead hangouts, I still feel that you're the only one that can remove anybody or anything, right?
I see your point, but let me rebuttal on that. It's once the hangout is dead, I think it kind of goes to the general population. I don't think you have no more control over that hangout than anybody else once the hangout's over.
Yeah, as long as
it's just an outside chat at that point.
If it's live, it's worse.
Yeah, it's outside chat. I'm not talking about a off-air chat. I'm talking about an off-air. I'm talking about the hangout, the remnant of the hangout after it's all done with, where you just have that outside chat in the email, Bob.
Yeah, I know, but I still feel like even though it's because you can start up a hangout in that you can start up another hangout, but I still feel like for some reason it belongs to whoever started it, and they're the only ones who can. So
I get what you're saying, Bob, but the problem I have with that is that if you allow that, right, then somebody can go into all these different off-air hangouts and just kick everybody out, and you'd be okay with that. You'd be like, oh well, you know what, they can't be stopped. So what are you going to do? Yeah. I don't like them doing it, but they can't be stopped.
Well, then the thing is we have to not remove them because that's doing the same thing they're doing. They just block them. And pass the word around and not let them into the hangouts where they can join the off.
But they're still removing people from outside hangouts. I have a lot of outside hangouts I have open. I think it's fine to preemptively remove people. I know it's a lesser of two evils, but unfortunately, I think it's the best way to go about it. I honestly do. I think you do have to be able to remove people if they get to that point where they're removing people from the hangout or the outside chat. So I mean, I do get what you're saying, Bob, and it sucks, but I politely and respectfully have to disagree because of practical reasons.
Yeah.
Didi was floating around on the outside. Did you see that? I just saw his icon come up on the outside of that Hangouts page.
Oh, it might be.
No, he came in and then he bumped out real quick.
He's vying for attention, is he?
Yeah.
And this.
Well, he's got kicked out of all the groups. Yeah. And when I was trying to find the link in here, he popped in.
Well, he might. Oh, you mean in the external chat?
Yeah, well, I got 10 in here right now, so he couldn't even come in to even snipe if he wanted to.
Oh, I probably got all his accounts blocked anyway, so I
blocked everyone. Did Antonio finally get tired of his shit and blocked him?
Yeah.
No.
I think that he's wearing out his welcome. I'm with you.
Well, you think so? I don't watch this channel, so you tell me. Do you think Antonio's gotten to the point where he's just like, you know what, Darwin's has taken over too many hangouts because he has?
I think so. I think that Rubik's Cube went as far as it could go, man. That paid for. He has to give him something else, some other vintage thing.
Reg Rhetoric says, if you're still live in 90 minutes, I will hop in since that's when I get off work. Reg Rhetoric, because I love you so much, even though you left me for a woman. I will keep this open for at least 90 minutes to 2 hours just to wait for you because I love you that much.
I mean,
I was binge watching some of his stuff the last few days. I love when he's tearing apart. Yeah, when he's tearing apart.
Let's be honest. Reg Rhetoric, and I hope he doesn't hear this because it strokes his ego. But Reg Rhetoric is the preeminent. What's the word? Preeminent.
Prominent.
See the brain go slow. Preeminent debunker of flat earther. I mean, there's probably not an argument he hasn't heard before. He makes these guys look like fucking.
He makes them look real stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean more so than they do themselves.
Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't take much normally, and he just puts the nails in the coffin. That's all.
He has a debate with Betty here on June 2nd, I believe, and I'm telling you what, I'm bringing motherfucking popcorn for this.
Yeah,
well, I love when he gets his one.
When he gets his visuals.
She missed the last one they had scheduled. I don't know if he canceled or she canceled. I thought they.
I didn't think they had one scheduled, Bob, until today.
No, I could have sworn. No, I seen him. He had it. He had a post up and had it scheduled, and it was before Memorial Day or something.
I think that was for the other guy that he had to hang out with.
Somebody said, "Oh, it was supposed to be last Friday." Okay. Oh, she ran the fuck away. Jared says. Okay. So,
Yeah.
I you know what? I'm glad it didn't happen because I did. Well, I would have seen it if once it was live because I'm subscribed to Reds. But okay, so let me give you my predictions if I can, real quick. This is gonna have how this hangout's gonna or this debate's gonna go pretty much. Betty's going to get in there. She's going to be asked for a model. She says she's going to have a model. She's basically going to say, well, the model is the fact your model doesn't work, Reds. And then try to keep up with this NASA conspiratorial bullshit.
Yeah. Even though it's not NASA, you know, like all these are just subcontractors to NASA. That's the crazy part.
And watch this.
Version of Ronnie.
Yeah, and watch how she says, how many times she says, well, what's your independent variable? I'm just curious. Maybe she won't, but I'm wondering if she's going to be like, well, Reds, what's your independent variable? And Reds be like, you're an idiot.
Yeah, that's my independent variable.
Yeah.
Your IQ.
Yeah, your IQ is a variable.
Okay, I'll buy it. What is independent variable?
An independent variable in science is basically the variable that the experimenter has control over, right? So if I wanted to do an experiment and I want to vary the time of something, like if I have two Petri dish A and Petri dish B, and I put them both in a oven, right, an incubator, and I put one in for an hour, and I put one in for 3 hours, the independent variable is time there because everything's remaining the same except for that time element.
Oh, okay.
So I have control over that. That's a real thing. The way that Betty and what's his name, Quantum Eraser John use the phrase independent variable makes no sense. They're like, well, the time can't be the independent variable ever. And yet I've cited in numerous sources, time is almost always the independent variable in an experiment.
Oh, it could be time.
Wait. How can time not be a variable?
They're flat earthers, man.
I know, but even they can't. No, they can't. No, not that dumb.
Oh, yeah, it's so that dumb.
What does independent?
I've learned one thing: do not underestimate the dumbness of a flat earther.
Don't underestimate the power of the handicaps. Yes,
they will surprise you.
What does independent variable have to do with flat Earth or not?
Oh, it gets more into the I don't know. Anytime you come up like, oh, evolution, what's your independent variable? It's like, I don't know what that even means, but you have to go watch John the Quantum Eraser guy's stuff.
No,
it's so bad.
It's
so bad, dude.
Comments to go,
Yeah, it's so bad.
I do like what Fiona did with that video long ago, bashing her head against the disc.
Oh, that was one of my favorite videos of all time when she's like thunk, thunk, thunk.
Cut to her being bandaged and bloodied up.
And poor Anarchy's like, why do you? Anarchy says we have a lot of people watching too. That was a phone quake, not a snipe. Anarchy said, why do you have to do this shit at 2 o'clock in the morning, Steve? I run shit all the time, different hours. People have asked me, hey, can you do hangouts when it's not 3 o'clock in the morning, my time or something like that? And they're like in Sydney or Perth or whatever. So I'm trying to mix it up a little bit. I found that 11 o'clock on Sundays is my best time, but the last time was obviously with Landon, he couldn't make it until 3:30. But I'm trying to mix up times a little bit. So there, you got to remember, we're not flat earthers, so we do have different time zones.
Yeah, that was a pretty good hangout. Although
yeah,
pretty good. That was
there was actually a couple questions I wanted to ask him, but I think you might know, Steve.
What's that?
I know you guys got talking into like quantum physics. I was wondering if wormholes have been confirmed outside of theoretical models yet, and if possible, that they may be used for long distance travel.
No, and from what I understand, no. But mathematically, if you have Susskind has a very good video on this online on YouTube, where he actually shows that between two black holes that have been quantumly entangled, the two singularities in the middle have wormholes on the quantum level, the Planck level between them. So particle can theoretically go from one black hole to the next other particle, or next black hole, or the other black hole. But when I understand, if a particle was to do that, through the EPR bridge, it would actually collapse the whole state of the system. But it could happen. But I haven't seen any system where you have a wormhole big enough for be like a macro level, like to like sliders. Remember, I've never seen anything like that.
Well,
now again, I know a very tertiary understanding of quantum, to say the least, and black holes. But from what I've seen, it's always been on the mathematical, the pinpoint level, the Planck scale.
Well, what I've heard
That's
is
crazy.
Years and years ago about how it could have been possible was, I think they said take like 6 or 8 white dwarf stars all orbiting around a common center mass, and that gravitational forces from that could theoretically open a hole that way. I'm like, what level of technology would you have to do that?
Category Civilization 5.
Yep.
Yeah. And you know what level we are at for Civilization?
2.2.
No, we're like a 0.7.
Oh wow.
Oh, we are. Oh, I thought we were 2. Shit, we're even worse off.
Yeah, we're like a 0.7 or something. So we're not even a Category 1 civilization yet.
Yeah, we have to be
Category 1
harmonious
is solar
with
system,
with
2 is
nature
galaxy, right? I think.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5. I don't know the rest.
Yeah, I'd have to look on the scale, but I mean, if I remember correctly, we're like a 0.7. I know we're not at a 0.1 yet. We could even be less than a 0.7, but I think that's not what I recall.
Was that something Carl Sagan came up with?
That was the no. That scale was who was the name of that candidate?
Fermi paradox.
Kaku scale. Yeah, the Michio Kaku.
Oh, isn't that? I thought the Fermi paradox came up with that scale.
No, the Fermi paradox says that
level 3.
we should see more. Why don't we see
type, he says he made up a type 4 civilization, and that would be the civilization that can control dark matter. Now,
yeah, transverse multiverses probably.
Yeah. Now, once you do that, you're God. If you're controlling dark matter, moving galaxies around and shit, you're God at this point.
Yeah. The universe is your play.
Well, I had brought up to remember I had brought up to Landon, if you watched the hang, and I said, a long time ago I used to read books on black holes a lot. That was my favorite subjects. And one writer named Paul Davies had written things about the singularity, the quantum singularity can actually, in some cases, in what's called a Nordstrom Ross. What is it called? It's when you have a rotation and you have a charge. Right, there's 3 things for the no hair theorem for black hole: charge, angular momentum, and mass. And when you have a Ross Nordstrom black hole, where you have a charge and you have an angular momentum, the singularity could become toroidal, meaning donut shaped. And so what happens when you have a donut shape? You have a hole you can transverse. And in theory, you could pass through that singularity into somewhere else. It's about, hypothetically, if you can make it past the tidal forces, which is possible, by the way. Landon didn't mention this, but if you have a very, very massive black hole, super, I mean, we're talking solar system sized black hole.
Tidal forces are less.
The tidal forces are really small, right? The gradient is such that you could actually make it to damn near the singularity, and you wouldn't be spaghettified.
Spaghettified. Yep, spaghettified. That's crazy.
You see that movie Dune? Wasn't that what they was doing that with the navigators? Remember that movie where they was
yeah, with the big worms and stuff.
Yeah, wasn't they doing something like that?
I remember Dune, but I don't remember the navigation. I read the books too. Frank Herbert's books.
They were folding space.
The spice must flow.
Yes, the spice.
But I mean, the navigators, the big bug-looking things.
You're right. I do remember. You're right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they were in these huge chambers of the spice floating, and they called it folding space, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I read the books, and I got to tell you, the books were way better than the movie.
Oh yeah,
way better than the movie.
Yeah,
the books are.
But the original movie was better of the 2, I think. Personally.
Jared says,
that movie is it's kind of a cult classic now.
Oh yeah,
I love that movie.
It was Sting and Kyle McCall,
right?
Whatever his name is. Yeah,
it was pretty bad at the time.
But you know what?
But he's great in that one. Man.
I understand though. That movie's an acquired taste.
It is.
It's not something that you can just put on and anybody will look at it and say this is awesome.
So was Enemy Mine.
You have to have
Enemy Mine was brilliant.
You have to have an IQ for that.
Dude, Enemy Mine is a masterpiece movie. Are you kidding me?
Yes, that was great.
I think more
Dr.
people
Jr.
would like Enemy Mine because it's a little bit more relatable. That Dune is talking about.
It's easier to follow, yeah.
Yeah, like Dune's talking about spice navigators. Actually, Dune is really like all that stuff is after like the machines took over and all that. That's really like the first kind of Matrix movie where they built machines and then the machines take over. Now you got human computers and shit like that.
Yeah, Dune's multi-level, I mean, the plot was so vast. There were so many different things going on, and they all tied in together.
Yeah. But, so when people say Dune sucked, I don't really get too hard on people when they say it sucked. But
it just I don't know.
like
It had some it had some plot holes. The movie had plot holes. If you didn't read the book, the movie's kind of confusing.
But you know, the first book didn't have plot holes. But like when you get to like the second and third one, then there's like some inconsistencies here and there, like even in the book. But that first book was really ahead of its time. Nobody was writing about that kind of stuff in the 50s. Like it was made like in 50s, like in the 50s. The book,
something like that.
Going back real quick earlier to that scale, it was a Kardashev scale, not the Kaku scale.
Oh, Kardashev. Yeah, I know. Sort of. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You know what? Yeah, Kaku talks about a lot.
Yeah,
but
I just looked it up real quick.
But I can't pronounce the guy's name. What? Can you say his name again?
Nikolai. Where is it? Kardashev.
Kardashev. Is that how you pronounce it? Yeah.
Kardashev.
That sounds right. The scale. Yeah.
Close enough, right?
Yeah, close enough.
It's Russian. If it sounds kind of wonky, you're good.
And I apologize. A lot of people want in, and we only have room for 10. I didn't do this as a big, room because I didn't think that many people would be interested in the Talking Shit Tuesday after show. So I'm apologizing in advance. Sorry.
Hey, I'm gonna go because I'll listen to the outside because I got some stuff to do around
All
the
right.
house.
Let me. Because everybody, who's the first person to snipe Tony?
Yeah, someone can snipe me. You're out. No.
You don't get sniped. You just kicked by the mod.
So look, check it out.
Hey, Steve, I'll tell you what. I'll sell my seat to someone for it. $2. Somebody super chat $2. I'll drop.
Hey, so hey, check. So that scale, y'all talking about. Do they got like a equation or likelihood of there being Type 3 civilizations out there?
I don't think so.
You know,
I'm just reading. Futurism right now, and it's interesting.
By the way, I don't want Bob to drop. I like watching his webcam. At least it's kind of like a change of scenery and shit. So,
how cheap is this in the Futurism site? They have pictures from Mass Effect for the background images for everything.
Poor. Did you guys read this? The live chat. Poor Simon McDuck says, "Maybe one of these days I'll reach my life achievement and goal of appearing on Talking Shit Tuesday." Boy, you ain't got much aspirations. No, wait, you've been on Talking Shit Tuesday before.
Talking Shit Tuesday was kind of lame today. I mean, there was no talking shit. It was,
and I gotta admit that. And I didn't want to join. I didn't want to join at all. I don't go into TST that much anymore. But he only had him and Fiona to like 3 minutes before airtime. And I was like, "Fuck, dude, I can't do this to him, right? I mean, come on,
yeah.
it's."
I mean, there was nothing going on last week besides Zulu, right?
Yeah, but we didn't get done until very end. We were stuck on this lactasm crap, which, I mean, again, is coming around. But I don't want to be known as a single issue guy. I don't want to be known like how Antonio's the abortion guy, right? I don't want to be the guy that just talks about lactasm. I just amazed though so many people still don't really get the argument. No offense to MP. Heretic's worse.
Oh wait, you're gonna go through that.
You do have the Ronnies coming up at the end of the year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And by the way, I didn't talk about that. I got some categories for the Ronnie already laid out, but of course we're gonna have a hangout and try to come up with more categories, and we're gonna do graphics and don't forget the Ronnies.
PowerPoint presentations.
Yeah, but
come on, you like that picture of him in drag or transsexual, right? I mean, didn't you?
Did not like. I commented in that. I didn't think it was possible for a human to throw up their own internal organs.
There you go. My job is done here. Yeah, Brenda she got triggered on that. I'm like, so what? I'm like, good God.
Yeah, that's one good thing about this community. All the arguments make around again. They all come back around. I mean, there's only so many arguments, right?
Yeah, and that's what I think is funny. And but see, the one thing I know this argument pretty well. There's a couple arguments I know decently, and so when they come around, I kind of focus on those more because I understand them pretty decently. I know how to articulate them, and I know the rebuttals, and I know the defeaters. But in this particular thing, I'm trying to learn predicate logic more to show people that you can accept this particular thing, but logically, it is not what they think it is. And so I think it's more effective if somebody could understand the logic, right?
Yeah. I've been trying to start a new. I've been trying to start a new argument. I tried starting one in CA's hangout.
What's your new argument?
Well, it's about the morality, right? And the morality of God, how it's objective. And I'm like, well, no, God's morality is subjective. And Let's take.
How is that new?
I mean, it's a new, right? Because
That's true.
to me, this seems like it's a knockdown case. Incest, right? You can go with Noah. Most people say, well, Adam Eve, there could have been other people. Okay, let's skip that one if you're going to say there's other people. Let's go with Noah. Well, God flooded the earth, killed them all, except for 8 people, and then told those 8 people to sleep with each other and repopulate the earth, right? Said, be fruitful and multiply. So he told them to have incest. And then later on in the book, in Deuteronomy, some crap, he goes, hey, don't have incest. Well, if God's commandments are based on his nature and his morals, I mean, because, people say, oh, well, it all depends on the time, the situation, and the genes, they started getting worse over time. So he had to come up and change the law and say, hey, don't do this. Well, then that's not based on God's nature. His laws and his commandments aren't based on his nature at all. They're subjective to the situation of the times of the people. Then there's nothing objective about God's morals.
I would say that a theist, or usually Christians, would say that the morals are objective. It's objective in the sense that the Christian, or the person who's adhering to those moral pronouncements, are adhering to them without question. So to them, whatever those pronouncements are objective. Now, God can say whatever he wants to do, but from the perspective of the Christian, God can do nothing. And like even a moral judgment that God is moral or not makes no sense to a Christian, because
That's
God
not what it means by objective, though.
Moral. No, I agree, but that's the point. They're taking the point objective as to be obedience to whatever God says.
No.
So I understand what you mean.
Yeah, but no, that's why I bring up nature, right? Because they say his laws are based on his nature. Well, one nature can't be, okay, go have incest, and then the next nature, then turn around because situations change and say, don't have incest.
I don't understand why that's so wrong. I mean, listen, you have children, you probably didn't tell your daughters to drink when they were like 10 and 12 years old.
Alvin, you can't.
When they grow up, you're saying it's okay to drink. It doesn't necessarily, that's not necessarily contradictory.
Alvin,
if like at one point, I don't want you to do this at this point, but when you're older, now it's okay for you to do it. I don't think that's contradictory.
Alvin, no, you're missing the point, Alvin. Hang on, you're missing the point, Alvin. It's based on his nature, right? His nature. If it's in his nature not to steal, right? It goes against his nature. Stealing is against God's nature. That means God could never lie. God could never steal. Lying is against his nature. God could never lie, right? So every commandment he gives is according to his nature. So if his commandment is, hey, have incest, well, that's according to his nature. Incest is good. Then you turn around and say, hey, don't have incest. Well, that's according to his nature. Incest is bad. So
I agree. I agree with Bob.
Okay,
I agree with Bob, but it should be noted that objective is not the same as absolute. Objective means mind independent.
Correct, and that was the point that I was trying to make too.
Yeah, and that has to be really kind of stipulated each time, because a lot of people conflate the two. And to me, when you're looking at the morality of God's directive, right, you can look at it either way. It could be objective or subjective, depending how do you want to look at it. It's subjective by his standard because he somehow maybe came and said this is the best possible way to do it, or you can look at objectively by it's the only possible way because there's an objective moral system that could be no other way because it's God. I mean, it really does. To me, it's a semantic issue, and I don't see really why it matters one way or another. It doesn't change a damn fucking thing.
Yeah, the only issue I would say with the only issue I would say with Bob, because I agree with Bob 110%, but I would only just
I agree with him too.
I want to address something.
The only thing I want to say is I disagree with the fact that I think Christians, the obedience is the objective morals that they look to, not the actual what God is doing. Because again, if you're saying God is changing his moral pronouncements, you're making a moral judgment about God, which I don't think any Christian would do. They say God is moral, so whatever he does is in itself moral. They don't judge that. So even though I agree that you're right, he does things maybe that one day are moral and one day are not. The pronouncements that he puts forth, the obedience to those moral aptitudes, is what a Christian believes is moral, not what actually God does, because they can't judge him to be moral.
Okay, I want to address.
They address
some before.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
okay,
but hang on. They believe his morals are based on his nature. Yeah, but no. See, Christians believe God's morals are based on his nature.
That's what I want to address, please. So listen.
Go ahead.
you're equating actions with nature. Having sex with siblings is like an action, or family members. Nature is what the well-being, or this is how I feel about this. So, for example, people have children. The nature is I want the best for my children. So the best for my children is for them not to drink when they're children. And then when they're adults, they're ready to have that responsibility to drink. My nature did not change. My nature is the well-being of my children. But what I'm allowing them to do may change. But the nature is still, this is what I want best for my children at this particular time. But I'm still the same thing.
Yeah, I understand that. That's what you want to claim, right? But then God doesn't have a strict nature. God doesn't have a set nature. God can. God is just like us at that point. God can do whatever.
What's wrong with that?
God can lie. Then God can lie. God can steal. God can kill. God can murder.
What's wrong with God lying? Lying in itself is not it's not something that's completely horrible. I mean, God could lie and still be God.
See, and also I wanted to address.
That's a bad Christian that thinks that way, though.
Well, I wanted to address something else too. When it comes to objectivity and God, correct. What God feels is the right thing to do wouldn't be objective. It would be subjective. But as a believer, you would say the creator of all things of the universe, his opinion would be more valued than anybody on the planet. So even though it's subjective, we would be going with his opinion because, he's
that's
the
not objective, though. That's not objective.
Yeah, it's not objective.
That's not what it means.
Yeah, it's not objective. I'm not claiming that. I'm saying that it's not objective. I'm just saying that's how it's working. It is.
But they're claiming that morality is objective. But I think a lot of times when theist says morality is objective, they don't fucking know what this word means. They're not using it properly. They were just not.
I don't think morality is objective.
I don't think so either. But I believe in descriptive moral relativism more than anything else. Right. But so it doesn't see. Okay, the crux of the argument is very simple with them, though. They think that atheists, for some reason, can't have any kind of moral system, and so they think that there has to be some kind of absolute morality that they're calling objective, which is not. But that's what they want, and there's no such thing as an absolute moral system. There just isn't. And they're trying to say, well, you know what, we can ground our morality in something. We have God. What do you as an atheist ground your morality as? And there's a lot of things you could. An atheist can ground it just on social norms, right? I mean, whatever's best for the population, whatever the harmful to beneficial balance to the society is something, it's normative ethics kind of thing, right? But the theist doesn't want an atheist to be able to do that. They say, no, you got to ground it in something that's firm and a rock, and that's what God is.
Well, that's what my point is. That's my point is God isn't firm. He isn't a rock. According to the situation, he can change his moral law, right? Or you could have incest, and then
the moral doesn't. I don't think you understand. The moral doesn't change. The situation changed. So if his morality is, I want the best at this current stage. But at this point, I may have to chop off your leg, Bob, in order to save your whole body. This is.
Can I give you a better, Alvin? Can I give you a better way to word that, Alvin?
You haven't listened. Listen, Alvin. You haven't listened, Alvin. You haven't listened to what I said. I said that. That's fine. Then then that's not based on his nature.
His nature is the same. The actions change.
Well, let me see if I can give you a better way to word this argument.
No, the nature can't be the same. No, the nature can't be the same because he cannot command to do something and then turn around and do the exact opposite. That's going against the nature, right? If he told you, if his commandment was to have incest, then that must mean incest is good according to his good nature. And then according to his good nature, he tells you not to have incest. You can't have it both ways. It don't matter what the situation is.
I think you may be able to, if you phrase it in the way to say, look, this moral law is a moral law applicable because of these reasons, if these conditions are such. And if the conditions are not such, that moral law doesn't necessarily have any relevancy or is enforceable. As Alvin's trying to say, times have changed, right? Times are different. There's a New Testament where Jesus supposedly fulfilled the law, right? And he came to actually, destroy it, or what did he say? I don't remember Jesus' words, but
do not believe come not to destroy the law but to fulfill it.
Yeah, yeah, he came out to destroy the law and fulfill it. And because of that, things did change, right? But that was planned from the beginning. So if his objective morals had been planned from the beginning, that at that particular time, things would be changed, it would still be consistent in his nature because that was planned to be the best possible world.
No, but that's different. He didn't give a command for something else, right? What I'm telling you is he told people, he gave a commandment, a law, right, to do something. And then he turned around and gave a commandment, a law, not to do the same thing he just told you.
You're equating action
to his
nature.
Yeah,
it's not action. It's not action.
That is an action.
Listen,
if you're telling somebody
listen,
not
no,
to do something,
Alvin.
that's saying I don't want you to
Alvin,
do this action.
Alvin, I'm not talking about our action. I'm talking about his commandment. Forget
But
about
that is commandment on an action.
Well, how do we know? Okay, I hate to say this, but this is the elephant in the room. How do we know incest is immoral?
Because God says don't do it, and
well,
Deuteronomy he says don't do it. Right.
Well, that doesn't make it necessarily immoral. That just means that God doesn't want you to do it because he doesn't want you to do it. Where's the morality aspect of it? He doesn't say it's an immoral act.
Well, that's what they say.
Just don't do it.
Well, they don't say it's everything is immoral. What they, God's commandments are the moral laws, right? They don't say, I don't think God ever says this is morally right. This is why you should do it. He says, these are my commandments, obey them. And Christians say his commandments are the law, are his morals according to his nature.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair enough.
Okay,
I'll give you that, Bob.
Let me ask you a question, okay?
Yes.
A commandment is something that either commands you to perform an action or prohibits you from performing an action. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, you're equating actions with somebody's nature, and I've been trying to explain to you this, okay? So
I understand. No, Alvin, Alvin, yes, I do.
Well, then his nature is incest is okay, and you keep reverting back to the action of incest.
Alvin, listen.
Incest is an action.
Alvin.
It's not a nature. It's having sex with somebody you're related to. That's not a nature. That is the action.
Alvin.
Now, when it comes to nature,
Alvin, get off the fucking action.
How do you?
Alvin, listen, it has nothing to do with.
You're cutting me off right in the middle.
Yes, because it has not. My argument has nothing to do with the action.
You keep saying his nature is incest. This is his nature. You're saying his nature is an action. That doesn't make sense.
I didn't say his nature is an action. I've never said his.
When you say his nature is that incest is okay, that's saying his nature is that this action is okay. That doesn't make sense. You have a nature of what somebody is, and do they want the well-being for somebody or not? So one person can say, hey, I want humans to be destroyed, so I want them all to gain incest. And then you can have another person saying that, hey, I want humans to be fine, and I think incest is okay, so I want everybody to do incest. It's about the nature of the
Alvin, hang on.
Alvin, listen to me. Alvin, hang on. No, Alvin is God unchanging. Or does God's
the nature of him is the same.
I give an example. I can give an example. Alvin, look at if I say murder is bad, right? But God commands somebody to kill somebody. That's not. I mean that's God allowing that, right? God's saying, okay, in this particular case, murder is okay. So again, when it comes to this absolute nonsense, these moral things don't have an absolute principle to them. And so God says murder, and I'm not faulting. I think you're right on this, Alvin, a little bit. But if God says that murder is wrong, but he commands you to kill somebody, at that point it's no longer murder because it's God's will that you do it. It's justified. Well, same thing with incest. If God tells somebody to commit incest, it would be justified because God has told you to do it. Same thing.
Can I jump in
use
here?
Use that line of argumentation rather than the argumentation you're trying to use with Bob, because Bob has a good case, but I think you're coming about it from the wrong perspective.
Yeah, can I jump in here for a moment?
Yeah, Heavy.
Please. I looked it up. Okay, in the early chapters of Genesis, we go from the creation to Cain and Abel, and then there's generations of Adam, all the kids and grandkids, up to Noah. Then there's the flood, and then there's to the people that survived, to Noah and his children and their wives or whatever. He said, be fruitful and multiply. There had been no laws or commandments from before this event, according to the Bible. There was no thou shalt not do or thou shalt or thou shalt. There was no commandments that I can see. Mostly it was Cain and Abel, descendants, Noah, flood, be fruitful and multiply. That was it. The commandments that Bob was talking about come later, as written in the Bible. So I can kind of see where you want. So Steve or Alvin, I can kind of see where you're talking about, given the circumstances, that he did not command them to have incest. He just said, be fruitful and multiply. That's all.
Well, he told what else can they do? If he commands them,
yes, but there were no laws established or commandments against incest before this event.
Well, no, if those are the words out of those are the words out of his mouth, and the words out of his mouth are laws, are commandments, right? When he told someone to do something, that's a commandment. He told them, be fruitful and multiply. That is a commandment.
Yeah, but again, if he commands it at that point, I don't see the problem you're having with that. If he says, "Hey, yeah, it's bad, but if I command you to do something, that's allowed. It's justified." Just like the whole murder thing. Murder's bad, but if God says, "Hey, go kill this person,"
okay, now listen, that's where I'm going. If God is unchanging and He has a strict nature that is unchanging, right? He can't tell you at one point to do something.
Yeah,
and then turn around and tell you to do the exact opposite.
Yeah, he could actually. I don't see the argument there. Parents.
Then his nature changed.
That's not the nature change. It's the fact that it's what.
I'm saying I'm wanting to go with the situations changed.
The situations changed, which is exactly what I said about Jesus killing.
One more thing in
the situation. It doesn't. The situation changed, right? Okay, let's take stealing, right? Stealing's always bad, right? According to God, stealing is bad. Don't ever steal, right?
No, I don't. Well, I don't read it that way. But if you want to for your window, sure.
We don't look at it. We don't look at it that way. But according to the Bible, stealing is wrong. That's a commandment.
I don't think that's what it says, but I'll grant you it for right now.
Are his laws and commandments based on his nature? Or
not? I think what it is I think Steve said it best. There's a difference between. Well, I'm just going to use Steve's example. There's a difference between killing and murder. Murder would be killing unjustifiably, right? But if God is commanding you to do it, then it's justified. Because
same with stealing.
Right, same with stealing. So
if you steal a loaf of bread because you're starving, it's a lot more justified.
I think there's more to the definition. I think there's more to.
God didn't command you to steal the bread, though. God didn't command you to steal the bread. That's what I'm trying to
say.
But
it doesn't matter. It's justified by the fact that God's commanding you to do it.
Can I just say?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think there's more to the definition of murder. I think it's not just killing unjustifiably. I think it's also murder with an intention.
It is, but I'm not getting it. We got a lawyer here. I know.
I'm just saying.
I understand prudent. Yes, I know homicide, first degree, manslaughter. I get that, but I didn't want to go down that route. Let's be kind of broad spectrum here. If MP doesn't care and he's a lawyer, then yeah, just not really concern ourselves too much about the legal definitions. But I get what you're saying. Yes. But do you want to get into like type 1 murder, type 2, manslaughter?
I was going to throw in one other. I'm trying to find a spot to break in.
I agree with what you guys are saying, but what you guys are saying is that God doesn't have a certain nature. God is just like us. Whatever the situations is, He changes his mind and his feelings and everything, right?
No, see, here's the problem.
According to Christians, God's nature doesn't change.
Here, Bob, let me give you a better argument, because one of the arguments Christians use or theists use is that God's nature is consistent with it for his being, right? That God's internal nature is consistent for himself. But that applies to all of us. We're all consistent with our nature. I'm consistent with my nature. Heavy's consistent with his nature. But our natures can change, right? But it doesn't. When a theist talks about God being unchanging, I think you're taking it too hyper literally, and I don't think you're reading it the way most theists would read it.
Matter of fact, Bob, how about this, Bob? Okay, Bob, do you have friends you've had for a long time, like for 10, 12, 20 years?
Yes.
Okay, so look, I bet you if I was to talk to them, they'd be like, you know what? Bob never changes. He's been the same guy almost 20 years ago. That's just the same old Bob. Now, that doesn't mean you haven't done different things in your lifetime. that doesn't mean you thought one way about some things and changed them. But your friends, if I talk to them, they'll be like, man, Bob always been the same. He's the same guy he's been since the 1930s.
All right.
So,
When I'm
so
told,
that's
when I'm
what I'm
told,
talking about.
when
Your
I'm told,
nature hasn't changed.
when I'm
But
told that,
different things in your life may have changed.
oh, okay. When I'm told God can never lie because it goes against His nature, are you
I
telling
don't
me God can
think
actually
that.
lie?
Yes, God can lie. Did you watch Ozzy's
That's what
video on
you
this?
say. We're talking, Steve, not you. We're talking about Christians. Christians believe.
Actually,
Christians say
Steve is answering pretty. Actually, he's answering
When
for me.
God sent a deception, right? He sent his deception for the greater good, for whatever, I don't remember the exact story, but he sent in dreams a deception that they believe a lie. God lied.
I don't. I believe God lies too. That's
Yeah,
not the
okay.
point. Christians say God doesn't lie because it goes.
Well, that's a
against
bad
His
argument
nature.
from Christians. 'Cause
Christians say God doesn't lie because it goes against His nature. He cannot lie.
That's
No,
a bad argument.
right?
Yeah, that's
Well,
a bad argument.
That's more Calvinist, right?
when you go to the biblical text, it says God doesn't have to lie, right? That doesn't necessarily mean He lacks the ability to.
He chooses not to.
Right, but he has the ability to lie if he so chooses. Especially in the Book of Kings, he sent a lying spirit out to us. I forget the particular verse, but he didn't have to do that, but he did it just cause. So there's a difference between not having to lie. Like, I don't have to go downstairs and run downstairs, but I have the ability to run downstairs if I want.
But the lying then in itself isn't necessarily bad. People have this stigma about lying. Again, watch this video on lying that Ozzy puts out. Is great. It explains, what lying really is, and when it's, for example, if I say, Alvin, hey, I'm going to take you out for dinner or something like that. And we go out for dinner or something like that. And I say, hey, you can't go back to your place, blah, blah, blah. And now we get back to your place and we have a surprise birthday party for you. And I lied to you about it, trying to keep the surprise, right? So I'm taking you out. I'm telling you, don't go back. I'm lying to you, giving you every excuse not to go back to your place while they're preparing. I'm lying to you. But am I a liar? Would anybody here call me a liar for doing that? No.
Right. It actually,
I am lying, but
I'm going to try to step in again, if I may. I didn't succeed last time. It's the situation thing. Gosh, I can't believe I'm shouting with a fist. But yeah, the situation changes. It's like, say, when you're like what I was talking about, the drinking thing. But I'm gonna carry it a little further to, like, when your child behaves. If you have a child, you would spank them. Well, before they made that a crime. You would spank your child when they misbehave. When they get older and they're like a young man or a woman, and they do something bad, you don't spank them, but you may have a severe talk with them. So there's a difference there. Matt Dillahunty, of all people, actually made a thing about supporting some contradictions in the Bible.
But it's not that.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Bob, you're cute. You really are. But let me finish.
We make a love connection.
Yeah, but anyway, Matt Dillahunty made a thing about biblical contradictions, and it had something to do with killing. I can't remember details, but it's on his channel. If you go to his channel and just look up contradictions, you'll most likely find the video. And he brought up some points about situations like we've been about, like, say, well, thou shalt not kill, but then he says over here, kill, But he brought up reasons because the situations were different. And he went to other contradictions in the Bible that, we would look at and point to, oh, no, see here, it's contradiction. But he was trying to show, no, the situation was different or something different. Okay, go ahead. I just want to throw that in.
Yeah, I understand the situation, but in your example, you're still punishing the kids, right? You're choosing a different way to punish them.
The parents' nature didn't change.
But you're choosing a different way to punish them, okay?
But that's not changing nature.
Well,
that's
now
what
listen, hang on. That's not. If my nature is never to lie, it goes against my nature to lie. And I tell you to lie, is that going against my nature?
No. If you're telling me I want you to lie, listen. If you're telling me I want you to lie for this reason, I can evaluate the reason then determine if it's in your nature or not. Now, if you saying, hey, I want you to lie to this girl and tell him I'm a millionaire because you want to fuck her, I'll be like, damn, that's against Bob's nature. But if you then said, I want you to lie to save these people from these criminals, say they're not here, then I'm like, okay, that's within Bob's nature. So both are lies, but one is a lie that's not in your nature, Bob, and the other is a lie that is in your nature. Both are lies, though.
If it's against my nature to lie, I cannot lie. I can never. Hang on, I could never tell a lie because it's against my nature.
I think that's an inconsistent position, though. I don't think you can ever have a position where you can't always lie. I mean, it's so far for me to conceptualize something that's.
Yeah, but if I'm God,
but lying is very subjective.
Okay,
you keep thinking we're humans. Yes, we can be subjective about all that.
Okay, let me do this. I think Steve also hit on a point. When you look at a lot of ancient cultures, they have what we call a high context society, where unlike English, they're not very wordy about what they're trying to say. So when they say don't steal or don't lie, it's like most of the population, okay, I get it. In general, a rule of thumb is you probably shouldn't lie. Understanding that there are certain situations where you should lie, but if you ask most people around the globe whether they should lie or not, they'll probably say it's a bad thing, right? But understanding that there are certain situations. So when you look in the Bible, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not lie, the authors don't feel the need to put every pro quo scenario and case study within the verse for people to understand, in this situation, okay, blah, blah. But a general rule of thumb is don't lie. That's just a general thing.
So every commandment that God has ever given is situational. So we shouldn't follow any of them because the situations have changed because times have changed.
No, you could apply.
I just want to point, Alvin, what you just said is really the definition of subjective morality. It is.
I agree with that. Yes,
in that particular way, and I think,
and that's why we argue that that God's morality is subjective.
But I think Bob is making the point that it is subjective, but we have to also make the distinction. It's subjective if you're thinking about it from God's position. If you're thinking about it from the human position, it's an objective pronouncement. But from God's position, yes, if we're putting ourselves in the footstools,
which is
of God,
what I said earlier. Yeah, exactly. By the way, Jen wanted the link, but I gave it to him, but he hasn't showed up yet, and he hasn't even looked at it. So I was like, yeah, Jen, we're going to come in here, going to kick some Bob ass. No, just kidding, Bob.
I'd like to hear somebody give me something besides an agnostic view.
No, I grant, fair enough, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because I argue with CA and, I forget the other, Christian's the other guy's name.
Who do you want me to get in here? Give me a Christian name that you want. I'll try to get him in here.
Hey, it don't matter. You got all
Matt
the Christians,
Slick.
right? Beckles, yeah. Beckle, CA. I got Matt Bellblock, so he ain't getting in.
I'll invite Veckel.
Veckel, Christian. Well, me and Christian Atheist already went through it. I don't think he wants to talk about it anymore. Or Christian Anarchist, I mean.
Morality is in the eye of the beholder.
Come on, who's another good theist apologist? That's not a total dipshit.
I mean, I'd like to listen to General. General's got,
General,
a good
of course.
concept.
Oh, yeah. We could try Wayne, maybe.
Yeah,
I like Wayne.
One thing about some of the conversations like this, it hasn't went like way off the deep end or anything. We're still going back and forth, airing opinions and stuff, which is good because, if you get into a good conversation like this and people don't agree, it can get you to think, about things or maybe look at things a different way or try to come up with a better answer for something. This is pretty cool like this.
But the theists need a Jack Angstrike. They need somebody like Jack. Because Jack Angstrike is like the definitive, atheist arguer. Yeah. So.
I mean, basically, my whole point is if God can't give you two opposing commandments, to me that seems wrong. They're two exact opposite commandments. Even if it depends on situation, then it's not based on his nature. It's situational. It's just based on his feelings.
Oh man, and around the circle we go.
Hmm.
And then this is where I say
I just don't have an issue with it. Now, if you give you two conflicting commandments at the same time, that'd be a whole different ball game. But
right. But if it's linear, in this stage in your life, Steve, I want you to do this. But now that you're in this stage in your life, I want you to do that.
I think
for these reasons, I don't think that's contradictory.
I think a bigger question is, why doesn't God give directions anymore? People. I mean, there are people that claim this, right? And I think all of them are batshit crazy, right? But 2,000 years ago, if somebody claimed that God told them something, it'd be taken a lot more seriously. So maybe, hypothetically,
there is an explanation for this.
Yeah, Alvin, I've explained to you. I accept that. What you're saying, I can accept that because that's based on a human nature. Human natures change. We don't have a set perfect nature.
Your nature
that's unchanging.
doesn't change when you do something different in action-wise, though.
No, God's not doing something different. He's giving a commandment, a law that is based on his nature, right? Just like lying, God can't lie supposedly, because and he tells you not to lie because that's what we get from Christians. You talk to Velcro on any of them.
Well, hang on, but Bob, it doesn't. An action doesn't necessarily change your nature. This is what I'm actually signing with Alvin. Look at it. If my nature is I don't go around. I mean, my nature is I don't kill people, right? My nature is I don't kill people. I've never killed anybody. So if my nature is I don't kill somebody, if someone breaks in my house and I kill them, my nature hasn't changed.
That's different. That's self-defense. If you're
but Bob, you hear yourself rationalizing now. It doesn't matter what the justification is. The action.
That's because it wasn't a commandment, right? You weren't. You didn't.
Right, but my nature doesn't change by the action. If God has said something different for a different action, his nature is still the same.
No,
I don't follow the argument why it changes his nature.
No, your nature is you don't want to kill, but you will kill if it's necessary. That's your nature. You don't want to kill, but you will kill if it's necessary. If your nature was you cannot kill, you could never, even if somebody broke in your house, you couldn't kill them to defend yourself, right? And you would end up dying. That would be a set, perfect nature where you cannot kill, you cannot do something no matter what. It's against your, to even, the concept of doing it is against your nature. There's a difference, right?
I think Steve asked a more interesting question. I think we kind of hit the apex of that one. But Steve asked, how come God isn't, coming down like in the days of old and talking to people like, in the midst of audience almost, right? The main reason for that is the era of prophets is gone now, right? So there's no prophets at this point. So like when you look in the Old Testament, you see all these prophets and they're getting like directly from the source, and then they can make stuff happen. They can bring, thunderbolts from the sky and all that, right? But then something happens during the Persian period where all the prophets are dispersed. So then when you go in the book of Maccabees, there's nothing supernatural happening in those books.
I thought you're not Sola Scriptura?
What you say?
You're not Sola Scriptura?
Solo Scriptura? What's that?
Sola Scriptura.
What you mean?
As opposed to prima scriptura. It means that you only use the Bible. You don't use the Bible is your authoritative source rather than extra. Maccabees is in the Apocrypha.
Oh, I see what you said. No, I accept history and the Bible. Like I accept, outsized historical sources as well, right? So then when you look at books like Maccabees, there's no supernatural things happening in the book of Maccabees for the most part, right? But then all of a sudden, when you get to the New Testament, now all of a sudden you have prophets again. You got John, you got Jesus, right? Now all of a sudden you're starting to see supernatural stuff again. But then as soon as John the Revelator dies, the era of the miracle stuff happening, like you don't really see that with like Ignatius, Irenaeus in their time period. So it's like now the era of prophets is over for the most part. Like the days of.
So you're saying God doesn't really do the whole, hey, look at Oh God. Never watched the Oh God movies? George Burns. He doesn't do any of that stuff.
He'll do it individually, but the prophets had the ability to manifest it not just with amongst themselves, but in front of people, as opposed to him coming down personally, meeting, everybody.
Oh, so he can do it to individual basis, but that individual can never use that information to convince somebody else.
Yeah, like unless you're a prophet, like if you read the biblical text.
By the way, Thomas Paine said the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So.
Only when you read the biblical text, it's only prophets.
Oh shit,
really
Alvin. Alvin, what did I just hear in your background, dude?
You didn't hear anything. Hold on, Steve. I'm explaining to Steve. So look.
You bet.
So Steve.
What? Am I missing here? Wait, was it dirty?
Nah, man.
No, there's this little beeping noise from his fucking smoke alarm that's been going off for 6 months because he ain't changing the damn battery.
Change the goddamn battery. Oh my God, that's all you got to do.
Hey, look, no, but Steve, to answer your question, even when you look in the biblical text, it's always prophets that make these huge spectacles happen, right? When it comes to Moses, when it comes to Elijah, when it comes to all the Jesus, John, it's the prophets that's making it happen. Normal.
G-Man thinks he's a prophet.
He didn't say that.
I don't know. He acts like it. No, he didn't say it, but he acts like it. He's not? Is G-Man not a prophet?
I don't know, man. The last prophet was John, so that's why the era of prophets is over. Now it's just people individually having things happen with them on a personal level, but I can't make lightning bolts come from the sky and just say.
See, MK could. Well, MK could actually shoot lightning bolts or lasers out of his eyes if God.
Man, that's force lightning. That's not God. That's from the dark side.
Yeah, because he did claim that if God wanted to, he could give him the power to shoot lasers from his eyeballs. Who am I to judge?
Yeah, I mean he could if he wanted to do that, but I don't think he's going to make that stuff happen.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's not going to be forthcoming very soon. So.
See, that's
I don't know if you read the Bible. I mean, it says in there that God. I mean, Jesus even said, "For any of you that has faith and believe with all their heart, will be able to do the miracles I do and even move mountains." So.
But that's not a miracle. Shooting lasers isn't a miracle, I don't think, right?
Well, it doesn't say a miracle. I mean, it just says you'll have the power.
I mean, maybe it would be if it happened, but I mean, is it? Stuart. I can't remember his last name. Has a argument that he's formulated on the GDC's forum about a well thought out premise by premise argument about like what you're saying there, Bob. That God has said if two of you more together come into my name, or come together in my name, that He'll grant whatever you want, or you believe and you ask for prayer. And he has these actual things for that. And then wait. No, it wasn't Stewart. He had a different argument. Who was giving me the argument for that? I don't remember. Somebody's giving me the argument for that. And there is something to be said about. There's like 8 passages in the Bible where it says, "Hey, ask and it shall happen."
Right.
Well, what does that mean anymore? Because people ask for a lot of stuff and it don't happen.
Yeah, I think personally, the fundamentalist movement in the early 20th century is really put a damage on Christianity. Or at least the Christian side of it. It really didn't affect Judaism because look, here's the thing: when you look at how Jews read the Bible, they almost don't take anything literal. Like when you talk, well, yeah, you're a Jew, Steve, so you should pray.
Well, I'm only a Jew by lineage. That's all.
Yeah, but when you look, when you talk to these rabbis, okay. They damn near allegoricalize everything. You know what I'm saying? And even like, for example, famous archaeologist Israel Finkelstein, right? This guy does Passover every year. He does Yom Kippur, all of this stuff. And he says Moses and the Exodus was a myth, right? But he said it's a myth that tells us.
I think the Exodus for sure was a myth. And obviously Moses, I don't believe part of the Red Sea with magic and all, but I mean, I think Moses existed.
But he's
Hey,
an
just a quick-
actual.
Alvin.
But the thing
Alvin,
about
quick-
hold on, Bob.
Hang on. I just want a quick question. So
Bob,
I
you're gonna make me
Hang on,
forget
just-
what I was saying, man. Just let
All right,
me
go
finish.
ahead.
This is gonna be real quick.
Alvin's got a short memory. Let him go real quick.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, so when you look at Israel Finkelstein, he's a practicing Jew. He still practiced the religion, but he, like most Jews, it's not so much of a everything has to be 1,000,000% literal all the time, and that's how early Christians used to be, up until like the fundamentalist movement, to where we have to make everything hyper real no matter what, even if it doesn't make sense if it's real or not.
Yeah, and then you have
Well,
cultural
that's what I
Jews.
wanted. I wanted to ask because I know you're Ethiopian Jew, right?
Well, I descend from, I practice certain Jewish traditions, but I'm not exactly Beta Israel because they have a somewhat of a different doctrine to me, but my family does come from there though. But
And how much of the New Testament do you follow, or is it just
I follow the whole book, you know.
the whole book? All right.
Yeah.
I know most Jews only follow the Tanakh or what the Old Testament or whatever. So
Yeah,
you're
have
explaining all this stuff. You're explaining all this stuff on your thoughts about it. Follow the Jewish type, book of it. So
Yeah, I would say this, Bob, though. I would say I think your biggest beef is more so with fundamentalists, because a lot of your arguments would be very difficult for a fundamentalist to answer, right? Because they have to, they're bound by the literalism of everything, no matter what, and early Christians.
Hey, not to cut you off, but I think a wild Indian shot Steve through the head with an arrow.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking right now.
Is that a miracle? That's a miracle.
Miracle. Yeah.
Steve, I ain't gonna lie. We talking about prophets, but you got the Moses thing happening with the beard and shit.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Actually, it's actually more of a Gandalf thing, actually.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Well, it'll get long. I didn't want to do the full beard because I'm telling you, it was itchy as fuck, and it was getting pretty full. Don't get me wrong. And Heavy's already got that covered, and I wanted to be a little bit different than just having a really full beard, and so I just decided to do the goatee, and I'm kind of glad I did. But once my goatee gets down long and my hair gets down to here where I want it, it'll actually look a little bit better. And I don't. My only question is I don't know if I should dye it or not. I should just leave it white, or should I just dye it all black? I don't know.
The truth is Steve got tired of getting serious job offers only in December.
Hey, it is 2017. I don't know if wild Indian is considered a bit racist, so maybe I should just say a rambunctious American Indian from the 1700s.
I think you have to say native.
Native American Indian.
No, you gotta leave the whole Indian thing out.
Okay, no more Indian.
Well, I got yelled at a while back because I caught.
Okay, Alvin, fix the damn smoke detector.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Don't pull the battery out of it.
I got yelled at for using the wrong. I use it. You know what a demonym is? A demonym is basically when you say like a person from Asia is Asian, right? Or
right.
A person from India is Indian, right? Well, it's called a demonym. And I had accidentally used the word Oriental for Asian. By the way, I don't care. I'm fine. I grant it. It's wrong. Don't get me wrong. An Oriental is supposed to be for an object, right? For a non-human.
Right.
And so people are like, "Oh, you're calling Asian people less than human." I'm like, I'm not trying to diminish them. I'm not trying to take away their humanity. It's just a term that I've always used. Yes, I know it's incorrect, and I'm trying to wean myself off of it, but don't fucking jump on my shit from some such as Joseph Warrior shit because I happen to use the word Oriental. It's not that fucking offensive.
Oh, face it, Steve, you're still supporting most favored nation status, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, I guess Oriental just sort of has that like. I saw one of them Orientals yesterday. That.
Yeah, exactly. I saw one of them Negroids. Somebody who was.
Oh, there's something for the Steve McCrae soundboard.
Well, Isaiah had a whole thing on that, right? He actually had at one time, I remember Isaiah Sloan. He actually had found this. It's not a chit track, but whatever. It was like some kind of pamphlet that this Christian thing had put it out. And it was like talking about Mongoloids and Negroids, and he's like, I can't believe they even use these terms anymore because they're just defunct terms.
You find that with evolution as a theory, it actually perpetuates such ideas?
Nah, not at all. And by the way, you know,
I do. That's how
no,
I
because in actual evolution, when you talk about like haploid groups, there's no such thing as a race. I mean, there's one human race. There's no races among. There's no distinction in biology. Now there is in botany. There's a little bit more nuance than the species, but in the animal kingdom, no. I mean, we're all the same. Whether you're black, white, whatever. There is no individual a race in the species. They're all the same. So evolution has nothing to do with it.
We're not different breeds either. We're all
Not different breeds either, right? Yeah.
We're all Homo sapiens sapiens if you want to get technical.
Yeah.
What it is, the differences in like skin color or hair color, eyes, whatever.
But those are phenotype things, right?
It's because of, you know, like you have isolated groups of people in certain parts of the world. And they're isolated from other people.
Oh, you're breaking up hard.
You have certain traits that come out and stand out more. That's all.
Yeah, and it's just a phenotype difference. But let me ask you, was that King that said that? I'm curious.
Yeah.
Okay. When you say like evolution is a theory, do you understand that a theory means confirmed, right? It means it is a confirmed model that's true, that holds a whole bunch of a massive amount of facts. So when they say a theory, it doesn't mean like I made a guess to who committed the crime. I have a theory of who committed the crime. It doesn't mean that. You do realize that when they say a scientific theory, that is the highest pinnacle you can reach in science of confirmation. That means it's.
I mean, that's not the English. That's not the general meaning of the word.
That's why it's a scientific term.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Theory is a scientific term used for a model that comports with reality.
Let me ask you: would you consider a science such as, let's see, what's a good one? Bipolarism. Would you consider that a scientific theory?
No.
No.
No. No, I'll give you examples of scientific theory. I studied atomic theory, right? So that's a scientific theory. But we know nuclear power works, right? We know atomic bomb works, unless you're Eric DeBay, who I listened to the other day telling people that nuclear power was a conspiracy. And I'm like, wait a minute, I went to school to learn about nuclear power. I used to train people to operate nuclear power plants.
No, Steve, you're just one of those nuke shills. You really were just on board a ship shoveling coal into a furnace.
Exactly, little hamsters that I fed. I mean, I think that at this point, Eric DeBay can be listed, in my opinion, as a troll, as a con man. I really do think he's a con man at this point. I can't believe he's actually buying into the shit. I think he's willing to say whatever it takes just to get people to buy his books and shit. But anyways, but scientific theory would be germ theory, right? Germs cause disease, right?
Yeah. Well, like bipolarity or whatever they call it. I mean, what would you classify?
That would not be a theory.
It's not a theory. Bipolar exists, but they don't call it bipolar anymore. They call it borderline personality disorder, I believe. I don't remember. I have the DSM-3 here somewhere. But that's not a theory. A theory is a collection of facts, right, to explain things. Like, how do we explain gravity? Well, we use a scientific theory of general.
That's more law, though, right? Right. A law.
Well, no. Let me finish. We use a scientific theory of gravity, which is general relativity. The law is under the theory. The theory is higher than the law. The theory will include all laws dealing with the subject. The law of gravity is a formalization that says F equals gm1 m2 divided by r squared. That is the written mathematical formula that is called the law of gravity. But that law of gravity is under general relativity. But general relativity is different than Newtonian physics, right? So when you think of gravity as a force, right, it's not in general relativity. It's not a force at all. It's a curvature of space-time. It's the shortest distance between a geodesic path. So, when you're talking about theory, you're talking about the big picture, the umbrella that covers all the facts, all the laws. That's what we mean by scientific theory. That explains something. So if I say,
Right.
How
I'd say with a law, though, like a law of gravity, you can perform specific executable experiments, whereas a theory such as natural selection is not going to be.
We can do experiments with natural selection. We do all the time.
Yeah, but it's not as tangible and concrete. I wouldn't call it a
look at Diane Dodd's experiments with Madagascar Drosophila. That was an experiment showing natural selection. I mean, do you think natural selection doesn't happen? Because that's not the creationist viewpoint. Younger creationists, especially on creation.com, and I've talked about this with Dr. Jonathan Safadi from creation.com, and he fully accepts speciation occurs. He says, matter of fact, the creation model cannot happen without speciation or natural selection. Both of them. They have to exist. So are you saying that natural selection and speciation doesn't happen?
Can I make a little quick comment while you're thinking? I think, see, where I'm at right now, I'm not like God of the gaps, right? Where it's basically saying, because we don't know how this is done, therefore God did it, right? I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying maybe something similar to where I like, if evolution is real, I'm saying God decided this is how he want animals to develop.
Well, how are you using the word evolution? Like, again, this is where we get confused. When I hear the word evolution,
diversity of life explanation.
Okay, but that's different. You're using it to mean common ancestry, which I get. When I personally hear the word evolution, right, I'm thinking of an allele frequency change. I'm thinking how the population of the genetics, the genes change in that population of a species. That's what the biological definition of evolution is.
Yeah,
okay?
that's what I was saying.
It's not molecules to man. It's not common,
right. Well, I was more so saying, the explanation for the diversity of life.
Yeah, he means like a little bug turning into a human in 2000.
Well, that's not how it works. But yeah,
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
the theory of evolution. The theory of evolution comprises two parts. Okay, the theory of evolution is modern evolutionary synthesis combined with common descent with modification. So there's two parts of the theory of evolution. So when somebody says they're talking about evolution, 9 times out of 10 they're actually talking about common descent, right? And
no, but that is the theory ultimately, is that everything evolves.
That's incorporated in the theory of evolution, yes. But evolution itself, it just means that a population has changed its allelic frequency, the changes in the variation of the genes.
I'll add.
No. Wait, hang on, Alvin, hang on. What do you mean by no reason at all? Natural selection is a real thing. You don't think natural selection happens? Because I can demonstrate natural selection. I've written something for first graders on natural selection. I mean, it's not that hard to understand. Are you saying that natural selection doesn't happen?
Why he's thinking about that? You remember when you were on the Bible Film Wing, or
how could I forget
the mafia group, and you were explaining that to him, when you kept saying, like rats will always be rats, right?
Right.
What they wanted to know is at trying to figure out at what point does it branch off to become something else.
Right.
And I think that you were missing how to explain that to them.
Well, I didn't get very much time to talk, right? You notice they keep cutting me off.
We actually.
But I understand the blockage that people have, like G-Man or creationists. I get that. They don't understand how, when we say that they don't understand how evolutionary theory works, or why it's a theory or common descent. We mean that sincerely. They are fundamentally flawed from the beginning. And most of them will take a few steps back and go, okay, maybe I learned this wrong. Maybe I don't understand it as I think I do. And they don't bother to do that. Some do, right? Yeah. But G-Man won't, right?
Yeah, but I think when you explain it, you got to try to figure out a way to explain it like a tree. Okay, you have your main trunk, and then you have a branch that grows off. Well, the main trunk keeps growing, at like the center trunk keeps growing that way, like the rats keep being rats. But and then you'll have something that branches off that becomes whatever, is in that family tree of rats, right? And but I think and what they want to know is how does that happen? How does that? And when can you tell that actually happened? That's what they want to know.
First of all, there's no line of demarcation when speciation occurs. But a better conceptual way is basically set theory. Look if you're in set A and A has something, A speciates something else, you're always going to be in set A. You're just going to be in A sub 1. And then if A sub 1 has a speciation, you're going to be in A sub 1 or something, right? not a great way to do hierarchies, but it's always going to be a nested hierarchy. So if you're a rat population, where whatever you have in the future, it's still going to be part of the rat pop. You know, it's still going to be a rat. It's going to be a more specified. So let's say, you know, millions of years ago, right? We have eukaryotes start to develop, right? Well, any type of thing that speciates from the earlier eukaryotes will always be a eukaryote. Even we're a eukaryote. We're related to cows. Cows are eukaryotic. They came from something that was eukaryotic. So whatever that species was, everything that descended from them is still eukaryotic, but we're just a different type of eukaryote. I'm a human. It's a cow.
Yeah,
that's all.
All they hear is cows will always be cows, and when they hear that, they automatically go, "Well, see, cows can never over time become a human being by, you know, species." Well,
that's a whole different thing, though. Cows are in a different lines of phylogeny, right? You know, well, I know. I'm not explaining it to you, Bob, but
well, I don't know anything about it. I mean, that's why I'm explaining to you how they understand it, because I don't understand it, and I really don't.
Okay, let's take a chimpanzee. Let's take a chimpanzee, right?
Yeah, so you have to explain, but all I'm saying is you don't have to explain it to me.
Well, let me try. A chimpanzee population is pretty close to us. Would you say that's probably a close?
Yeah.
Ouch. That's probably our closest primate. The chimpanzee bonobos, okay? But let's say most people don't know what a bonobo is. A bonobo is more related to a chimp. But let's say a chimp, right? A chimp, no matter how far in the future you go, a chimp could never, ever, 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 ever evolve to be a human or a Homo sapien or a Homo group. It cannot happen. It's on a different branch, okay? It's a different timeline. If you want to think about timelines, we're over here. Chimps are going this way. So whatever they evolve into, right? Whatever speciate they speciate into, it's never going to be something from another branch. It's not possible.
Okay, so let's go with what they're going to want to know is if you follow the chimps back and the humans back, at what point do their branches connect?
Okay. The last one is called, okay, that particular branch goes to a species they call Panprior. Panprior is about 6 million years ago, but we have not discovered an example of Panprior yet. We know what we're looking for, but we haven't discovered Panprior. However, if you go back further in the group of Hominidae, which is the great apes, right? Hominidae is part of Homordia. Homordia being all apes, lesser and greater. If you go back far enough on the great apes, you have the humans, the bonobos, the chimpanzees, but you also got the gorillas and the orangutans, right? And the orangutans being the furthest back. So at about 12 to 13 million years ago, there's a common ancestor that's a common ancestor to orangutans, chimpanzees, bonobos, chimps, and us. Okay, that is called Paralipithecus catalonicus. That they have is discovered, and that was discovered in Spain.
Say that 3 times fast. Goodness.
Yeah, no shit, right? And I'm the person that has the hardest time pronunciation of shit, so I got that one down, Paralipithecus catalonicus. But that one has been discovered, and that one is exactly what we're looking for as far as the unique character combinations. Because people ask, well, how do they date these? Well, not just the fact they can do the radiometric dating, but look at it. If I have a species that is 12 million years ago, it's going to have features of something in that time frame. It can't have features that didn't exist 12 million years in the future, right? You don't find things before its precursors. So we say, okay, well, the skull should be like this. It should be like this. It's a precursor to us, and therefore, this is the features we should look for. Neil Shubin did that when he found Tiktaalik in Nova Scotia. They said, okay, what features would this creature that's going out of land or the water, right? Becoming a transitional species. What would it have for character combinations?
Well, and also what type of rock to look for too.
Well, that same thing. Where in the strata? Where they look found in the right strata.
They made a prediction.
Do you think that's a good scientific method to apply?
I think that's the best scientific method to apply. That's prediction. Look at hang on. King, 1 second. I've asked you 3 questions. You haven't answered any of them.
Let me just say that I've often heard you explicitly criticize those who go into any type of scientific discussion with a faith-based mentality. I've heard you specifically say...
We're not talking about faith-based mentality. We're talking about predictive modeling.
Completely outlaw deny the possibility of that scientific theory being valid.
No, we're talking about scientific model prediction of predictive. Okay, if the model is valid, okay, first of all, you didn't ask my question before. Now that we are back, will you answer it? Do you believe natural selection exists? And I'll get back to this.
Sorry, Steve.
Do Does natural selection exist? Is something wrong here? I've asked him like 4 times.
He's done that in other hangouts. You ask him a question, he goes silent.
Yeah, King, hello.
I mean, what's up with this? You ask us questions, we answer.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions, but this is kind of Alvin, I swear to God.
I was on mute. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have Bob drive.
You better be getting laid.
Hey, my nature was.
I will have Bob find you.
Alvin, if you're making noises like that, you better get laid.
That's so loud in my ears.
Oh man.
Well, it's too late. It's too late for me to find him. I was already in Chicago this morning, so.
Yeah, I was hiding from him.
Oh, so you're doxing him. I was in Chicago. Great to know.
I was afraid.
All right, so King, you're not going to answer any questions, or is this one-sided?
Pretty much one-sided. I mean, I just wanted to point out.
Oh, okay. So why won't you answer questions? Because I'm happy to answer any questions you got.
No, I will. I
This is
just
trivial stuff.
wanted to point that out. I wasn't sure if other people made the connection.
Well, there's no connection. There's no connection to be made.
Okay.
Because I'll explain this because I'm happy to. But I mean, King, it's kind of notable you're not even answering questions, and we will.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
When we have a predictive model, and if I say, hey, the theory of gravity, I predict that if I drop something, let me get on camera, it's going to fall down. That's a prediction I can make. I can test it and go, okay, look, here's the thing. It fell. It made the prediction came true. Now that's a pretty simple prediction. Now a very novel prediction would be something like the Big Bang cosmology, where we say, hey, look, if the model's true, we're going to see this ubiquitous thing of radiation called the cosmic microwave background radiation, and it's going to be at a very specific temperature, 2.725 degrees Kelvin. Oh, look, what we found. We found this ubiquitous cosmic microwave background radiation exactly as predicted, that exact temperature. The model is confirmed. Same thing with the evolution.
Steve, you're getting far too difficult on this.
Hang on, Sue. It's okay. You know what? It's not for kids. It's not for him. It's for the viewers. They want to actually understand this stuff. So if I make the prediction that, okay, I want to find this thing, we'll call it tiktaalik, and say, where am I going to find this based upon these characteristics?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to point out.
Let me finish. Can I finish? Since you won't answer questions, let me finish my answer.
Well, do you want
to? Since you won't answer, let me finish my answer.
Have a back and forth.
Since you won't answer, let me finish my answer first, please.
Go ahead. Why don't you just
okay, good. Thank you. So what we did was what Neil Shubin did was he said, okay, these are all the things that we would expect if this is true, we would find it. And they found it. Now, if I ask a younger creationist, right, which you're the only one in the room, I think, but let's say, Heavy, let's pretend you're a younger creationist, because I think you used to be, didn't you?
No, even when I was a Christian, I accepted it.
All right, but let's say you're a young earther. And I say, hey, Heavy, I want you to find this tiktaalik, and it's going to look like this. It's going to have these features. It's going to be, I don't know where it's located. I want you to determine that. And how would you do that? If you're a younger creationist, how would you go about finding this thing? Or you know what, better yet, I don't even tell you the features. I say, hey, I just want to find a transitional fossil of fish that's been traversing from land or water to land. How would a younger creationist know to go to Nova Scotia, find the right sedimentary layer to find this particular fossil in, and then say, oh, look, this has the exact character combinations we would look for based upon the lines of phylogeny? No younger creationist could do that. You know why? Because their model doesn't work.
Right. It's like I can't use faith. Well, let's see. I have faith that if I go out in my backyard and start digging, I'm going to find this thing or something. Scientists don't do that. Steve's trying to.
You're not going to find it living in your backyard. But hey, General, you finally showed up real quick. Can I, General? Hello? General, you here? No. Whatever. So, yeah, these things are evolution is one of the most predictive models in history. We can actually predict a ton of crap with it. It is extremely explanatory. It's extremely predictive. It is the most well-established, well-confirmed, most documented scientific theory of all human history, meaning that it is a confirmed model. Just like gravity is a confirmed model. If I said I want to plot the exact trajectory of this cup as it falls, okay, I could use gravity to do that. I could use a theory of gravity to do that. And that means it's a confirmed model. The model will predict exactly what will happen. Evolution is the same way.
And another thing about evolution is that there are other fields of science that are not evolution, but they contribute to evolution. They show that it does work. It's like the
genetics, proteomics,
genetics, the fossil record. None of that's that's not really under evolution, but it shows that evolution happens.
There's a consilience.
It's outside evidence.
Yeah, there's consilience of paleontology.
Well, anyway, yeah, you already explained that, but I just want to say, there's stuff from outside of evolution that it doesn't.
Yeah, it's funny because there's no branch of science that is inconsistent with any other branch. There's a consistency to be held in science. There has to be a conformity to all of them being able to relate to each other. You can't have one branch that's so diverse from the other one.
That's what I found kind of interesting about the inconsistency in your application of thought. That's why I wanted.
What's inconsistent? I don't understand what's inconsistent. A predictive model will predict something. Evolution, to be a confirmed model, must be able to make predictions. And then you're saying that we shouldn't make predictions out of it. I don't get that. That makes no sense.
I think you said something about like misapplication of God. Well, what does he mean by that?
No. I'm saying how Steve, at first you said that basically no one can do that, and then you just said it's the best thing.
I've never said that. Wait, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never said that. I have 440 videos. I challenge you to say that I've never said a predictive modeling can't be used for predicting. That's actually one of the 3 basic assumptions I have in my axiomatic foundational system.
No, you did that. That disqualifies people from even entering into scientific discussion, basically.
No. You're confusing. You're confusing. I know what he's talking about, but he's confusing vastly different things. Okay. He's talking about something like, okay, I believe something to be true, and I want to go look for evidence to confirm my belief, right? Like young Earth creationists, they believe the young Earth creationist model is true, so they're going out looking for evidence to comfort their belief. That's what he's talking about. That's not the same thing as a predictive modeling. Predictive modeling is not just a belief. Predictive modeling says this is what's going to happen. If I say the theory of gravity states that if I drop this, it's going to fall to the ground, right? That's a prediction. That's how these models work. He's conflating completely different things, right?
Yeah. It's not like you asserted any particular ontology to be correct. You're just talking about like scientific theories and how they work, how they're successful based on their modeling.
And the ontology might not be correct. Matter of fact, I'm a scientific instrumentalist, as you know. I'm not a scientific realist. And so, like the theory of gravity, it might not represent actual reality. Reality might be different, but it doesn't matter. It works for us. There may not be space-time as we think it is, but the model's based on the fact that it works because of Minkowski space-time.
Yeah, I think he's using a different definition of prediction from what you're using. He's probably thinking of, you go see Lady Sarah and her crystal ball, and she's going to make a prediction after consulting with the spirits. No, that's not the definition we're using.
I'm sorry. I said, come on, Paul. I meant come in. Paul, do you want to come in?
Yeah, but
the other creationists have no model whatsoever.
Can I get analogy? It's like how we judge the weather, right? We're not judging it by like the number of birds that fly in the sky. We're judging it based on weather patterns, what actually occurs in nature, just those natural processes, like scientific measurements and all that. Meteorology. That's sort of the difference. That's how I make predictions. That's the difference.
Yeah, of course it is. And and it was funny is with the young Earth creationist thing though. They have to deny every branch of science to maintain their position. And the worst part is that we have models that work. The analogy would be like this. I accept the theory of gravity, and I accept that if I drop something, it's going to fall. So younger creationists, they say, I believe that it's not going to fall. I believe it's going to go up. Let me look for evidence for that. That's not how you do science. It's exactly what they're doing. They have something completely contrary to what science actually shows. And then they say, let me try to find evidence for that. Hey, we got Veckel here. So real quick, I want to change the subject for Cam. Veckel, my friend, my buddy.
What's going on? Can you hear me?
I brought you in. I invited you in because I needed you to back up another theist here, Alvin, right? Alvin's he was kind of like swimming. And Bob had an interesting argument that he was running, and I think Alvin did okay. I'm not dissing on you, Alvin, but I think he didn't to be fair.
I was uncomfortable about how polite you guys were treating me. I love
you, man.
Kind of threw me off. I was a little off my game because
you're a little off your game. But I wanted to give you some backup.
You were being nice, so I didn't really know how to respond.
Nice to you. Dude, I'm always nice to you. But I wanted to get Veckel as maybe a little backup, and Alvin was like, "Oh, cool with that." So, hey, Bob, can you? I don't mind changing the topic again back to what it was because I was interested in this, but I don't want to spend too much on it. But Bob, you want to run your argument with Veckel and see how Veckel responds? Is that cool?
Yeah, sure. He's probably heard it. All right. Are all of God's commandments, are those based in His laws everything that God speaks, is that based on his nature or what he feels for the day?
Based on his nature.
And does his nature ever change?
No.
Okay. If God commands people to have incest because of it, all right, and then at a later date in time, he commands people not to have incest, are those opposing commandments?
Yes.
Okay. So if his commandments are based on his nature, then he has an opposing nature.
No. No, this is exactly the same argument that Scholar Fiction brought up in our debate. And because God makes a change in a law, that doesn't mean that his nature has changed. Okay, for example, if his nature were to change, what you should see is him saying, contradicting himself. He's giving a law, and then all of a sudden, it's okay to do that one thing.
Well,
You see what I'm saying?
So he gave a law saying he told people to have incest. He says, be fruitful and multiply. He told them straight up, he drowned the world, right? Left 8 people, told them to be fruitful and multiply. Those were his words out of his mouth. So he told them to have incest because he didn't use the words incest, but there's no way they could be fruitful and multiply unless they had incest, right?
Right.
Okay. And then in Deuteronomy,
So then in
Deuteronomy, he turns around and says,
I'm very familiar with it. Trust me, I'm
I
very
know, but
familiar
if
with
he
it.
All right, let Vecco answer it, because I mean we've heard the argument and he's familiar with the argument, so I want to hear how he has to answer.
Maybe not the way. Just let me finish. I'm only
Yeah,
going
okay. Go ahead.
But then he turns around and tells people in Deuteronomy, don't have incest.
Leviticus. No, not
Leviticus?
Deuteronomy. Leviticus.
I thought it was Deuteronomy 20 also or something like that too. Okay, but either way, he turns around and then tells them, don't have incest. Three things.
No. They're contradictory to each other. However, the issue that needs to be looked at is this: that because God is the ultimate arbiter of morality, of all these things that we say, he's not going to contradict himself. Okay, he can change things, but that doesn't mean himself. For example, and also there's even debate about some scholars saying that what you see happening prior to Leviticus 18 is actually considered incest anyway. That's a whole other discussion there. But it would still be wrong to go against God to do anything that he commands you to not do, or that is contrary to his nature. So for example, in prior to Leviticus 18, there was no law forbidding people to mate with somebody close to family, like maybe a half sister or a cousin, so on and so forth. And as you pointed out, it's not introduced until Leviticus 18. So now why God brought that law into being at that time, well, we can just assert that, okay, maybe at that time the world was already populated enough and God put an abrogation to it and said, okay, enough is enough. Now, it's only wrong if God says don't do it, and then you do it anyway.
Yeah, that's the kind of I was actually agreeing with
Bob,
Alvin on this. Yeah,
I'm offended.
A little bit. I'm watching.
So offended, but continue.
Alvin, come on! I'm watching my little thing here. I was trying to remember who was giving the argument. I didn't forget your name. I just but what was I going to say now? But I wanted to give Bob the argument out, but I don't think it's a great argument, and I love Bob, but I just think on this one he might be a little bit off, and I couldn't maybe word it properly. Alvin thought I did a pretty decent job, but I think I have to kind of agree with Vecco on this from a theist perspective, not my own, from a theist perspective. What Vecco's saying makes sense to me.
Well,
it only makes sense if we are asserting that God is the ultimate arbiter of morality, logic,
and I think
types of things.
Heavy agreed too, but General, you want to weigh in real quick on this, if you may?
Okay.
And then we'll get back to Vecco because I'm curious.
Yeah, but I would say most of the Old Testament laws are man-made anyway, that they don't derive from God.
Well, I mean, I believe a lot of that too. But if you heard what Vecco said, Feckle said all God's commandments are based on his nature never changes. So if he gives you a commandment to have incest, and then turns around and gives you the exact opposite commandment to not have incest, those are two opposing commandments. So how can he have an opposing nature?
All I would ask is where does he ask to have incest?
Well, so he doesn't use the word incest, right? If you believe in Adam and Eve's story that Adam and Eve were the only two people on earth, he told them to be fruitful, multiply. So he told them to have incest. There's no way they can be fruitful, multiply without incest.
But that's a straw man.
That's a straw man.
1 second.
Wait, why would you call that incest?
1 second.
And then
why would you call that incest?
Hang on. And then he floods the world, right? Yeah. He floods the world and leaves 8 people, and then tells them to be fruitful, multiply.
Well, Adam and Eve wouldn't be incest themselves.
Wait. Yeah, Bob, I'm curious.
But Adam and Eve isn't incest.
Who said that they were brother and sister?
Yeah, how would Adam and Eve be an incest? I don't get that either. I've never heard that word before.
No, he's speaking about Adam and Eve's children.
Yeah, the children, yes, but not Adam and Eve.
He needs to say that. So if he's speaking about Adam and Eve's children, he needs to say that, be more specific. But he said Adam and Eve.
Yeah,
yeah. But Eve's created by Adam's rib. Like that. Never mind.
That's not.
Never mind.
All right, come on. Leave it to Sludo. Throw a monkey wrench in it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring logic into this.
I also want to throw this little.
And as far as Adam and Eve's kids, can't enable the 2 men. One gets killed. Like, really, doesn't work here.
Go ahead, Veckel.
Oh, Steve, I just want to say this. Now I go with Hugh Ross's flood thing, right? So I don't think that it wiped out the whole,
Well, yeah, you're not a complete idiot. I understand that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh gosh.
No, just quickly.
I'm sorry. If you believe in Noah's Ark, you're not. To me, I don't care how much I like you, somebody. They're not much brighter than a flat earther. There's no possible way in any God's green earth.
That's your opinion. That's fine.
Well, it's scientifically impossible. It's not just opinion. It's demonstrably impossible.
Can I answer Bob briefly?
About us, 1 Corinthians 4:10. So thank you for that. But again,
but Veckel, hang on. But do you understand though? It doesn't matter what you believe. It's scientifically impossible. That is a fact. Science says it's impossible. You grant that, right?
No.
You don't grant science as impossible?
No, I think what we're doing is we're looking at evidences and we're coming to our own conclusions about things. That's what I think.
No, it's not like that at all.
Okay, as a person, let me answer this.
Get upset with me every single time I say.
Now listen, on Beckel's behalf, though, this is what I would say on Beckel's behalf. If I did believe, I'm not saying that it didn't flood the whole earth because it's scientifically impossible, because I do believe God is incapable of doing things.
If that's
the reason I'm saying is that I think if I look at scripture and other things, I'm coming to that conclusion. But I'm not saying, Bob, get out the space shuttle.
I got it.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying is, it's not because I just think it's so. Like, if I honestly did, I was just okay. It's a miracle. But the fact that it doesn't look like that now, I'll be like, okay. The fact that there's no scientific evidence was a miraculous thing that happened.
But
so
I
don't need to agree with. Yeah.
They don't claim that the animals in the Noah's Ark is a miracle. They don't claim that, by the way. But here's the thing. It's like saying this. If I say I want you to roll a dice, right, and you pick 7. Right? What do you think is going to come up? I say, hey, pick a number between 1 and 6.
Don't straw man us now. Come on.
No. I'm not a straw man. This is the exact same thing. And you say 7. I say, look, it's impossible. Pick 7. Well, I just need to get 7. You can pick it.
Analogy. Bad.
Let me finish the analogy. You pick something that's impossible to ever have to come to fruition, and then you say, "Oh well, you know what? That's just your interpretation of probability of theory." Well, no, that's saying that it's impossible.
Come on now, Steve.
How is that a bad argument?
That's a very.
Can I answer?
No, that's a bad. How is that a bad argument?
Wait. You try to use that argument to liken unto the people believing a global flood?
Well, I'm not so much the global flood, but the existence of extant populations from Noah's Ark, because there's no possible way you can get the amount of species.
All these things can be answered for, Steve. The problem is that you're not.
No, they can't.
Accept them. Yes, they can, and they have.
Can I say?
That's the funniest thing. They have not.
Okay, well, you guys can believe that if you want.
Well, it's not belief. No, that's not a belief.
Nah, yeah, sure it is.
That's not a belief. I mean, it is a belief, but it's a knowledge.
That's fine. I've been down this road many times. That's okay.
Well,
can I say something?
I don't buy it scripturally, and
Can I be heard?
And
Am
as
I
far
coming
as the
through?
science goes, now when it comes to the scripture, I don't buy it. I don't buy the local flood argument. I don't buy it at all. I think it can be easily refuted.
Oh,
but when
well,
it
there you go.
comes to
You're in
the
general on that
science,
one.
I will admit that scientifically speaking, I don't know. You might have an argument there with me, but that's like I've said, I'm probably one of the most scientifically ignorant people in this community. But again, I can still boldly say that it is based off of your own perception, based off of your preconceived notions. There, you're looking at evidence.
That makes no sense.
And you got
The scriptures
people
nowhere teach a global flood. Nowhere.
And the scriptures in nowhere teach a local flood.
Yeah, it does.
As somebody,
no, actually, no, it does not.
Yes,
what
it
are you
does.
Tell me? You're gonna tell me the way.
Can I just say something? As somebody who used to believe in a global flood, I used to believe.
I've heard
That's
this
why I used to
many
believe
times
in a global
before,
flood, like
and that word "eretz"
and
is probably
Yeah,
your strongest
Kol
point.
is used. Kol Eretz is used many times.
That is your
with respect
strongest
to
point,
local
and
geography.
even that strongest point as a local flooder.
Hang on. Let Wayne. Wayne's trying to get in here. Let Wayne get in.
Let me just say this last thing. That is your strongest point.
No, it's not. That's just one facet of many different arguments.
It's not even a good argument.
It is a good argument. It's a grammatical argument.
All right. You're not going to get anywhere.
Good
bad. All right. No. You guys are never getting anywhere. Good bad. Wayne, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, as somebody who used to believe in a global flood, I definitely don't think any of you guys are stupid or anything like that, because I used to believe in this stuff, and it seems to me when I did my own research and I looked into it, the science didn't convince me at all. What did convince me was the biblical argument and looking at the different scriptures that the younger creationists don't bring out, like Psalm 104 or going to I think it's 1st and 2nd Peter, and so I would say scripturally, I think the local flooders, they make a pretty good argument. But also, when I looked into the history of where the flood story came from, it's fairly new. People didn't start accepting the global flood view until like 1960. So I would say you have a problem with that.
Can I throw this little caveat in there too?
Just 1 second.
Nah,
I want to first say something, and then I want to answer Bob's.
All right, all three of you guys can't talk at once. Alvin's asked to say something first.
That's not a good rebuttal.
All three of you can't say anything at once.
Can I go after General?
No, I want you to go first, Alvin, because you said something first. Then it'll be Veckel. Then it'll be General.
104. I mean, what about?
All right, Veckel. It's not your time yet. Not your time yet. Hang on. Hey, Alvin, go ahead. And then it'll be Veckel.
Just a quick little caveat in there. You can look up the Shirapak flood in Mesopotamia. And
I know about that.
Yeah, the king of that before the flood was Gilgamesh, right? Now we all know that epic or whatever, right? But what's interesting is it wasn't until after the Shirapak flood that we start looking at words like Canaan, Mizraim, Cush. These names all of a sudden are used to describe Egypt, and other place. Now these are the sons, the grandsons at least of Noah, and that's an interesting correlation for those names to pop up right after this Mesopotamian flood and used to describe various things. So that's just a little historical caveat in there. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I know. There's at least 300 versions of the flood story, and I think between all 300 versions, there's only about a 20% difference between all of them, which is actually a good thing, because if all of them were spot on 100% exactly the same, then that would even give the atheists and skeptics even more reason to question things. But the fact that they are different in some minor details, the major detail is that there was a worldwide flood. There were people on a boat with a bunch of animals, so on and so forth. Let's forget about the transliterations of the names, because that's not relevant. But to me, that tells me that there was a story that was going around based off of something that actually happened.
No. It tells you that there was a story that was going around. That's elite.
The story itself does not in any way, shape, or form give any indication that it was only in one location.
I mean,
to me, it doesn't make any. To me, biblically, it doesn't make any sense for God to make Noah spend all those years building an ark just so that he can float in one spot. if he's just going to kill a bunch of people in one area? Why not just do what he did with Moses and his people? Move out of Egypt, so that Lot and his family move out of Sodom and Gomorrah and watch everybody else burn up. But we don't see that being the case with the flood, in the flood story in the Bible. So this is why I'm totally not convinced. I think it's a really, really poor explanation on the flood, on the local flooders' part.
What date do you give the flood?
Can I go next? I was meant to be next.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, just to respond to what Michael just said, the scriptures does say that the floodwaters reached a height of 22.5 feet. So when we take that height into account, we take Noah's height and the ark's deck height, which is conjectural to the size of a yacht. Then you have a visual distance of a maximum distance of roughly 13 kilometers. So that means the floodwaters would not be able to be globally flooded just from Noah's height.
You're getting this from scripture?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
See,
You're not getting that from scripture. No, you're not. Can you show me a verse?
Let me finish.
Wait. Before you go any further, because you said something that needs to be validated by scripture alone. Okay, we can talk about the science later, but let's talk about what this Bible says. You said that you have scriptural evidence that the Bible teaches that the water went a certain height. That's what you just said.
Yeah.
Where's that scripture?
Let me just open up the scriptures.
All right, because I don't want you to play no eisegetical games here. So I want you to show us exactly what the text says, and then I want you to prove that this is how it ought to be interpreted.
By the way, why are you doing that? Somebody asked if I cut my hair.
One second.
In general, even if that's the case.
Give him a minute, man. Give him a minute.
All right. Go ahead. I'll wait.
So, in verse 20, this is verse.
Wait. What? Genesis 7.
This is Genesis 7, verse 20.
Okay, yeah.
The floodwaters rose 22.5 feet above all the hills.
Okay.
And the earth died.
15 cubits upward, did the waters prevail? Okay.
Yes, 15 cubits is about 15 cubits is about 6.5 meters. So if you're going to speak about the floodwaters going beyond 5,000 meters, which would be the height of Ararat, there's no way that the person on the boat could have measured such a depth. Like the accuracy of saying 6.5 meters versus 5,000 meters.
Why would you skip the rest of the verse?
Well, Joe, can I add that this is very similar? Why I'm saying, like, he had said that my thing with the probability was inaccurate, or like an analogy. It's a perfect analogy. Math is math. Probability is probability. Math precludes this from happening, as long, and in every other branch of science as well, physics and biology. I mean, there's everything about science says that this cannot happen, not just one branch. And math is actually one more definitive, because maths don't lie. Math is not interpretative.
Well,
yeah, and if I'm just really quick, like people.
So can I just finish my point?
Yeah.
I'm just curious why you wouldn't. How do you explain the rest of the verse, though?
The word har there is all the like elevated ground, basically. So it's some translations have it as mountains. But when we look at the
okay. So it didn't cover it.
Let me finish.
Don't you love that dismissive laugh?
Let me finish. So when we look at the geographical location of where Adam and Eve would have been, this was the Persian Gulf area. And see this area in blue over here? This is a low-lying region, and the Hejaz Mountains over here and the Armenian Mountains on the north are quite tall. They're very tall. And so the Mount Ararat, let me just come down here. So Mount Ararat would be way up north, so like, I don't know if you can see my mouse over here, but so I'm proposing that the flood would have been this extent due to things that would take me, 30 minutes to explain. And so therefore, when you said that, when you made the point that why didn't Noah and those people move? They couldn't have, because first and foremost, Noah's a farmer, and you can't have farm animals move up mountains. So the only way that he could have survived is through, safety on a boat that then would have migrated up to Mount Kodu. It's called Kodu.
I got to respond to that. Yeah, but go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, you're done?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. Number one, the question, why didn't God tell Noah and his family to move? And your response is because it wouldn't have worked with certain farm animals. Again, isn't that exactly what happened with the Israelites while they were 40 years in the wilderness? They were starving for food, and then what did God do? First, he provided them with manna. Okay. They got tired of the manna. They started whining and complaining. I want some meat. I want some meat. So then God gave them some meat. He made like at least 3 feet of quail fall down on the ground, and that's and they use that. I mean, you know the old joke that God said, "I'm going to give you so much quail that it's going to be coming out of your nose." So to use that as an argument to say that there was a local flood on the scriptural level, to me, it's simply subjective on your part, man. It is not. It does not work. Remember, this is a miracle. This was an act of God. God
No, it wasn't.
These people to leave.
It was a natural event.
God, it was. See, this is why I have certain problems with you, General. But I ain't going to talk about it here in certain companies. So the fact that you,
what's the problem? Wait, don't just roll over there. What's the problem with General?
The fact that those words just came out of
and
your
then
mouth just now.
It was a completely natural event.
The fact that those very words just come out of your mouth, and you claim to be a theist or a believer in God, but you immediately resort to saying something as stupid as that, saying, "Oh, it's not an act of God, it's nature." Well, of course, a naturalist would say that, General, because all they're seeing is that all they're seeing.
Can't God utilize?
God is doing.
Can't God utilize
But
natural events?
How can you sit here and say, "Oh, it wasn't an act of God"? Of course, it was an act of God. You know how we know it's an act of God? Because He said that He was going to do it.
Oh,
and then it happened.
Yeah. So isn't he?
What
Isn't
the
he the?
hell is wrong with
yeah,
you,
but
bro?
but Beckel, isn't he the prime mover in anything that's natural?
Man, you are. Anyway, all I want to say is this: if you are something else. Look,
I'm not giving him a chance.
God, if all God has to do is tell them to move, okay. As far as being provided for, like providing for the animal, I mean, He already killed every other animal. Right?
Again, no. You're not.
Saying,
You totally. One second.
Hold
you
on.
totally misunderstood.
Let me finish. I let you do your scientific, non-biblical explanation. Let me finish mine. Okay.
Oh, come on, Beckel. Stop with the bullshit.
If God, look. First of all, the fact that you are, when that conclusion of yours is ignoring the fact that there were other animals on the planet that suffered the flood as well, or unless you're saying that all of them were on a boat.
No.
Is that what you're
saying?
GH?
Here are the Hebrew words. Let me answer that. So here are the Hebrew words associated with the type of species that did survive, and here are the Hebrew words of the type of species that did not survive. Now, here are the species.
Well, I missed that. Can you say that again?
So yeah, this list here, I don't know if you can see this list, but this list here is a list of species that did survive on the ark. And these 2 words are the type of species that did not survive the ark. And what's interesting is that whether you're looking at the list that did survive.
On the ark or off the ark?
So these 2, the Sherez and the Yakum, did not survive. But this list here,
I'm not talking about
the Basad, all that did survive the flood. Now,
but General, I'm not talking about on the ark. I'm talking about off the ark. Let's talk about that.
So this is my point. This is my point. So the species narrowed down to a certain list, and the list is given in Job 38. So you had the lion, the raven, the goat, deer, donkey, wild ox, ostrich, horse, hawk, and eagle. And when you actually look at that top 10 list that's given in Job with respect to the location of where Noah would have been, it actually makes perfect sense. So there's no dinosaurs, there's no polar bears, there's no penguins. It's this particular list that fit the species list of the grammar words that's mentioned here.
GH, can I ask you a question again? I'm asking you for the evidence that there were no other animals on the planet after the animals that were gathered up by God on the ark. Are you telling me that there were no animals left on the planet?
The animals that would have been gathered on the ark would have been this list that I'm showing you here.
I'm not
and based on archaeological and paleontological research of the type of fauna that would be there.
General, I'm not asking you that though. I'm asking you, this is going to be my third time asking you. Are you telling me that there were no animals at all left after God had already gathered all the animals?
Wait,
there were animals. There were still animals around. One second.
Let me ask you a question though.
1 second.
Hang on.
All right, no.
There were already.
I would like to answer your question, but
I'm not going to be part of this discussion if this is constant fighting all the time.
Yeah, it's an easy question. It's an easy question. Okay. It's all right. I thought that God commanded Noah to gather up the animals. Now you're telling me God gathered up the animals?
I know it's related, Bob, but seriously, I want.
Hey, let Veckel and General finish his bill right quick, Bob.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with Bob's question. It's just that I don't want to go off track. I really want to make sure that General answers this question.
Because you're hitting General about the biblical, and if it's biblical that God told Noah to do it, and not that God gathered.
But we're not talking about who
red herring though. Let them go ahead and finish.
Bob, we're not talking about who told what to do. I'm asking him a simple question. Were there any animals left after he had already gathered all the animals on the ark? And if not, then how does he know that? What is he going by? That's my first. That's my first question.
Beckel, if I may, just for a second. So General is looking at it from a local flood point of view. So these animals were in the local area. You're looking at it from a global flood. So
yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, then explain how the kangaroo gets to the ark.
Yeah, why are we avoiding the elephant in the room, which is that there is no evidence whatsoever of a worldwide flood? I mean, we've got Antarctic ice cores that go down 800,000 years. We've got Chinese cultures that completely.
All right, you guys are going down to rabbit holes. I'm
disagree with you, but
you guys wait. You guys are going down too many rabbit holes. Can Veckel and General finish their discussion about this? Because I was listening to it before you go down 5,000 of their rabbit holes. Yes, I agree with you.
Let them finish their bill.
Yeah. I just want to. I know you guys
all understand.
Yeah, I don't want us to hijack the conversation. I know people want to say, but I just.
If Veckel ever wanted to come in, I tell you what. I mean, if Veckel ever said, "Hey, Steve, you know what? I got evidence for a flood or young Earth," I'd be like, "I will, dude. Here, hang out now. You have the floor. My God, I'll be going." So yeah, we're not expecting Veckel ever to give evidence for this.
So what I'm doing right now,
discussion with him, please.
I'm cross-examining General Han Solo because he is telling me that. One of the reasons why God would not have made they could not have moved is because of the farm animals, right? Okay, great. But I'm telling you that that's not a sound argument because we see other instances where God has supernaturally provided for people while they were in the wilderness. Okay, so let me ask you this: if it was a local flood, okay, were there other animals still left that did not make it to the ark? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, if he killed those animals, okay, why it doesn't make any sense that he would kill all these other creatures here, right? And then tell them, as well as a bunch of other human beings.
Yeah, but what's the exhaustive list of creatures that he did kill, if it's global?
Wait, say it again.
So you have to have an exhaustive list of creatures.
No, you don't.
Various types of species that would have died if it's a global flood.
No, you don't. No, you just go by what the text clearly tells you. It says that 2 of every kind. So that's asserting that every creature that ever existed at that time.
And specifically,
at least 2 of that kind of creature was brought to the ark. It's really that simple.
Word. That's the Hebrew word.
Of the kinds.
One second.
It doesn't say all of every kind. It just says 2 of every kind, so on and so forth. So if it's only 2 of every kind, you can't assert that. Okay,
I'll just let you finish.
That's every last living being, a living creature, non-human creature that came onto the ark. It's asserting that it was 2 of something. It was a portion, a fraction of this kind and that kind and that kind, and the rest stayed off the boat, and it was killed. They were killed.
If it was a local flood, then the other animals across the world wouldn't be in danger. They'd still be alive.
Yeah, but the problem is that the text doesn't give any indication that it was a local flood. It says
okay. Can I respond, Michael? Can you stop butting in and allow me to respond?
You brought up the verse.
Do you know how long you've been speaking for?
All right. Yeah, we got the idea. Vecco doesn't believe it's a local flood. General, why does the Bible say it's a local flood?
Well, I'm not done yet, but go ahead, General.
Well, I mean, Vecco, we get your position. It's not a local flood.
No, but I can refute a lot of what he's saying, though.
Well, he hasn't said anything.
But he hasn't said it yet.
Yes, he has. Well, I'm taking.
You're refuting him before he said it.
You didn't refute the math. He gave you the math about it's not possible.
Christian, I know that hour's over.
Okay, well, Vecco, you're running a script. You're not letting General speak to refute.
Yeah, and Vecco,
you're refuting him before he says anything.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, Vecco, you didn't refute the math.
Script, sir.
What does it really? It doesn't matter. But whatever. You didn't refute the math. So this is what else the General can have that you can't refute. So General, go ahead. You have the floor.
Nothing's been rebutted.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to read this short excerpt, and then I'm going to showcase specifically what's going on with the species with respect to the ark and so on. So there's no, for example, there's no dinosaurs and so on. So
okay, this is on. I didn't ask you if there were dinosaurs on it. See, but anyway, you're going to talk about on the ark.
Vecco,
you're a young creationist.
He has the floor. Let him. He didn't interrupt you.
I just want him to address my point.
Vecco, he'll address your point after. Okay. Let him say what he has to say. I know you're a big boy. You can hold your tongue. Let him finish his little presentation, and then you can cross-examine. Okay.
Let's talk about.
He's got a PowerPoint and everything.
He's got a PowerPoint. Come on, him and Edgar have PowerPoints.
All right, let's talk about off the ark, not on the ark, off the ark. Go ahead.
Well, let him finish whatever he has to say.
Right. So, with respect,
anybody who interrupts you for the next 5 minutes, I'll hide from broadcast. Okay, it's fair.
All right. So this entire study was mostly scientific in its perspective on why it should be a local flood. But here, near the end of my talk, I quote from Michael Heiser, who is a Semitic scholar, and he only deals with the text alone. So he doesn't care about the science. Our concern is with the biblical text and its own evidence for a local flood. So first, the phrase in the flood narrative that suggests a global event occur a number of times in the Hebrew Bible where their context cannot be global or include all people on the planet. For example, the phrase the whole earth, kol eretz, occurs in passages that clearly speak of localized geography, and he gives a list of passages that use that phrase. In such cases, whole land or all the people in the area are better understandings. So those options produce a regional flood event if used in Genesis 6-8 where the phrase occurs. Then he says, second, the Genesis 9:19 clearly informs us that, quote, the whole earth was populated by the sons of Noah. Genesis 10 gives us the list of the nations spawned by the sons of Noah, all of which are located in the regions of the ancient Near East, the Mediterranean, and the Aegean. The biblical writers knew nothing of nations in another hemisphere, the Americas, or places like India, China, Australia. So the language in Genesis 10 therefore allows Genesis 7:21 to be restricted to only or even some of the people groups listed in the table of nations. So that's consistent with the local flood. And then finally he says, third, the phrase all humankind, kol adam, used in Genesis 7:21 also appears in contexts that cannot speak to all humans everywhere. So Jeremiah 32:20 and Psalm 64:9 can only refer to people who had seen what God had done, not people on the other side of the planet. And Psalm 104:9 appears to forbid a global flood since it has God promising with water, as had been the case at creation. So that's from a Semitic grammatical context why the flood has to be local.
I do get interrupted because I'm the moderator. Can you tell us what Psalms 104, or which Psalm says actually? I mean, you gave the citation, but can you tell us what it actually is without having me look it up?
So Psalm 104, here's the quotation, verses 6-9. So David is commenting on Genesis 1, the creation account. 6-9, he says, this is his commentary on it. You covered the primeval ocean like a garment. The water stood above the mountains. They flee at your rebuke. They rush away at the sound of your thunders. Mountains rise up. Valleys sink to the place you ordained for them. So you have tectonic activity taking place. And then you have set a boundary they cannot cross. They, the waters, will never again cover the earth. So this is before the flood, that once you have continents, never exceed those continents the way the planet originally was, and that is a water world. So once continents happen, no more will it be globally covered with water.
All right, so you're saying at the initial condition of the Earth, there was water covering all the mountains?
Yeah, mountains in here would be like, the high hills ground. Like what we see today, it was initially a water world, which we know in earth science.
2.8 billion years old. 2.8 billion years ago.
Oh, they weren't okay. Back then, they weren't very high mountains.
Yeah. So that's where you have to interpret the word har. Har is anything elevated.
Okay, I got you. Okay, because you're talking about the original creation, which would have been billions and billions of years ago.
Exactly.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
okay.
And we have a lot of
now,
right?
now, can I pause you on it because I don't want to overwhelm people, and Veckel, can Veckel now address what you've said and see what his rebuttal is? And by the same thing,
that is going to take some time to do that because he threw out a lot of points that I'm not going to.
I'll give you. How many minutes do you need, Veckel? How many minutes? Equal time.
Well, I'd rather do it another time. Like I said.
Well, I mean, just give him something. Give him.
I have to really sit down and some stuff I didn't take note of, but again, I would like to respond to the issue his interpretation.
So you're basically you're not going to refute anything he just said.
Well, he didn't listen.
Well, no, I didn't say that.
And I don't think
how about this?
that many points.
Let me ask this. Let me ask him this. Can you go back a slide?
Well, let me say this. Look.
How many points did General actually throw out? Like
well, hang on. Go back to the
You can say that if you
that's
want.
not the slide either.
You want that Michael Heiser quote? Slide?
Yeah, I think that was a slide.
Yeah,
I want to ask.
Isaac, right.
I was listening. Well, the slide that had the Psalms on it, because
yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about, the Psalms.
When I asked
this
you,
one?
well, no, when I said, can you show it? Yes, thank you. So do you? No.
First of all, it has to be taken. We have to take notice that the Psalms were written in a poetic fashion. Okay, so not everything that's worded verbatim is to be taken as some sort of doctrinal issue necessarily, or even 100% literal. Okay, so I mean, because you got parts in Psalm that talks about God has hands or this and that, and God doesn't have those things. All right, God is a spirit, so he doesn't have body parts. Okay, to me it just seems like it's awfully it seems to be like they sort of cherry picking which part of verses of the Bible that they want to take literally and which they want to take.
Isn't that kind of what you're doing though, Veckel?
And
I mean, that's exactly what you're doing though. You're literally saying I'm going to take.
Wait. So, but there's nothing. But see, here's
literally,
the problem.
this part not literally.
Well, then prove to me if I'm doing that, then you have to prove to me and everyone else.
You're doing it.
But if you have to, if that is the case, then you have to be able to prove to me and everyone else here that my interpretation of Genesis 7 is something that's based. That is literally that's figurative, but I'm taking it literally. You have to be able to prove that, and that's.
Well, I can't prove what you think, okay? But I can tell you.
Why are you making the assertion that you just
because
did now?
you literally just you can't say Psalms. I'm going to take Psalms as flowery allegorical language, but I'm going to take the whole Noah's Ark story as being legit.
You just accused me of doing what I said that General Han Solo does.
You just did
an example of that. You haven't seen me do an example. Of that,
you just said that. You said Psalms.
Show me an example.
So you said Psalms is allegorical.
Yes, I said that. But
so you're picking and choosing. So you're picking and choosing in the Bible which parts are allegorical and which ones are not.
I asked you to give me an example of me doing that. You haven't seen me do that since I've been on this call.
You just did it by saying
no,
Psalms
I did not.
Allegorical.
No.
So
no.
You're not saying Psalms allegorical. I have it.
That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. I asked you to show me evidence that I was doing the same thing. You haven't seen me do that yet.
When you said that Psalms was allegorical, you were literally saying you were taking a part of the Bible that you're not taking literally, which is take the rest of the Bible literally.
We're getting off topic. Look, listen.
Well, you just got demonstrated that you're doing exactly what you accused.
You can take that if you want. That's fine.
Well, you did.
Look,
it's completely like on record right here.
Yep, that's great.
Okay, good. Okay.
Psalm 104 verses 6-9. Okay, he says that this is evidence. This is a verse that you can use to prove that there was a local flood. Where in this text does it say that? Especially if this is poetic scripture, this is poetic text here. How do you go about discerning?
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, it's not just Psalm 104. So I'm saying, 1 second, Psalm 104 is a creation commentary of Genesis 1 by David.
Yes, I know that.
Written by David, because in the Dead Sea Scrolls, you actually have...
Who it was written by.
Okay, allow me to finish.
Yeah, I think you play a lot of word games, though. Just get to the point.
Let me finish. So, God himself in Job 38, and also the wisdom person in Proverbs 8, so it's not just Psalm 104. Look at these other two passages. So Job 38, which is also about the creation, God says, who enclosed the sea with limits when it gushed out of the womb, and I made clouds to be its clothes and thick dark. So he's speaking about the initial conditions of the planet, but yet there's limits approaching with respect to the water and the landmass. And look what he says here. When I prescribed a boundary for it, set in place bars and doors, and God apparently is like metaphorically speaking to the ocean, only this far and no more. Your majestic waves will stop here. And again in Proverbs 8, Christian theology would say this is Jesus speaking. I was there when he marked out a circle on the face of the deep, when he made the clouds from above and the springs of the depths were established, when he set a boundary for the seas so the waters would not exceed his limits. The global flood would be contradictory to statements like this and would actually exceed his limits, and hence would actually showcase that God is not even omnipotent.
Okay. See, again, what I'm hearing from you is just an interpretation of what the text is actually saying, and that is based off of the presupposition that there was no global flood. That's what I'm hearing. I think he's reading it. Now, wait a minute. Now, I gave him a chance to respond, to say something. Let me just give it a few.
Well, how would you read it? How do you read? Okay.
I mean, that was a great opinion. That was a great opinion, but I haven't heard a
no problem. And then okay. I think it's okay. Look, what?
Well, how do you read Job? How do you read Job 38?
Interpretation of the text. I don't think it's a
that's great,
salvific issue here. So
okay.
So Solo, let me just put that on the table there. I do
okay, that's fine. It's not
salvific.
That's a great opinion, but you haven't
however, again, we are looking at text that was specifically written in a poetic fashion here.
Okay, so how do you read the text? Show us your version of how to read the text, Michael. That's your rebuttal.
I just read it because based off
exegete.
I'm doing. Do you guys want me to respond at all, or I mean?
You're not responding. You're just
no. You know why I'm not responding? Because you're not letting me. Every time I get ready to speak, you keep cutting me off. Just rewind the video a few seconds. You see it.
Go ahead, exegete.
Right.
I'm listening.
Look, the problem is, Hans, how come it's okay for him to do these kinds of things? He can read a text and then he comes up with some extra biblical explanation for it, right?
Opinions.
But then when I try to see, there you go. But then when I try to do so, when I try to exegete it according to how I understand,
you haven't tried yet.
You
haven't tried yet.
My goodness.
Well, you haven't tried yet.
Yeah. All right. All right. Well, we'll just stop there then. That's great.
Well, hang on, Bob. He makes a good point, though.
Let's change the subject.
Let me talk. Meckel, instead of taking the time dedicated for you to give a rebuttal for your own exegesis of this, you spend all the time blasting on general. That's not how you do a proper rebuttal.
That's not what I'm doing.
That's exactly.
You didn't give me a chance to get started.
You're the first things you say is negative things about his. Let me finish. The first thing out of your mouth is negative things about General's presentation.
This is the same game.
Can you give your presentation? So do you have an exegesis? Yes, I mean.
Yeah, I know. Listen,
Bob,
all I'm saying is that I read the text in its plain
Okay, great.
value,
Can you read it for us?
With the assertion. Listen, I read the text in its plain value with the assertion that is based off of the context throughout the rest of the writings, that it is poetic in nature. Okay, so we don't look, and the reason why
I'm turning you up
is because of other verses, all right, where it is, for example, when God gave the promise to Noah that he would never destroy the earth through that fashion ever again. If that was only a local flood, then God has broken his promise many, 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 many times.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with what General just said. Will you exegete the passage General's talking about? Can you do that for us? Because what you just said.
No. What I'm saying, no. All I'm saying is that, look, I can just read it. Thou
Okay, read it.
coverest it
Go
with
ahead.
the deep with a garment. The water stood above the mountains. Let me stop there. Above the mountains.
Okay, and how do
Above
you?
the mountains.
Yeah, the primeval ocean.
Yes.
That's not talking about the flood.
Okay, right. It's not talking about the flood, but why go here to validate that this was a local flood?
Well, forget about
it. Doesn't.
So one
That's
second.
what we're
The question
talking
is,
about, though, Steve.
Beckel's not.
Beckel, the question is.
Let me read
what
it.
the-
I'm just reading the verse. Let me read it again.
what does primeval mean?
Can I finish my exegesis here? Or you guys don't even want to hear it?
Well, I don't know how you're exegeting it, but go ahead.
Oh my gosh, man! At verse 7, at thy rebuke they fled, at the voice of thy thunder they hasted away. Okay, what's going on there? He's talking about God's authority over nature. Okay, he said he spoke and the waters fled. They parted. Okay, verse 8, they go up by the mountains and they go down by the valley unto the place which thou hast founded. So again, if this is if these verses are going to be used to debunk the global flood, I don't see how that's the case, especially if this is primeval.
No, Beckel, what's the timing?
This is the creation period.
What's the
He's talking about
timing?
God's
One
authority
second.
over the elements. It has
What's-
nothing to do with the global
What's the
or
timing
local
of
flood.
this? No, what's the timing of this passage?
This is before the flood.
Okay, so at that we agree then. So you cover the primeval ocean, meaning the whole planet is covered with water. Would you agree in verse 6?
Well, again, this is poetic in nature, the text. So it's not. I wouldn't assert that it's asserting that the whole planet was covered in water before the flood.
So you're eisegeting it. You're adding in your own thing.
But that's not what it says here, though.
But you're eisegeting
okay,
it.
That's not what it says, though. How am I eisegeting it?
Beckel, what verse in Genesis 1 is verse 6 speaking about?
Genesis 1 verse 6?
No. David in Psalm 104 verse 6, when he says you cover the primeval ocean, what verse in Genesis 1 is he thinking about?
That I'm not sure of, to be honest with you. I would think maybe he could be some reference to Genesis 1 where he talks about the firmament.
No,
but I could be wrong about that.
He's thinking of verse 2.
Verse 2 of what? Psalm
Genesis 1. No.
I actually have
oh
a
my
commentary
gosh.
here.
You're not even like tracking on the right. I asked you specifically. Psalm 104 is a commentary on Genesis 1.
Yes.
Verse 6 in Psalm 104.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah. So verse 6 in Psalm 104 is about a particular verse in Genesis 1. So
okay, you saying
what verse would that
2?
be?
The earth
I'm saying it is verse 2. Right.
Okay.
Then
okay.
So then in day
okay. So you're saying
day
that
3.
Okay, go ahead.
In day 3 of Genesis 1, you have this. Let me just go there. Here. Then God, this is from Genesis 1. So then God said, "Let the water beneath the sky come together into one area, and let dry ground appear." So now you have this elevation of continents starting to rise from below the waters. Then and we know how this works through pulse states and so on, and so that's what this is speaking about. So
okay,
if verse 9 says that never again will the earth become globally covered with water, then how do you explain a global flood?
Okay, what you're pointing to about the waters being covering up the entire planet, I would say based off the text that's prior to him bringing the land animals. Okay, so obviously when he created the land animals, everything that's walking around, there was no global flood. There was no global liquid surface. Okay, and again, this is prior to the flood. Okay, so the world, the earth was without form and void, and fountains of deep, and all that other stuff. Okay, and then as you continue on throughout Genesis, okay, you got the different elements of each day of the different creation.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the
observations
question,
for each day. Okay, it doesn't say at day 6 that there were still waters surrounding the entire planet or engulfing every land animal or every land.
No. You've again. Is my mic breaking up? Am I coming clear?
No. I'm hearing you 100%. The problem is you bring up Psalm 104 as
the question is
as
very
a means
specific.
to say that this was prior to the flood, and I agree with you on that. But what I'm asking you is, how does the text in Psalm 104 debunk the global flood? Because all we're seeing in Psalm 104 is the creation, is a reiteration of what God did in Genesis 1. That's it. It doesn't say that, it's not talking about the flood. It's talking about how God, created the universe. How he has sovereignty over his creation.
Now, following from that thought, it's very clear. David is saying this. Now, David is living post-flood. All right, and he says, "You, God, have set a boundary. They, the waters, cannot cross. They will never again cover the earth." So he's thinking of the day 3 scenario in Genesis 1, and from that point onwards, once you have tectonic, landmass and so on, never again will the entire Earth, whether you're talking about the Mediterranean size of the world or
when he says the boundary, though. Well, when he says the boundary, what is he speaking in reference to? He's talking about post-flood or pre-flood?
Land boundaries.
Yes. Yeah.
So never again
he's talking about
will
the
waters
oceans,
cover
lakes,
the
rivers, and stuff like that. Right.
So surely David would have known about the following chapters in Genesis, where, according to your interpretation, they do exceed the boundaries.
Wait, you're not making any sense. If David is speaking post-flood, okay, he's talking about the creation, okay, and then he mentions about there being boundaries of the waters.
Yes, day 3 in Genesis 1.
Okay, so that means prior to the flood, there were lakes, oceans, rivers, so on and so forth. There were boundaries. There was no overflowing of the water prior to the flood. So, it's okay for David to speak like that. That's fine. And it's okay for him to say the same afterwards.
But it says never again will it be like the primeval ocean that once stood above all the mountains.
Why is it wrong if David is post-flood? Why is it wrong for him to use that type of language?
Because
why is it wrong for him to use that type of language?
Because if you're saying it's a global flood, it contradicts verse 9.
How is it contradicting verse 9? Verse 9 only says thou hast set a boundary.
Yeah, because in day 3, a boundary takes place. The boundary is the boundary between land and ocean, and never and David
pre-flood.
Yes,
that's
pre-flood. That's the point.
You know what? I barely ever understand General. I understand him clearly as day right now.
Wait.
Which part of
it's very out of back?
Wait, General. Let me finish my thought here. Hold on.
Which part of never are you not getting?
What David is saying, David is talking about is pre-flood. Okay. But when he says that it's never again, it would overflow, what is he referring to?
He won't cross that boundary. We have a flood.
He's referring to the flood.
No, he's saying there's no differentiation between land and water. The boundary is where water meets land, right, General? So that's the boundary. So there would be never be a time where there's a flood where there's no overflow, where there's no land.
No, but you see what I'm saying, though? No, you see what I'm saying, though? All David says here in verse 9 is that they may not pass over, they turn not again to cover the earth.
Yeah, I read that as there will never be a flood. There'll never be a flood.
Yes, exactly. So what he's doing
proves the global flood. General's right. Then you're saying
no. Well, you can think that if you want. It's fine. But at what point, what we see here,
I think you just conceded it.
At one point,
you just conceded it.
Let me finish. At one point, we see David talking about he's making reference to the creation, and then he's making reference to the global flood. That's it. It's really that simple.
So Becco, do you
no. Oh my goodness, no.
That's exactly what's going on here.
You can't just jump from Genesis 1 and straight into Genesis 6 to 8.
General, it makes no sense.
The context. One second. The context is that once stood above the mountains will never again cover the earth.
Okay, so when did they cover the earth prior to the flood then?
Well, what does primeval mean?
I'm not sure.
I don't think he knows what it means. Yeah, that's
Are you serious? You don't even know what primeval means?
You know what? I thought that might be a problem.
I mean, come on, guys. This is the internet. Come on, guys. Stop with the nonsense. Come on.
Well, no.
You don't even know what primeval means?
Come on, man. I got the internet. I can look it up.
But that presents a problem because that's the whole crux of the argument.
My gosh, he won the argument because he knows some 7, 8 letter word, and I didn't know.
Primordial, you should learn in about 5th grade. But
Come on,
primordial
gosh.
during the formation of the Earth.
I guess that proves the local flood then.
Well, hang on. But
he didn't know what
but if you don't understand the patches, you don't understand the patches. All you got to do is ask.
Let's try to practice some humility here. Come on,
okay,
guys.
so Veckel, listen. Primordial means the formation of the Earth. Primordial. Okay.
I didn't say primordial. I thought you said primeval.
It's the same thing. Primeval.
It's the same thing.
Oh, okay.
It's just a variation of the word.
Okay.
Have you ever played the game Primeval?
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So it basically means primordial. So during the formation. So this happens a very, very long time ago. Okay. So he's reading it now. I will grant you this: he's a concordantist, and so he believes that when it talks about flood of the primordial, he's that it literally is during the formation of the Earth billions and billions of years ago, 4 billion years ago or so. Right?
Yeah, and we know that through zircon crystals and so on.
Yeah, and that's his concordance, right? But see, Veckel's going to say, well, no, the Earth hasn't been around that long, which is again scientifically
you don't know what the heck I'm going to say, bro. I didn't know you believe in prophets, but.
Well, I mean, you can tell me right now. Hang on, General. You can tell me right now. Watch the, and I don't know his answer. He's going to say, "I'm agnostic. I don't know."
I want to see if Steve actually knows my answer. Go ahead.
So how old is the Earth?
Go ahead. I want to know. I want to see if Steve knows my answer.
What's the age of the Earth?
Now this is changing the topic.
I will get back on it, General. What's the age of the Earth, Veckel?
No, you the prophet. You should know what I'm going to say.
No, I'm asking you. I already made my prediction that you won't answer, or you won't know, or you're just agnostic on it.
Oh, so wait, if you already made a prediction, then you should be able to tell.
That's my prediction.
Right
now, can you tell me about
say?
True or not? You can falsify my prediction.
Veckel,
don't say a word.
What am I going to say, Steve?
All right,
Veckel, answer the question. I've given you my prediction. You can falsify my prediction.
Everybody,
give me an answer. So go ahead,
the
Veckel.
great prophet Steve, peace be upon him, knows exactly what Veckel is going to say.
That's not a knowledge claim. Prediction is not a knowledge claim. I'm saying I'm going by probabilities. Okay, so how old's the Earth?
Okay, I'll tell you. I don't know.
There you go. Oh my God, I am a prophet. Thank you very much. Oh my God, Club James Randy. I just won $1 million. Yes, I'm a fucking millionaire.
No, you didn't, Steve. No, you didn't. You forgot to send in the paperwork.
Sorry, Steve, if you use that prophetic power to win the lottery, give me a call sometime, man. Let's go. But listen, all I'm saying is this: that the Bible in no way, shape, or form offers a strong argument for the young Earth or the old Earth.
Well, can you admit that my prediction was? Can we at least capitulate a little bit?
I admit that you were right.
Okay, there we go. So
let me ask General a question. I want to ask General a question, right?
God damn.
I heard General say that in Genesis it describes where and then the earth came up out of the water.
Yeah.
Which one? What was that one? What verse was that?
Yeah, so it very generically says land. So in verse 6 to 9 in Genesis 1, let the waters beneath the sky come together into one area, let dry ground appear, and sea calls the dry ground land. And 3.1 billion years ago, the supercontinent Ore just popped out of nowhere. And then I go through a 2007 paper speaking of osmium isotope, decay systems, and how the way continents rise up, they don't rise up in a linear fashion. They come up in pulse states. And so, but the point is, once they arise, they stay there. Never will they, sink or something like that. And so, interestingly, that's exactly what David says, that once the waters flee at your rebuke and they rush away at the sound of your thunders, and when the mountains rise up and the valleys sink, then there's a boundary that no more will the waters cross. And so therefore, never again will you have the initial earth to be primevally covered with water. Therefore, the flood, which is 6 chapters later, if it is a global event, it contradicts David's observation of Genesis 1. And so you have a contradiction now.
I got a question. Have you looked at Genesis, hang on a second, 9:11, right after the flood, where it says, and I will establish my covenant with you, neither shall all flesh be cut off, et cetera, et cetera. And at the end it says, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. What are the earth on the earth part at the end there? What are they meaning by that?
Yeah, so destroying the earth. So the phrase Eretz is generic, like just, land.
No.
But when we look at the extent of the size of the local flooding that did happen,
yeah.
So down here, I make the argument. Let me get to it. Yeah. So this is the current day Persian Gulf, and they've actually found evidence now for human civilization in this period around the Holocene era, so the Pleistocene and Holocene era. So about 70,000 to about 15,000 years ago. And if you're talking about 750,000 square kilometers of water, that seems a pretty huge, devastating flood that would have happened in this region.
Yeah, because I know you were translating the word Earth or world or whatever. And
yes. Now that's actually a very important point.
About that there.
Yeah. Right. So so this is why I make this point here. If the author wanted to say that the entire globe was flooded, or in this case, the entire known world beyond the locality of Noah, he would have used the Hebrew word tavel, specifically when it is used with eretz. So, for example, in Psalms 24, verse 1, the earth, the eretz, and everything in it exists for the Lord. So if just this alone, you could say, you could argue an extensive geography with respect to where Yahweh is located, like, say, the land of Israel. But then the psalmist specifically adds in the qualifying word tavel to mean everything. So the world, the tavel, and those who live in it. The fact that
that's
tavel
when you're
doesn't
doing in
appear
your
in Genesis.
interpretation of the text. But go ahead.
So the fact that that word doesn't appear, speaking about that flood, the Jews would have been very specific if they wanted to argue a global flood, and so they didn't.
No, I totally disagree with that. And
if I'm not mistaken, he's not interpreting on his own. He's using actual interpretations, based on.
Yeah, he's using other people's interpretations. That's what he's using.
I will.
Let
me just finish. I'll just quickly end it with this. I'll just quickly end it with this. So here's an ancient Jewish text, the Book of Enoch. It's an intertestamental Second Temple text.
Yep, I have a copy.
That gives you an analysis of how they saw the flood. So this is how it reads. So again, I raised my eyes toward heaven and saw a lofty ceiling with 7 cascade streams upon it, and those cascade streams flowed with much water into one enclosed area. It's not speaking about the whole earth, it's just an enclosed area. Again, I saw, and behold, about fountains were opened upon the ground of that great, and the water began to swell and rise upon the ground, and so on. And then when you come down to speaking about the animals, you see what it says here. It says, yet that boat was floating above the water, though all the cattle, elephants, camels, and donkeys were sinking to the bottom. These species would fit very well with the Arabian context, that in that region you will find cattle, elephants, camels, and donkeys. You won't find polar bears, penguins, and other creatures. So this is the Second Temple text, speaking of local geography as well.
Jay, can I just say that we have actually more viewers than Talking Shit Tuesday actually had. So the after show is more popular than the actual show, and people are listening to you. So hey, so you're more popular than actually talking shit.
Hey,
so,
General.
we have 70 people watching. That's pretty damn good for an after show.
Listen, Steve, they fell asleep and forgot to close the window.
Steve, you're such a view whore.
This is a different branch. Damn right.
General, I've got one more question for you, General.
No, it's not bad. It's really not.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to some of what he said.
Yeah, no. Heavy's got one more question.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Go heavy.
I had another question. General, what do you use when you're looking at translations for the Hebrew words? I know you have a sword that you use. It's not you. So Greco, he's not interpreting it on his own. He's using resources for the Hebrew language.
Yeah. I got resources too.
So it's not his interpretation.
No, but I got resources too, and I'll explain when it's my turn to talk. Go ahead.
So I guess the Hebrew interpretation of their own language is wrong.
I got resources too. I'll explain when it's my turn to talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, when I made this thing, I'm all the time referring to actual academic peer review papers, like you can see I've highlighted this one, and So I'm actually, this is not just me saying this. This is legitimate. This presentation is designed.
General does his research. General does his citation
for scientists to study.
Yeah, I've seen his citation. I've seen his library online.
Right.
Wow, I mean, he's got a collection of. He's got.
Yeah,
like,
he even knows 8-letter words that I don't. Yeah, that's great.
Well, that's
but
true.
listen,
Well,
let me just give a response now. Again, this is the common argument we hear from the local flooders. They look at the word Eretz, and they assert that this can only mean a local area. But you just said yourself that it's a generic term. So since you know the Hebrew, or you read up into Hebrew concordances as much as I do, and most other Christians do, you would know that the Hebrew, as well as the Greek and English, has very homonymic value to their words, right?
The word eretz that Heavy was referring to in Genesis 9 doesn't have the qualifier kol.
Says who? Says who?
Says the Hebrew manuscript. Says the Masoretic text.
Yeah,
it doesn't have.
Now, let's stop there.
One second.
That's the problem.
One second.
I
So
look
when
at the
eretz,
same exact
when
text,
eretz,
and I'm coming to a complete opposite conclusion that you're coming to. But you're telling me that we have it wrong and you have it right. So who are you basing this upon? Because I'm looking at my sources that says the opposite. You got, your boys over here saying no, this is what it means. So
okay.
Who's telling? So how do you go about telling me, proving that one side has it right or correct? And I'm not done yet, by the way. Go ahead. I still have a lot more to say. Go ahead.
No, okay. Here's an example where kol eretz is used in Genesis 2, speaking about two rivers. So it reads Pishon, it winds through the entire land. So kol eretz, and Gihon, it winds through the entire land of Cush. So if kol eretz means the entire globe, then you're saying that Pishon and Gihon are global rivers.
Okay,
and that's not the case.
But no. See, and see, again, this goes back to interpretation. Again, if the Hebrew is homonymic in nature with this language, then that means it is okay, depending on the context, how some words can be used in a different way, even though it's the same word that's used over here. Okay, now again, we got the word eretz. I mean, it's used differently in different ways throughout the Old Testament. It's never in the case where it's used only in reference to a local area or just the land or a patch of dirt on the ground or anything like that. It's used. Wait a minute. It's used in different manners. Okay, we have other words that are translated into the English word earth that are coming from the Hebrew. Like, for example, I think it's pronounced Adma. Okay, that means country, earth, ground, husband, land, so on and so forth. So again, But see, even that word is used interchangeably as well in a homonymic fashion, like I mentioned. So
but it doesn't. Okay.
But see,
allow me to. Can I respond to that?
Yeah, but go ahead, man.
None of these words give a geometrical size of the land. So one word does.
Yes.
And what's that word? Tevel. Tevel gives the geometrical size of what. If you want to qualify eretz just to mean the entire world, you'd use Tevel. Otherwise, eretz could be a very generic.
Wait. If the Hebrew is homonymic in nature, just like the English, what rule are they breaking for using the word there? If it to mean the entire world, what rule are they breaking?
No one's breaking any rules. That you're trying to fit on the word eretz.
General, what you're doing is you're telling me that if they were talking about the entire world, they would have used this word. Okay, I grant you that, but the fact of the matter is, I just showed you that the word eretz and adma and other words that are translated into the English word earth are used interchangeably depending on the context. So why are you just telling me that they should have used?
But those are not.
It almost sounds to me like what you're saying, General, is that they're wrong for using this word, and now they're causing a lot of confusion with a bunch of people. That's what it sounds like you're telling me.
Where did I ever imply that? What I'm trying to teach you.
I didn't say that you were. I'm just saying that's what it sounds like to me.
What I'm trying to show you is that the Hebrew scribes and also obviously the original authors weren't stupid.
I agree with that.
They knew the language. They used the language specifically to drive a specific point accurately. So if they accurately wanted to say that here as speaking of the entire world, you have to qualify it with another word. In this case,
that's really hard for me to accept from a person like yourself who doesn't even believe half the stuff in Genesis was actually literal.
I'm just giving you the basics of Hebrew grammar here.
You don't have to believe. You don't have to believe. Vecco, hang on. You don't have to believe General. look at the data he's saying. He could be. It doesn't matter what he believes. He's presenting you something. You don't go to what he believes.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so go ahead.
No, Steve, I agree with you 100%. But the problem is he's arguing for a certain position. Okay, and he is one of the many people who profess to be Christians who believes that much of what's happening in Genesis is metaphorical or figurative.
Which is most Christians out there.
No. But see, now here's the problem. The problem is that he wants the whole account to be metaphorical. When it comes to elements like this part here, now he wants to get scientific and literal.
Steve,
to me,
Steve,
it just seems like you're kind of
have you ever,
which parts of this text you want to be valid and which one you want to be.
Have you ever heard me say that Genesis 1 is allegory, or have you always seen me use it as literal?
No, you're more of a literalist as far as Genesis.
Yeah, so I've seen it literally, not metaphorically.
Okay, so you literally.
I take it allegorically, but
do you believe that the flood was an act of God or an act of nature? And if so, what does that mean?
I believe it's both. That God is the sustainer of the world and the laws of nature, and
why did you immediately
at the end of the last ice age?
Wait, this is slightly changing subject just a tad bit. Why did you immediately jump on me when I said that the flood was an act of God? Why did you immediately, especially coming from a Christian, why did you immediately jump in and say that wasn't an act of God, that was an act of nature? Why did you say that?
Because if it's only an act of God, and then if you qualify that with a global flood context, then you're saying God contradicts the laws of nature, which contradicts other passages where God says, I made a covenant with the laws of nature.
That doesn't make any sense. Regardless of how we interpret the evidence or the text,
earlier
we can still say that
one second. Earlier with Alvin and Bob. One second. Earlier with Alvin and Bob, they were speaking about the nature of God.
Hold on. Regardless of whether or not it was a local flood or a global flood. Okay, I'm still saying that the act as we see in the book of Genesis was an act of God. You immediately jumped in and said, no, it's an act of nature, which I agree, of course.
Becco, if I may, if you had let him finish what he was saying, and I think I see where he was going. He said, yes, it was an act of nature, but what stops God from using an act of nature to do
I heard him say that.
I think I understand General's position.
I'm just
I think the problem is Vecco's not the words they use, for example, like act of God. What does the phrase act of God mean to you, Vecco, as it does to you, General? So let me ask Vecco first. Vecco, that's
a good question.
Vecco, so what does act of God mean to you?
Well, if God is omnipotent, that means he has all power to control and do things within his nature. And that's and things and to alter things that are beneath his power. So the Bible says that God brought the flood. Okay, is it an act of nature? Well, yes, of course. That's what we're looking at it on the surface in a temporal sense. But we're saying that the ultimate cause behind that is God himself. So we're saying it's an act of God. That's what I'm saying. So I think it's kind of arbitrary for a general to just jump in there and correct me about something like that, especially if he believes it was from God himself.
Yeah, before General answers, I mean, when I hear the term act of God, and there's two ways I'll think about it. One, when like, for example, like an insurance thing says the act of God, they mean it to be a natural phenomenon, okay? Because when you're doing underwriting and you say act of God in insurance things, you don't mean literally God did this, okay? You mean it's through nature. Now, one can make the argument that the natural act is all God, right?
Well, I can still attribute it to God. Yeah.
Okay. So an act of God, and I believe General thinks of this way, that now an act of God that would violate the uniform of nature would be precluded, right? And that's what I think you're thinking of the act of God would be. But
this is what I'm going to share.
Yeah. So he's taking a natural event to not be an act of God, even though God causes things to happen. Is that how you're doing it?
Can I show this? So on this slide, I say, young creationists like to point out that the laws of nature are variable, thereby advocating extreme aggressive plate tectonic activity and accelerated radiometric decay rates. However, God himself declares that the natural laws are fixed and consistent with his purposes. So in Jeremiah 33, 25-26, God says, if I had not established my covenant for day and night, and the fixed laws that govern the heavens and the earth, then I might reject the descendants of Jacob and my servant David by not, and the promises he gave to Israel. So the point is, look to the fixed nature of the laws of nature, and see how consistent.
He's breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, you're breaking
They
up.
don't vary.
General, now you're breaking up hard. While we have to reset. So while you're resetting, remind people, hey, like the video. We got 77. Yeah, you're done. You got to reboot. I mean, not reboot, but you got to hit F5 and come back in. You're rebooting hugely.
Yeah.
That
was amazing.
General, nobody can hear you, General. General, I can see your lights moving, but nobody can hear you.
Yeah, he can't hear, but he can't hear you either when he's doing that. So
yeah, I think
Well, so did you can. But anyways, like the video. We got 72 people watching. I only got 17 likes. What's wrong with you people? Come on, give me. I have no self-esteem. So can you like
is
my
this
video?
channel monetized, Steve?
It is, but like some,
okay.
yeah, no, but here, dude, I make nothing off. Well, okay, I make a little bit off. People that watch the ads, I do make something. So don't. But it's not like it's an exceptional amount. But it's GDC money. But I like the views only if only to gauge if people are interested in that topic, because once the video's over, then for like a day or two, nobody ever watches my older videos. Very, very rarely, right? Not a significant amount. So I only look at the numbers for the likes and dislikes for like a day, just to gauge if that's the topic of interest and people, are entertained, that kind of stuff. That's it. So if people go to my videos and they all of a sudden they put 1,000 dislikes on it, it makes no difference to me, because I don't care at that point. Matter of fact, it kind of helps me in some ways, but because it raises the thing. But
can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
General, just before you left, I made a comment about that verse you just read. That was pretty awesome. That was an awesome verse right there.
All right, let's see. We can hear you now. Can we hear you now?
Yep. So I make the point that young Christians like to point out that the laws of nature are variable, thereby advocating extreme aggressive plate tectonic activity and accelerated decay rates. However, God himself declares that the natural laws are fixed and consistent with his purposes. So in Jeremiah 33, he says, if I had not established my covenant for day and night and the fixed laws that govern the heaven and the earth, then he might as well just reject Israel. So the point is, if there's a global flood, and we know in science, global flood is impossible scientifically, it would just totally contradict all the laws of nature that we know, then that is not consistent with the way God views himself.
And that's a big thing. I mean, these younger creationists and the Earth agnostics, which, by the way, is Beckel's way of saying he doesn't want to say what he really thinks, but it's okay. But the whole principle is the whole point is that if the flood actually happened, the physics alone could be demonstrated using maths. The energy release, the enthalpy in that process, but the whole water coming down from the canopy or whatever the hell that the Hogan's theory or the lunar Pukaki or whatever would be enough to liquefy the crust of the Earth. And so you can't get around that. You can't just wave that off and say,
you said it would liquefy the crust of the Earth.
There'd be enough energy release that the crust of the Earth would literally liquefy.
Isn't that the assertion?
No.
Especially the Hogan theory.
Lava. Okay, it would melt. The crust of the Earth from miles and miles and miles would turn to hot magma. It would melt the planet itself, and everything would just be kind of like it would release.
Well, the Bible doesn't give any details on. It just talks about the waters of the deep burst open and the waters.
Okay, you're not conceptualizing this.
That I do know how to spell physics, but go ahead.
Okay, the mantle itself, the point between the crust, the point between the mantle, the outer mantle, and the very small thing of the soil level, whatever they call that. Anybody remember? The very top layer. It's where the soil is. It's not very thick, but that layer of the crust would turn to jelly, if you want to think of it that way. Okay, it would be. Think about don't you know what liquefy means? The solid, the rock, all the rock on the planet that you think of, all the mountains, all that shit would be liquefied. All the mountains would be completely liquefied and for miles and miles and miles deep. Okay.
So lava. Yeah. I mean, the Hogan theory. If you've seen the Hogan theory, to try and when Hogan tried to say that a big ice meteor
Well, he's an idiot.
I mean, that's just a whole other Fruit Loop.
Hovind makes shit up as he goes along, just like Ham does.
Well, like I said, guys, when it comes to the science issue, I admit that,
we've been happy to show you these things. I mean,
no, I know you can show them to me, but that doesn't mean that these things that God has pulled off supernaturally can be scientifically debunked. I mean, just because there's no evidence of it, it doesn't mean that there's no convincing evidence, I should say.
Becker, you're stretching. You're really
when I said Becker,
I'm talking more towards the skeptic than I am towards.
Can you hear me? My point is that God. So when I said it is a natural event, this is precisely the point of why I'm showing you this slide. It's not just some arbitrary. Like a magic trick that just happened, and then
stop it.
There's a global flood that happened.
See, that's kind of disrespectful.
In line.
That's kind of disrespectful.
It's not disrespectful.
See, yes, it is, because you're asserting that I just arbitrarily believe this stuff.
We know that.
But listen, man. I believe that
during the last Holocene era, so when the last ice age was finished.
When I say act of God, listen, man.
Oh my God, you guys can't talk over each other.
The fact that you are so immediately ready to correct me on a certain phrase, knowing full well that I'm not saying anything contrary to what's laid out in Scripture. All I said was act of God, and you jumped in no act of nature. Well,
because his view is Rebecca.
I'm assuming. Wait a minute. I'm assuming that since God is omnipotent and He has power and sovereignty over all His creation, then He has the right and the ability to make these phenomenal events happen. Okay, but to the temporal mind,
and yet it's always within the world's context.
To the temporal mind, all they're seeing is natural catastrophes or natural events, natural happenstance, so on and so forth.
Let me ask a question,
but they're not excluding God from being the actual cause of the event.
The flood, a local flood. Yeah, hang on. The local flood. Did God intervene in that? Was there an intercession in that period where God made the local flood happen, or is the local flood just a result of, say, deterministic events?
If I believed otherwise, I would be a deist.
Hang on, Beckel, that was not directed to you. I want to know this for a reason. General.
If I believed otherwise,
Beckel, that was not directed to you, Beckel. Hang on.
General, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so General, is it a causal relationship of just a deterministic that the flood was going to happen? And God may have known that from the beginning. But did God have an intercession at the time of a flood, the local or otherwise, that changed something from the normal path that nature would take? Yes or no?
Yeah, so it would fit a more deterministic role. We're kind of very similar to. Remember, we were discussing the Exodus.
When you say yes, do you mean yes that He did intercede, or yes He didn't intercede?
So God is not arbitrarily causing the ice caps on all the mountains to suddenly, melt and then cause the sea levels to rise and hence, cause the Persian Gulf to
I didn't
flood,
say arbitrary. No, I didn't say arbitrary. I didn't say arbitrary. I didn't say arbitrary. I said, did God intercede to make a flood happen at some point?
No, He didn't. He didn't cause a
right. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Water levels. Yeah,
I got you. Okay.
So God started something, and then the rest just kind of happened.
But at the same time, one second, I haven't finished. At the same time, so this is the theistic model. The world, even right now, us sitting in this room, a Christian ought to believe that our very existence right now is because of God sustaining the world. So therefore, in that sense, you could say God caused the flood.
Okay, I get that. Right? I understand that. Right.
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting.
You're going back way in the causal link, though. I mean, in the chain.
Yes.
But I mean, but basically, if I said I dropped this, I like the cup analogy. This works for everything. I dropped my cup. Okay, did God cause that? No, gravity. Did God create gravity? Yes, say for arguendo. Yeah, He did. So did indirectly, did God make that happen? Yes. But where do you want to draw the point of causal relationship? That's what's called a causal chain, or what's it called? A Murkoff chain.
Is there where you want to draw the line?
Whatever. Let's think of the Murkoff chain, which is similar.
I mean, but Michael, that's the whole point of John 1:1. In the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos is the reason anything exists at all. And that includes the laws of nature as well.
You broke up a little bit. You see the problem when Beckel knows the Bible pretty well. I'll grant him that, right? And he knows the Scripture. But when it comes to nuanced,
I don't think so.
No,
Sorry,
I think he knows. I think he knows. I'll give him to give it for him. Not as well as you, but he does know way better than I do. So whatever. But the nuances of the arguments, why what he's arguing is wrong, he is lost. He can't address any of the scientific claims. He can't address anything of those things. And
I'll admit that. I'll admit that.
No, that's not a slam. It can't be on other people.
I take that because I don't have any shame in admitting that. I've admitted it thousands of times.
Yeah, no, I know you do. But when we talk about like a causal relationship,
and I object to that silly little comment that General just made. Again, just because I didn't know the definition of the word primeval, it doesn't mean I don't know the scriptures. But
okay, that's fine. But a causal chain is a nuanced argument of what occurs. What is the prime reason something occurred? What's the active reason, right? The motive reason why something happens. And if for a causal chain, we don't say, well, I dropped this, the cause of it is the Big Bang, right? We say the last thing that actually caused it, right? I mean, think about it. The actual event that's causing it. What's causing it is force from gravity being pulled down to the center of the earth, right? And obviously you got air pressure and all other things.
Yeah, it's kind of like God putting the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the garden.
And by the way, people in the live chat say they don't like my goatee. You know what? All I got to say to you is fuck off. There you go.
Goatee is cool to me, man.
Yeah, whatever.
It's a Van Dyke.
Love you, but I think it gives me character. I'm not here to pick up people. I don't care. My only question is,
it's a toxic masculinity.
Do you think I should dye it, Veckel? Though I mean, if it was all dark, right? Because I usually dye my hair, but I stopped dyeing years ago. But would you think it would look different if it was dark?
Steve,
it definitely look different. It's up to you, man.
Gray is the color.
Gray's the color.
It shows wisdom. Yeah.
It shows wisdom.
Yeah,
all right.
If you had a darker goatee, I probably wouldn't respect you that much more.
All right, so it's a wisdom.
That would be evil Steve from the alternate universe.
Don't you dare misrepresent.
Yeah, you look like a Ming the Merciless with glasses.
Well, I tried to picture heavier, like with dyed hair. That'd be weird. I couldn't do it. The gray works for him. He has to have a gray.
No, it's fine, man.
Yeah. Well, so let me ask the live chat. I'm just going to
close in.
Yeah, I've had some red hair too. But let me ask the live chat: dye or leave the way it is? I'm not going to listen to you either way, but it's just I'm curious. We have a lot of people watching. We're going to be pushing 100 here soon, probably.
I wanted to shoot. He said Solo said something I wanted to respond to. Now I forgot what it was. It'll come back to me.
Well, can you respond to this as well? That if it's a global flood, you'd expect all the fossil patterns to be exactly the same, not how we do see it in the geological record.
No, well, what do you mean by the fossil patterns exactly? I mean, I know you look through the geological column or whatever they call it, and they see the certain arrangement of skeletons in this layer and that layer, and so on and so forth.
Right. So so in this top photo here, you have a creation basal layer in the Young Earth model where everything is pretty much existing simultaneously. Then you have a global flood, and therefore the post-flood layer would have all of that included in the destruction. So that would include dinosaurs with humans, but we don't see that. What we do see is what this bottom photo is saying, that humans come last on the scene, and you have this like evolution. So a global flood should have shown this if it's a Young Earth model.
Well, from my research, and again, this is not an area that I have a lot of zeal for. From what I've seen, I see the different layers with the different bone structures at the bottom, and the lighter, and in most cases, maybe the smaller creatures.
That's not
closer
how,
to the top.
Yeah, Recco, I don't know what you're looking at, but that's
what I see. That's what I see in some cases.
You've never been.
What cases are those?
Yeah, what cases are those?
I don't know. I saw
nothing you described exists
on some websites.
Yeah,
that's about it.
Just real quickly, GPH and I not to derail this, but this is interesting to me too. GPH in the live chat says he can logically, or that atheism is illogical. So if we can we get GPH maybe in here to give us a logical proof that atheism is illogical? I'll get rid of Wolf.
Well, this ain't one of those hangouts where you can get like 25 people.
No, I'm not doing it I'm doing it the old-fashioned way just for this particular. I didn't think it was gonna be that popular. I didn't realize. I was just doing an after show. It wasn't one of my own shows.
That
So
was
this
chaotic
was just,
anyway.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So, I know it does get chaotic. I know, but a lot of people want in when I have a guest, like Landon, Kurt Knoll. That was awesome. I mean, I know people enjoyed that. You guys brilliant. But I want to see GPH for once because he never backs up his claims ever.
Who's GPH?
Oh, he's in the live feed. It's Veckel. Veckel. As much as people get on Veckel for not knowing a lot of things, I will give Veckel the fact that he'll come in and he'll actually try to have a conversation. Yeah, sometimes he get into troll mode, but I got to give him props. He doesn't back away. He doesn't go, I'm not going to go into Steve's room because they're a bunch of atheist circle jerks. I mean, hell, we got more.
Even though that's usually the case, but go ahead.
Well, no, I actually have more theists in here than atheists, or at least 50-50 for the most part.
Well, it depends on who you're talking about.
Most of the time, I think it's pretty well almost 50-50, almost consistently across the board.
Well, I would give it to Alvin.
But anyways, I mean, he makes a claim that atheism is illogical. I want to see the logical proof of that. And I want him to answer, will he be using predicate? Will he be using Boolean, Dosastic, non-explosive? What kind of logic is he going to be using to demonstrate this? I'm curious.
I like
Yes, Seth, I'll give you a link.
I like the way Veckel threw that in there, right? It depends on it depends on who you're talking about, because he can, Veckel don't consider.
Who are you talking about?
Oh yeah, because he doesn't consider most theists. So.
Yeah.
No, I believe all of you are theists.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't matter.
You're just not all Christian.
No, I mean, you say professing Christian, yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah, that I will definitely make a distinction. You're right about that, Bob.
I know it would be great. It really would be great if you would read your heretical view of the Bible and actually accept the true view.
What heretical view do I have?
I got to make room for Seth. So we have. I'm not asking, buddy.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done for the night, anyways. I just dropped my trailer.
Oh, not you, Bob. Oh, okay. You got to sleep. Yeah.
What about Bob?
Before Bob goes, can I answer Bob's original question, please?
Yeah, but let me just tell Bob real quick. Bob, I love when you're in here. You're one of my favorite people to be in here, and I mean that. So I'm glad you're on your road. You have something to listen to. I always am. I want you to know that.
Be safe on the road, man.
Thank you, guys. Yeah. Well, I'm done for the night, so
I make it quick, General. He's got to go sleep.
Yeah.
And then we get Steph in here.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so your original question about that incest stuff, all I want to say is Genesis 1 and 2 speak about a large population of humans, and Adam and Eve are not the first humans.
Oh my
gosh.
Yeah, well, that's my other one. My other one was I mean,
yeah, you had to go there, General.
And the other one was the flood. So depending on if you think it's global or whatever, like Veckel, see the argument goes for Veckel, right? If Veckel thinks it was global flood, everyone drowned, then he's telling
exactly.
Noah's family.
Yeah.
He's telling Noah's family.
Before you have to go, can I finish my answer to you? So yeah, Veckel, can you stop it and just grow up for a moment?
Oh my word!
You're being very immature, Veckel. Did they both just crash?
No.
No. Oh, they might have had a quake. Oh shit! And Thaddeus jumped in before Bob got back from the thing. Well, Bob's listening, so go ahead and tell Bob. I know he's listening.
Okay,
but he got to go anyway.
Basically,
he got a quake.
No incest in the. Yeah, so there can't be any incest in the original creation, obviously, because it's a large population of humans. The main representatives between God and those humans. And then Genesis, the flood context, if it's global, then yeah, you'd have incest. Obviously, it's local, therefore there's no incest.
But the younger, I think Bob's more talking about the fundamentalist approach, that there would be incest of some kind.
Right. So in a fundamentalist approach, you have a contradiction.
Yeah, you're a theistic evolutionist, so you don't buy into the whole two people started the whole human population, right?
Steve, I'll go ahead and drop so Seth can come in.
All right, thank you, Heavy. Seth, hey, there you go. Seth, Heavy's gonna drop for you. Yeah. So anyways, the GPH, I know GPH is trolling, it's fine. I like GPH for his trolling. He gives us something to talk about. But did he ever give us a logical proof that atheism is logical? Because he claimed atheism is logical, and I would love to see that proof. Somehow I don't think he ever gave us that proof. Yeah, go figure. And that's so funny because I it's weird when people make these weird claims knowing that they can't back it up, right? And I'm happy to back up anything that I say. If I can't, then I'll be like, you know what? I'll rescind that. But no, not these young Earth creationists or fundies. They just will not do that. They'll die on the hill. We see what happens with like the Conqueror Posse doing this all the time. They'll say something, they'll just fuck it up all to hell and then die on that hill because they won't admit they got it wrong.
I don't think it's been proven that something is wrong. I think what especially in the case with my conversation with General Han Solo, is that he's bringing up a lot of writings from these Hebrew scholars. He's looking at the same type of sources that I look to in order to get an understanding of a Hebrew context.
Well, you know what? You have to get a Hebrew translator.
The problem is that we're still coming to completely different conclusions.
Well, that's why I don't
others extra biblical sources.
Right, but that's why I don't take the Bible one way or another when it comes to these claims. I can show you scientifically and mathematically. We can all show you that the flood never happened and the young Earth creationist narrative is wrong. I mean, I rather take that approach because that's empirical, right? Now, but like Wayne though, Wayne wasn't really convinced when I gave him the evidence when we first started teaching.
Even though he also believes in a local flood.
Well, now he does. But at the time he was a young Earth creationist, right? So we had a debate, and between him listening to General explain biblically that he was wrong and the young Earth creation was wrong, and
biblically, I might want to
hang on.
some air quotes in that, but go ahead.
Okay, well, according to General, I don't get into the biblical aspect of the young Earth creation being right or wrong, but but General can also show the science is wrong too. But we were showing Wayne from two different formats, right? Biblically, that he would be able to evaluate, which I can't biblically, I don't think very well, and from the science, which him being now a science teacher, he can't evaluate. Now, Wayne, let me ask you, scientifically, do you see any scientific possibility of things like Noah's flood or the diversification of extant species from populations of Noah's Ark? I mean, do you even see that being possible?
No.
Okay. And that's from a scientific perspective, right? It's not possible. No, you won't find any scientists besides the young Earth creationists, a handful of people that say this. And what's funny is I've kind of narrowed it down. Somebody else was working on this too. I think it was Pelagia. We kind of, it was RJ. We've kind of narrowed it down. There's pretty much about 10, maybe 20 active young Earth creationists that's putting out all the information for everybody else to kind of go and get secondary sources from. There's not very many. It's a small group that's putting out this misinformation on AIG and ICR. That's well, not always easily refutable. Sometimes it's very difficult. Tompkins' work obviously requires a lot more knowledge. That's why you need someone like Sam or Rational Mind or CRISPR. But it's doable. Once they refute it, we can look at both sides and go, yeah, Tompkins he's just way off on this. You can see it, So, anyways, that's my little rant.
It's a cottage industry.
Seth, welcome. It is, yeah, good, yeah.
Of authors just cranking out books.
That's all it is. It's a couple. It's two dozen or so authors that write a lot of books and make a lot of money off writing blogs for these companies.
I'm gonna wait and give us a second.
What? Is that Seth? That doesn't sound like Seth. Seth.
Yeah.
Who is that? You got a chick over there, Seth?
Oh, what?
You got a woman. A girl.
I'll stick with the woman.
Okay. I hear
Seth's fiance.
Oh, Seth has. So wait a minute. You've actually seen Seth naked?
Most of the way.
So the lights were off.
He's like at a certain part. No.
Well, I'm usually not paying that much attention, so.
No, you know what? I wouldn't either with Seth.
That sounded worse than I meant it to be. I wasn't.
Wow. Can we
Don't
soundboard
worry.
that?
We'll be making a soundboard later.
Yeah, exactly. Timestamp. Seth,
I'm
this
paying
is
attention
awesome.
to what's going on, not the visuals.
Let's find out more about Seth's pathetic sex life.
Do you go on?
No, I think we're good there.
She's a keeper, Seth.
Duh.
Seth, she's embarrassing you on the internet. She's a keeper.
This is great. This is the best time. Hey, I always love when you come in to hang out, Seth, but this is even the best time because now we can find out all your dirty little secrets.
This is payback because I got her sick.
Oh.
She got a more pleasant voice than you, by the way, Seth. Just
She has a
FYI.
name, by the way. I don't know if she forgot.
I don't know her name, and I wasn't going to ask because I don't talk to
I know. I'm getting on her case because she hasn't mentioned it.
What should we call her?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, what should we call her? Seth 2? I don't know. Seth's fiance? I don't know.
No, my name's Meg.
Meg. Okay, Meg. That's probably a pseudonym because she's on. You're on air right now, right?
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, we have license to use your voice and any facilities to your recognition of your personage.
Sure.
So if you go on camera, yeah. But do you know how many people are watching right now?
I'm sorry?
Do you know how many people are watching this right now?
Probably. I know Seth's going to watch it later.
No, do you know how many live people are watching right now?
Oh, yeah. No, I know.
Okay, yeah, it's not a huge amount. No, not by any means. But, 70 people is pretty good. That's not too bad.
Steve, most of them are sleeping and they forgot to close the window.
Well, that's fine too. Yeah.
But I guess numbers are numbers.
So way into the conversation here, Meg. Young Earth creationism. What do you think?
I'll take that as a no.
Don't get all technical on it. Keep it simple. We're slow
no
people.
8-letter words.
Yeah, nothing 8 letters or more. We found that out. It's difficult.
Okay, to make it as simple as possible, since you guys all know Seth, or at least seem to all know Seth, I side with him. There you go. Everything under 4 letters.
Oh, well, yeah, you know what? You're not married to him yet. You don't have to be that submissive.
Yeah, that's lame. Do you think young Earth creationism could be true?
No.
No. Okay.
Okay. Boy, can you imagine if she said yes? Seth would be like, it's done. It's over.
That'll be news to me.
Well, it's possible, Steve. It's just a matter of math.
Oh, shit. Rayard just pointed out something very good. Rayard, thank you. Meg, have you been in a hangout before?
I mean, I used to, years ago, but it's been a couple of years since I was
She's been
in
in
a hangout.
Nadia's room a couple of times.
Oh, okay. So I didn't take her virginity.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Sorry,
Well,
sorry,
she-
guys.
Yeah. I don't know. After a certain point, become a born again version again, right? So.
And in the video on Skylar, I think it was on Skylar Fiction Show where Veckel goes full Veckel according to Skylar.
Veckel is here.
Yeah, Veckel's here, by the way.
I know.
Yeah, we have the full Veckel here.
What was that?
It's a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Seth.
Okay, I'm back. I heard my name. What's going on?
You call him and he appears. Checked it out.
Oh, gosh, Seth is here. Oh.
Yeah. So Seth's telling us about a video on Skylar's channel, and I didn't get the rest of the gist of it. So go ahead. Seth,
You mentioned my name and Skylar, so that means Skylar's talking about me again.
Well, this was a while ago. This
is a very old video.
Oh, okay.
What about it, Seth?
No, I was just mentioning that that's a video. She's sitting next to me. And we're on camera.
Oh, I got you. Okay. And you've been here that long, and so when's the big day? When's the wedding day?
No.
I don't know. Dude, put a ring. If you like it,
putting him on a spot like that, man.
Because I can. It's entertainment, and anybody comes in here is fodder. It's the way it is. I mean, this is Talking Shit Tuesday after show. You think we're gonna not have some kind of talking shit?
My coworkers talk shit enough. They keep asking, what I'm going to name the baby. Where am I going to have the baby? So I finally told them I'm going to have it at Planned Parenthood.
Well, you know what they say. You know what Jungle says about that, right?
My God.
You can't make a baby. you can't make a baby. That's what he says. I swear to God, you can't make a baby.
You can't
What
make
was
a
he
baby.
speaking in
You
reference
can't make a baby.
What does that mean?
It's jungle jargon. You really asking me what it means? Because it's jungle jargon.
I mean, jungle has to mean. I mean, I know it's jungle jargon, but he's got to mean something other than you can't have a baby. I mean, what the heck?
Do you want me to interpret? I mean, maybe he's saying things like, "Without God, you can't make a baby." But it's is God watching when you're making the baby? Because that's kind of creepy.
That's what he's saying. God's like a
God's
cat.
always watching.
Yeah, so is your cat.
You can't make a baby.
You can't make a baby. Jungle jargon needs a soundboard. I swear to God, whoever makes soundboards, go get some quotes from Jungle jargon and make me a soundboard.
I do miss his ass. I do miss him. He used to miss
Sometimes.
me. I still miss him.
Seth, has she heard the Darwin's Deity soundboard?
No.
She has no idea who Darwin's deity is.
Oh, but it doesn't matter. It's so good. It doesn't matter who he is.
I'll pull it up later.
You pull it out later? No. I mean, that's yeah. Show her the soundboard. That's just. I guess if you do know Darwin's, it's a hell of a lot more appreciative. I would be appreciative of the craftsmanship that went into that soundboard, the time and the effort. But yeah,
that's a lot of time and effort.
It did. Yeah, no shit, right? And you know what's funny, Vecco, is that Darwin's is, to have a soundboard after you done for you, or from what you said, you've got to repeat yourself so many times. I mean, these are not isolated instances, right?
Funny as hell. That is a good ass soundboard. It's entertaining.
And you should not be upset if someone does it, because it takes a lot of time to put all those little audio clips together.
I would be thrilled to death, but I don't think I repeat myself that often.
It's also a light form of slander as well. I mean, because you're not.
No, that's not what slander means.
Well, you're doing
No, Vecco, it's like getting an ED page.
What?
It's like getting an Encyclopedia Dramatica page. It takes a lot of effort for someone to sit down and put that thing together. So if they're actually willing to take the time to do it, you win.
But you know what's funny is ED is usually
that's not the sole intention of putting that.
But ED is usually satire, but like
it is a light form of slander.
But in ED's case, the one page on Von Helton, I think everything on there is true, because I mean it's not just. Well,
it's usually he says it's a lie, but when you question him on it, he confirms it all and says that's true. But
usually ED, like, they'll take it and they'll expand it, right? They'll blow up it out of proportion. With Von Helton, it was already so out of proportion they didn't have to do anything, but he put out exactly what he said. Pretty bad.
If you guys want to have a laugh, you guys should check out Ed Brayton's page on Conservapedia.
I do go to Conservapedia to laugh every so often, but I don't know his page. Conservapedia is really
fat and an atheist, and he's been on Rachel Maddow. That's the gist of the Conservapedia page. It's pretty funny.
He's on Rachel Maddow show.
Okay, Seth, you're in a hangout, not a podcast. Sit back from the microphone.
Yeah, you're a little bit loud and close to your mic. Yeah.
Can I ask?
What did I miss?
Yes,
Can I ask a question about freedom of expression?
Oh, Wolf, we just know you're just going to yell "Hell, Satan."
What's the topic change?
Wait, I don't know. Well, hang on before we get to your topic change, which is coming out of left field. General, do you want to wrap this up real quick?
Sorry?
Do you have something to wrap this up real quick?
No, I just I briefly went AFK and I was wondering what's happening now. Like, has the topic changed? Or?
Oh yeah. We changed like every 5 minutes. So Wolf, what were you saying?
We were originally talking about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
I just want Beckle's perspective on freedom of expression. Should that be the case with like memes and the like, or in some should that always be like something we uphold in discussion?
Yeah, I'm a libertarian, politically speaking, so I believe people have the right to speak their minds. I think there's certain boundaries that shouldn't be crossed, of course, but that's debatable. If you want to continue posting silly little images of upside down crosses or people having sex in front of a church in order to offend a Christian, hey, that's your American constitutional right to do so. Doesn't mean that I have to sit back and listen to it or just accept it or embrace it. So
okay, but you don't get like, okay, but there's some people like Vincent gets triggered, but hey, Alex gets triggered hardcore.
Yeah, that's
Zulu gets triggered.
That's the thing. That's where I think a certain limit should be taken in consideration. If you're doing it with the intention to offend somebody, well, then we could talk about the line is drawn as far as breaking the law. But I mean, here in this community of ours, I would say, Wolf, you have every right to say and do whatever you want as long as you don't violate.
Well, there's no law about offending people. The law is like, for example, if he posted something which was a threat in some way, right?
Well,
something that was against her. Yeah, but to offend somebody, there's no law for that. But
well, YouTube.
But yeah, but if I mean, for example, if you want to post a meme of something of Christ or spiritual, and Wolf wants to post something for his religion, which is Satanism, equal opportunity. Now, I will say this, and this is going to go to Wolf. I do find it and you haven't really done this, but I'm hoping that you don't. There's a point where I find that if you post something that's so disrespectful, like pissing on Jesus or stuff like that, what I've seen on Google Plus, I think that's above. I mean, you have the right to do it. I'm wrong, but I think that diminishes yourself as a person by posting something like that. I find it to be disrespectful to a point where I mean, whether you believe it or not, I wouldn't even do that to the Islam, religion or something like that.
Yeah,
so I know he doesn't do that, but just throwing that out now, there is a limit where I think that freedom of speech is still applicable, but you know what? It makes you look really bad when you do that kind of debase stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that point just
my sentiments exactly.
Okay. And I don't think really Wolf's crossed the line on that, but I've seen other people have, and on G+.
But Steve,
the pretty sick
quickly,
Wolf has done it. Wolf has done it.
Steve,
maybe, but let's.
Just quickly.
Most have been pretty benign.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say this one thing, and I'll be brief. See, I have had accusations thrown at me, and whether or not I am a troll in this regard.
No.
Now, I honestly prefer the term satirist in that regard. Now, yes, I will utilize various artworks and forms to illustrate a point to other people. But I do so not just with the sake of entertaining, but to make a point about how I think culture is going and my perspective on how. That's
fair enough. But but I'm just telling you my perspective. I don't like that kind of satire when it gets to that debased level, and I love satire. I mean, I do.
Yeah,
you've seen my memes, right? My memes are funny. I used to write memes and e-cards, but. I mean, that's you know where that line is, Wolf. Well, you think you're comfortable with it. Now, I'm not saying that you can't, of course, right? But I'm just saying that at a certain point, there is a point where it gets so debased that I just find it offensive and not funny.
Well, sure. I like to have laughs whenever I express myself.
Yeah, like for example, well, hang on, the Fiverr Jesus thing, like that I have, right? That oh, God damn it, what's her name? Oh my gosh! What's her name? They made it for me. Oh my God! Hopefully I watch that. Who gave me that video?
Hey, Steve, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
How many times in Jesus' lifetime did he get nailed?
See, that's not really a funny joke to me.
Once.
3 or 4 times in his life.
3 times, right?
No.
Yeah, what
once.
happened?
Yeah, so
right there. I mean, I know you're trying to be satirical, but it's in my opinion, it's mad corny. Man. It's mad corny.
Wolf, why do all the women love Jesus?
I'm not offended. I just think it's corny. That's all.
Okay,
I
so
don't find it,
what if I were to draw?
It's not really my sense of humor. By the way, yeah, Sarah, I can't believe I couldn't think. I drew a blank. Sarah Rodriguez. Yeah, she gave me that video for the Fiverr Jesus. That's not blasphemous to me. I think that's funny as fuck.
Wait,
well, I mean,
Vecco, do you think that was okay? Honestly, Vecco, was that you?
Hold on, whether
right?
or not it's blasphemous isn't really up to your opinion. I mean, obviously it was blasphemous.
Not to me, right? I get that.
Well, no, it wasn't offensive to you, but it was blasphemous.
Wait, I missed what you were talking about.
Whatever,
Steve. What was
fine. I can see that, but it wasn't offensive to me. The video that Jesus weighs in on my debate with True Pearson, which by the way you still hadn't seen, which by the way you said you would by the next time you came in here, but you still haven't. See, and I knew you haven't. Why? Because I'm psychic.
Yes. Peace be.
But did you see the video where Jesus weighs in on that?
No, I did not see that.
Okay, if I post it to you, you take 41 seconds out of your life because it's only 41 seconds long to watch it.
All right.
Okay. And you tell me if this is offensive. Sure, it might be a little blasphemous. I get that.
Can you send me the link?
Yeah, where do you want to send it?
I don't.
Well, it's a video, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you put it in the chat here?
Yep. All right, so take 41 seconds. And here, go watch this and tell me if you think this is offensive. Only one person got offended by it, which was
I'm on my phone, so I can't see the.
Oh, what do you want? What I put in the group chat? What do you want it?
Any external chat? Can you put it?
Oh, the external chat. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Okay. Here, I see it.
All right.
Okay, so watch that. While we're talking, take 41 seconds to mute and go watch that. And give me your Christian, how bad compared to what Wolf puts out. This is pretty mild. It's funny as hell, by the way. I literally want to watch this every day for the rest of my life. It's so good.
I'm gonna mute my mic.
All right. But anyway, we're doing that.
Steve, do you want my opinion on that video?
Yeah. You know what? I sure do. You find it offensive?
No, I actually did find it funny.
Yeah, it's funny. It is a funny video. Yeah. You know, I think Jesus would find it funny.
Especially his smile. It's just so, yeah, it's just really funny.
I would never piss on Jesus, okay? I would just do bondage with him.
Oh, God.
I mean, that's
Speaking of bondage, Jesus, Wolf, why do girls love Jesus? Because he's well hung. I didn't hear it.
The interesting thing about one second. The interesting thing about
one person got offended. People in the live chat knew who that one person was. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, and
the interesting thing about these jokes and these comments is that I actually am not offended by these.
No, I'm not offended by it.
These are statements. These are like thought patterns in a certain individual's mind that I don't have to. It doesn't affect me because I'm not the one thinking about it. And
well, you're not a little spineless, pussy, little, have a skin thickness of, an angstrom, right? I mean, we're dealing with people that are very, very thin-skinned.
Well, I'm glad you're not offended, Joe. I do not want to offend you.
All right, so did you watch that?
I know. It's just, it's interesting if you contrast it to Muslims. If I were to draw, say, Muhammad pissing like a girl, which he did in the Hadith, they would get all offended by that. I don't see why that should be the case.
They would kill you.
Yeah.
So, Vecco, did you watch that?
Yeah, besides the fact that we are commanded by Christ to love our enemies and to love our neighbors. So,
did you watch that?
Yeah, I did watch it.
And
I admit it, I did chuckle just a little bit.
It's pretty good quality, you gotta admit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see what the big deal is about. Maybe I have to watch the debate to see.
No. Well, the debate, he got smashed. I mean, I'm not just tooting my own form here, Harold. I'm my own worst critic. But I got to tell you, Wayne, I did a pretty good job against, and Wayne actually left Young Earth Creationism, partly because of our debate. But still, I did a better job in Wayne's than I thought I did in True's, because I could have got a lot more in depth, and I wanted to, but I realized I probably would have lost the argument, or not the argument, but the audience. So I did really well.
Take it easy, Steve. I don't think there's enough cyberspace for the size of your head.
Well, hang on. No, I'm like I said, I'm my worst critic. But I'm telling you right now, Ronnie got his ass literally handed to him. I was taking his butt, sticking it to him, and going, "Here, want some ketchup with that?" He was way. It was worse than his negation of P debate. At least he had an argument. At least he tried to. He had nothing. Nothing. I mean, his opening statement was a minute and a half. He had no presentation, and he said, "Well, I had something prepared, but you kind of went in a different direction." Wait a minute. Had you gone first, what would you have had? I mean, what does my presentation have to do with your presentation? Until you get the rebuttal, it makes no difference. And then he's like, before the Q&A, we had decided we're gonna have a Q&A. He's like, no, I just want this to end. I'm done with this. And it's like, okay, you don't want to stick around for Q&A because that's the part I waited for the most. But whatever. General, you moderated that. Even for a debate, were you surprised how lack of preparedness he had for that debate?
Yeah. I like the comment, blessed be the bitch made for they will be called sons of Ronnie. I don't know if you saw that comment there.
I check that one every so often.
You should pin that comment. That's funny.
Was that what video was that? I'm talking about the debate.
The one just linked to Jesus ways and the guy named Harry Alexander.
Harry Alexander. Yeah. I'll go back and I'll pin that one. People had asked for the link for the debate. Here's the debate. And I'm going to give it to you. My only request is that after you get done watching, you leave a comment, because it's on, and it's not even on my channel, so it's on General Han Solo's. But I just think that Ronnie he was so lost. Wow, now we have a lull.
Going back to the discussion of Beckel, it seems like you had some kind of reaction to it because you kept posting ad nauseum like Bible passages, like in those chats.
Yeah, I did. Mostly to flush out the silly memes that you were posting. So, at first I did it just maybe 1 or 2 lines, but then you started putting these deliberately offensive memes there, and I was like, okay, 2 can play that game then. Because hey, everybody has a little satirical mindset in their mind.
Were we engaged in warfare just then at that time?
What's that?
He said we were engaging in spiritual warfare.
And well, it depends on what you mean.
Okay.
I mean,
it depends on.
Was it God versus Satan?
On the surface, I wouldn't say no. I would say no, but internally, I would say, well, with me anyway, I would say, yeah, we could look at this easily as an issue of spiritual warfare, because I didn't have to respond. I could have just left it alone. I'm gonna kill this cat.
Okay, so basically, you were looking for an adversary.
Not necessarily. No, the
So
adversary.
is Wolf a Satanist?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Since
when you realize when he says he's a Satanist, that means the type of people he doesn't believe in a being called Satan.
Do you think Satanists can go to heaven?
No.
He doesn't believe in heaven.
I think what?
Yeah, General, do you think?
Well,
Yeah. I'm wondering, do you believe that a Satanist, if they reject Christ, they'll still go to?
Yeah, obviously not.
Oh, okay. I just wondering.
Well, yeah, but you got to remember.
Hold on. That was an interesting caveat, though, Veckel. You said, "Oh, let me back up."
He doesn't worship Satan.
Yeah, he's like Satanist if they reject Jesus.
Well, I like picking General Han Solo's mind because every time he opens his mouth, he's almost saying something that's contrary to what I'm saying.
Okay, well, 1 second. This is gonna blow the atheist minds in this room.
Oh, can't wait. Here we go.
Repeat the question again.
Go.
Repeat the question using the word Satan. Go ahead.
What's that? You want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, repeat the question. Would a Satanist go to heaven?
Okay. I'm going to actually say it exactly the way I said it. Do you believe that a Satanist can go to heaven with the rejection of Christ? While they reject Christ?
With that last phrase, with the rejection of Christ, no. But if you remove that last phrase, I would have said yes.
Yes, I would agree with you on that as well. That's why I worded it very
now.
specific.
Why do you think I would have said yes, though?
Not because I don't know if you would have said yes or not.
Until they reject Christ. Well, I want to get this straight. A Satanist can go to heaven.
Yes.
But a Satanist who rejects Christ cannot.
Atheists go to heaven.
So
homosexuals go to heaven.
So
but see, if you read the context and what Paul says in 1 Corinthians 6, he says, "Such were some of you." So you start off that way, but then once you are filled by His Spirit and conformed to Christ, you are no longer living perpetually in those mindsets.
So if you die while rejecting Him, then you're screwed. But if you reject Him and then all of a sudden you accept Him, you're okay.
Well, the Bible says that that you Jesus must be the Lord and Savior.
But the reason why I said that is because Satan, the devil that we understand to be Satan. So Satan is not the devil, actually, theoretically speaking. Like if you're going to be precise about it.
Yeah,
ask you to restate the question.
That's fine. I mean, no Christian's gonna even bother to get into a discussion like that. I mean, when Christians say Satan, the devil, so on and so forth.
I agree with that. Well, that's a New Testament understanding, and I agree with that. But I'm saying
so we're talking about the same
because you picked on me just then for no reason. I just thought of throwing in the spanner there just to be, tongue in cheek.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of figured. Listen to you talk. I kind of figured you would say something because you're kind of.
Because guess what?
You kind of say things for shock.
Because guess what? Yahweh is called Satan in the Old Testament.
Okay, but we know that he's not Satan.
We know that he's not the devil. He's not the Nakash.
A lot of people call God Satan.
But Yahweh acts as a Satan many times in the Old Testament.
Okay, yeah, well, you have to take into consideration what the word is being used there. It's
exactly.
not identifying
That's
that.
my point. So
yeah, well,
so you're saying,
point.
You're saying that you're saying Wolf actually worships God then?
Yeah, but that's my point. If he's a Satanist, he's a Yahweh worshiper. Yeah.
Oh, hey, there you go. Hey,
yeah, not real.
Wolf, you
obviously
are now a theist, by the way.
Oh no.
Congratulations.
I guess G-Man was right after all. Everybody.
Hey, G-Man was right. You heard it here. G-Man is right. Put that on a soundboard.
I'm sorry to break it to you, man.
If God is all powerful, then yeah, Satan is just a darkness in the mind of God. Yeah, I would agree.
So if Wolf is rejecting Jesus, then he's not saved. But yeah, no. Satan is an action. Like it describes.
Well, what do you mean by rejection? Okay, is a rejection of Christ the same? Okay, you're gonna love this. Is rejection of the Christ the same as a disbelief in Christ? Don't shoot me. don't shoot me because lack theism. Is there a lack Christianity, or what was it? A lack of Christ. There you go, lack of Christ.
Right. You got me in the
pretty
room.
easy, actually, Steve. If you're offered something and you do not take it, you refused it, or you've rejected it, right? So if somebody tells you that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior, and you say, I don't know, or I don't think so, or no, it's not, or no, he's not, then I think you've rejected it.
Then you enter my territory.
He just might have a lack of belief. He's not actively rejecting. He's not denying the proposition.
I mean, let me put it to you this way. They say I need the fear of the Lord, like I need the Holy Spirit. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Okay, I'm a ghostbuster. That's just the way I see it.
So would you sleep in a haunted house for, like, let's say, I don't know, $1,000?
Make it $3,000.
Why
the hell not? Well, why wouldn't you? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I would. I would. And I'm not superstitious, but I've had some weird shit happen.
You make more. Hold on, Wolf. Do you make more than $1,000 a night?
Three.
When he's on the street. Yeah.
$3,000 and 2 fat bitches.
It should be worth your while if you're afraid of no ghost.
$3,000 and 2 fat bitches. I've already made my price.
You know what? He's made his price, so we all have.
I don't make $1,000 a night, so I'd do it.
Yeah, well, I would too. For $1,000.
What the hell?
As long as I have a laptop or a TV, I'm good.
And I ain't going no haunted nothing.
Good night.
Well, Lamed points out, if you don't believe in ghosts, then it's not a haunted house. Fuck shit. Yeah, no, you're okay. And I use the term colloquially as a haunted house. Whatever.
Well, I'd believe in it still. I ain't going nowhere near them.
So he'll stick with my mom for $1,000. Okay.
No, but
that'd
be cool.
Maybe 8,000.
I want to ask a question about heaven. Do you think you're going to have free will in heaven?
No, I don't think Christians actually think that.
Ooh.
No, I believe you will.
I don't. I see. The Christian I've ever talked to says no because you have to follow God's rule when you're up there.
It's like I think you will, but I think you won't.
Yeah, you can't. You can't. Yeah, I mean, what would it even mean to sin in heaven?
Ooh,
the reason why sin exists is because of a contrary choice and due to the ontological nature of that.
Right, but if you're in heaven, right? Once you're in heaven, you're it's game over. You're done.
Yeah, but here's
right?
Yeah. So what does it mean to be?
Let me finish.
Okay.
So if you're in heaven, right, you have to be a certain way because you can't go against the nature of God or the directive of God. So you can't sin. So how can you have free will?
Well,
if you're just fully good, you're not able to make bad choices. Like, is that really
no? I mean,
at the end of the day?
Even simpler than that. God could just remove the ability to sin and still give you choices, which would still be free will.
And that's kind of what I've said about the whole free will thing in the past, and people don't understand. It's like it's either you have to be a robot or you have to do every single thing imaginable under the sun. That's not true.
If you remove sin, Seth, are you saying that in heaven you could do whatever the hell you want?
No. Well, think of it like this: God is, let's say, jumping over the moon is a sin. Well, God has removed our ability to jump over the moon. Do we have free will?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying God's removed anybody's ability to sin. So can you reject God after salvation?
I don't know.
Can a person who's saved reject God? That would be a sin. No, I get you, Seth.
I'm just pointing out the specific scenario that God removing your ability to sin or choices to sin.
I get that. Fine. You're right.
Yeah, and that's actually the same. That's the same thing they make for when people say in the beginning, it's like, oh, you have to have had free will. You know, when they say like, oh, if God is so good, then why even let people sin? They say you have to have free will. It's like I can see it the same way that Seth can for that. It's like you don't have to.
Right. I agree with him. Say, let me finish my train of thought, please. If you you have free will, but you can't sin. But can you reject God after being saved?
No, by nature you can't do that.
Okay.
Let me give you an analogy.
Then again, I don't see how you have full free will, and also, that would be a sin to do that, though, right? Hypothetically, it would be a sin to reject God after salvation, even though you have perfect knowledge, right? Satan had perfect knowledge; he sinned, and he rebelled against God. But after
in Mormon theology, you know how they teach.
Yes.
You know in Mormon theology how you can become a god later on, right?
Yeah, but not above Yahweh. I mean, you're not above Yahweh.
Right.
You're not even equal. You're still always.
So it's very similar to
God. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So it's very similar to this in the early church, that in the resurrection on that last day, when you're part of the triune Godhead now, like Christians are like on the same throne, so to speak. That means because we're sharing in Christ's nature. So therefore, if Christ doesn't sin, if God doesn't sin, but yet there's this libertarian free will that's part of his nature, we will share in that. And that's exactly what the Mormons are trying to argue.
Okay. Well, I like I said, as much as I have issues with like the Book of Mormon's archaeology and the Book of Abraham, which I do, and some other stuff, the theology itself that Mormons put out, I've always said I like. I mean, the theology, I read more about how they interpret the thing from Scripture than most Christians in our community. I admit that.
Well, I use that to try and help.
But let me finish. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. No, I'll basically say this. I use that just to help you understand how I see the original.
Sure, but what's preclude? Okay, Satan and the angels had full knowledge of God and the Christ, the Holy Ghost. They knew all of it, right?
Right.
They decided to rebel. What precludes a second rebellion after the whole? Well, I hate to use rapture, but the tribulations and the eschatology is done, right? I don't know how to phrase it. I don't know eschatology very well, but
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Okay. So what's to preclude that?
Okay. So very clearly, in Job 15, the discussion between Job and his friends, that God himself cannot trust his holy ones. Basically speaking about that angelic realm that you're talking about. But as Paul in Romans and other places and what the New Testament teaches is that the reason why God incarnates is so that this particular creature, which is you and me, can join in sort of like a sense, the same sense of an ontological equalness with God. So in that resurrection on that last day, you cannot, become corrupt again.
Okay, so So I want to make sure I understand it correctly. You're co-equal with them in some ways, or at least part of that.
Yeah.
Okay, but the angels and Satan were not co-equal with them.
Right, because they're still creatures like you and me. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? That's a fair. You know what? It's really weird. As much as I may not fully agree with your theology, General. I gotta admit, you give really good answers. You know, at least stuff where I go, okay, you know what? You don't have to agree with it, but at least it's sensical. Because when I hear people give these bullshit answers on things, I'm like, yeah, that's not even a rational, coherent answer. Now, granted, people can look at it and go, yeah, that's not coherent because I don't even know what the hell a triune nature is and stuff like that. But I kind of know your theology a little bit. But it's still a better answer than I would expect it from, like, you know.
Steve, it's because I asked myself the same questions that you're asking, but that's a good thing. I'm glad that you're asking these questions. It just shows that I care.
Yeah, I'm not trying to stop
I
you.
take seriously the stuff. I don't. It's not. You know.
Right.
I'm not trying to be rude towards people like Beckel and so, but it does frustrate me that Christians are so blasé about it. You know, like they don't think about these questions.
See, Beckel
doesn't help
knows
their side very much.
Yeah, Beckel knows so little about anything else other than what he thinks he knows about the Bible, but he doesn't want to expand his views. He doesn't want to learn anything. Somebody actually had put in live view that if he did, he'd probably lose his faith, and he doesn't want that to happen. And I think they might be right. And by the way, we've got plenty of room in here.
Well, I didn't lose my faith when I was thinking of these questions.
We got three people.
That's what people don't realize, is that you can still have your faith.
We got 3 more people in here. You want to join? Anybody? Come on in. So GPAce wants to have a one-for-one question, I think. Why is so he's going to ask. Watch how quickly this goes. He'll ask one question. I'll give an answer. We'll ask him a question, and he won't answer. Do you guys want to make a prediction? Because he's a troll. But you guys want to do that?
0 rounds.
All right, 0 rounds. I'm a predictor. So he okay. So you know what? Let's ask this to Meg, because we already know this question. This question actually is a variation of what a guy named Shock of God used to ask. So it's one of those things that's gone around as a trope, and it's pretty trivial to really kind of refute. But he asked, "Why is atheism true and correct?" Which is, like I said,
fact. Shock of God lives near us.
Oh, so you know Shock of God. So this is something that Shock of God was trying to like make big, and it was just like, oh, really? So let me ask you the question: why is atheism true and correct?
I mean, I don't know the answer to the question. I don't have a good answer. I mean,
all right, Seth. Let me ask you, Seth. What would you answer to that?
There are a number of theistic arguments that I don't think stand up to scrutiny, and there are atheological arguments that do stand up to scrutiny.
Okay, I don't know if I so much use the negative evidence of theism as a positive affirmation of atheism, but I get where you're going with that. So I would answer this way. I'm not going to take atheism as a proposition so much, but you know, it's not that something's true and correct, right? We can't say atheism is true and correct. It's a belief, and so the question is malformed from the get-go. The question says, what makes you believe atheism to be true? I'll use it that way. What makes you believe atheism is true? Okay, and a lot of things could be like divine hiddenness, problem of evil, ever-changing scripture, the fact that people pray and there's a very low instances of these prayers coming true. Although in the Bible there's like 5 or 6 instances of God saying, "Whenever 2 or you more gather in my name, it shall be done," if asked, in sincerity. Now these are questions that I'm sure General could probably have answers for, sure, but they are legit questions to ask, and an atheist doesn't feel like those questions that he gets are sufficient to warrant a belief in a deity. So it's a doxastic position. So it's not that it's true and correct. It is that the person has judged the proposition of God's existence to be false. And I'm going by philosophical atheism here. Would you all agree that's more of a sufficient answer, or a decent sufficient answer?
Yeah, especially when you put it on a personal level. Like my reasons for not accepting a deity would be different from the person beside me. Like another atheist.
And I said, though, he would even wait for another question, but he says, I want scientific proof that atheism is true or correct. Well, first of all, it's saying you want scientific proof demonstrates to me you don't understand science. The only person that says science can prove things is Cliff Stamp, who has gone full contrarian troll. That he's the only person that will ever say this.
But yeah, science doesn't prove anything. It just doesn't. So asking for scientific proof is not as a non sequitur. But the scientific evidence that atheism is a more viable position than theism would be stuff like, well, theists say X, like for example, the Noah's Ark or the flood or what's some other stories in the Bible? Like the Ludo Bukaki or the whatever. Yeah, we can show that these things are false. We can show that Noah's Ark could not possibly account for speciation today. Not these hyperspeciation rates wouldn't even be possible, even by the most ludicrous amounts. We're talking about speciation rates more than you would have to have speciation rates 3 times over like 1 generation. How's that possible? You can't even have 1 speciation rate per generation unless you're a fucking plant with polyploidy. Okay, so atheism is a philosophical position. So the only science you could have relating to it is negative science or negative evidence against the alternative philosophical position, which is theism. That's how you would do it, DPH. So when you ask for scientific evidence for atheism, you're literally just showing that there's not enough evidence scientifically to support the theistic position. And so you don't believe it anymore. You don't believe them. So the atheist evidence is that I don't believe the theist because the evidence is not convincing to them. That's simple as that.
Well, like I said, there's different reasons. See, for me, divine hiddenness would have came into my thing why I started drifting away.
Yeah,
science didn't have anything to do with it. Contradictions didn't have anything to do with it. I accepted the Bible as it was and dealt with, whatever contradiction was. I said, okay, well, this is not a problem right now. It's like evolution. I accepted evolution.
And I kind of agree with GPH on this. He says, thank you for exposing how wrong atheists are for asking proof of God. No, I kind of agree with GPH on this. I think it's kind of dishonest for a atheist to go, okay, show me evidential evidence or empirical evidence for God, because it's a belief claim, right? And you're not basing it upon empirical evidence for God himself. You can't take God, stick it in a jar, and say, hey, look, here's God, right? There's anecdotal evidence that has to be the evidence to be evaluated. But we can't say that the scientific evidence for God existence doesn't exist, obviously. It's not something to be evaluated from science, right? Science is not the tool to evaluate these propositions, which is funny because people like GPS always like to say, oh, you guys are into scientism. But here he is doing scientism. He's actually literally doing what scientism is defined to be by trying to improperly use the scientific method in a point of a position of a philosophy that cannot be applied. That is scientism. So he actually is being the people that everybody bitches about us. He's doing scientism right now, which is kind of funny. Do you guys? I mean, do you agree? Disagree? If you're asking for a scientific, you're trying to use a scientific method for a philosophical claim, I think you're going to be a little shit out of luck. Okay. Random it says, if they assert God exists, they have a burden of proof. Absolutely. An atheist has a burden of proof as well. Both parties have a burden of proof. But if they assert a God that exists, the burden of proof just means, are you talking about the burden of proof they have to demonstrate their claim that God exists, which doesn't have to mean they have to show you God. They can give you other evidences for it. Or do you mean the burden of proof to justify why they believe that? There's 2 different burdens of proof in play.
Is philosophy classified as a science? What bracket do they put it in?
Philosophy is science. Well, science is a branch of philosophy, actually. Not the other way around. Science is a branch of philosophy. Came from natural philosophy.
So it's kind of the science of logic, or what? Like, how do they? Like,
natural
what category of science do they put?
Natural science. Yeah, natural science.
It's more like
philosophy.
It's more like science is the logic of measuring the natural world.
Yeah, sure, I can give it that.
That's philosophy. Yeah. That's how they categorize. Okay.
Yeah, GPH says atheism needs to be defended also. Absolutely. At GPH, I've been the one leading the charge with a few other people saying that atheists who say they don't have a burden of justification are being freaking ridiculously stupid. They're literally being philosophically naive and looking really retarded in the eyes of a well-educated philosophical theist. Of course, atheists have a burden of justification because that is a dosastic position. And they need it. My argument is that if you're going to be an atheist, you need to own that shit. Don't be a pussy.
I don't know, Steve. I think you're just throwing out crazy terms now, but it's cool because again, I don't think atheists have a burden of justification.
But that's philosophically naive, though. I mean, that goes against 1,700 years of precedent by Sextus Empiricus back in the 2nd and 3rd century when he was dealing with the problem of the criterion. He set forth the burden of justification. That's a burden of justification you have exists regardless if anybody else is around. Why do I hold this particular belief? I believe X. Okay, well, it doesn't matter if anybody else is around. I believe X to myself because of this. I have to justify why I hold that belief. That's it.
I don't believe that is true for every claim, as I tried to state before.
Well, you could, but that's logically. I tried to show you the logic in the other hangout. You didn't even look at it. You just basically like glossed over.
I did. I looked at it and I said I do agree, but then I explained there are some claims that you're right, you do have to justify, but then there are other claims you do not because you're denying a claim. That's why
any claim requires a justificatory burden. I don't know how you get out of that. Any belief requires a justificatory burden.
Every belief does not require a justificatory.
Well, you're wrong. You're just simply wrong.
Well, there are things that.
Yeah, I have to disagree with you on that as well, MP. I mean, even theists, when they're
I would just try to at least just finish my point. I know everybody wants to jump on it when I have a different.
Go ahead. No, jump to finish point.
Well, only thing I was saying is that I believe if someone makes a claim, and I say I disbelieve your claim. Now, truly, I do understand the justification. Maybe I just don't have any information, but I don't have to justify my not accepting your claim. And I think for any claim, if I had some evidence to be able to justify it, then yes, it would be upon me to justify a claim. But if someone brings me a claim that's just out of the air with no justification and no evidence, then what evidence or justification would I have to dismiss that claim?
But the problem is this goes back to your training as a lawyer. You're not thinking in philosophy and science. You're thinking like a lawyer, and that's been your downfall this entire time. Is you're not thinking how it is in philosophy. Right.
I just asked you a reasonable question. No, I did ask you a reasonable question. If someone came with a claim.
Okay, if you reject someone's claim, you need to give reason. My belief is I don't accept your claim. Let me give you a justificatory reason why I hold that position.
But
everything
listen to my
you
question.
Have a justificatory position.
My question is very clear though. If someone gives you a claim with no reason or justification, what reason or justification would I need to?
The reason is they didn't give you a justificatory thing. That's your reason. That's your justification.
So the reason,
right there, you just said
that I can't justify the claim is because they didn't justify the claim that I can't now not justify.
You could make an argument for that. I'd be okay with that. I would accept that as a justificatory.
But exactly what I'm saying is that I don't need justification. You agree with me. I don't need justification to not justify.
MP, listen to me carefully. Any claim or somebody rejecting that claim requires a justificatory burden. That is philosophy. You don't like it, great, whatever. But that is a philosophy thing. That's a fact in philosophy. If you have a claim, you have a justificatory burden. Atheism is a claim. It is a position of a belief that God does not exist. Now, you can deny that all you want. You don't like it, whatever. But that is how it's taught ubiquitously in philosophy, and there's a reason for that. And I showed you the predicate logic using dosastic logic, right? Because beliefs are a lot more complicated than just X or not X.
But I showed
because of that, you have to use a special because you have to use a special logic called dosastic logic. Have you ever looked into dosastic logic?
No, I've not looked into dosastic logic.
Okay, look in Wikipedia about dosastic logic. There's a very, very different form of logic dealing with beliefs than it is with just regular general logic. And there's a reason for that, because there are not more nuances. We're trying to be logically correct, and you're the one saying it's not logical, and you're telling Ozzy that and Alex that. And it's like, wait a minute, Alex is a logician. He teaches this stuff. And Ozzy taught logic. And you're telling them they're not logical, and yet you have not given them a logical proof why.
I'm telling them that they're making arguments that are not logical, and it's unfortunate that when I try to put out why it is, everybody keeps jumping, and maybe it's just sometimes it's hard when everyone else thinks a particular way that is different from what I'm thinking, that no one will allow you to express your point.
Well, the
reason why, but now you're asking me something. I told you I wasn't familiar with predicate logic. Now you're asking me to use predicate logic. What I'm saying.
No, I asked you dosastic logic.
Is MP really quiet for anyone else?
Yeah, he's quiet. He's whispering. Yeah,
maybe it just might be my mic. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah, I thought you were whispering for some
Oh,
reason.
no. I think it's just my mic. No, but only thing I'm saying is that I asked because this all came down to a very simple problem before. It was, okay, if I say I don't believe in something, then by saying I don't believe in it, I didn't tell you what I actually believe. I didn't tell you I believe in X. Now that was our whole issue. That was about, if I say I don't believe that God exists, I'm not telling you what I do believe. And then when I specifically ask, okay, well, let's just change the scenario. Let's say I don't believe in X, or I believe in X. How would you then negate I believe in X with the belief claim, with the positive belief claim? I believe in something else, so I don't believe in X. And you guys hold on. And you guys weren't able to do that because, unfortunately, you can't negate a positive belief claim with another positive belief claim.
You cannot say that we didn't. I gave you the negation in the group chat. Okay, but I have to use stochastic logic to do it. It's not straightforward logic. We're dealing with belief claims. It's not the same thing as just saying X or not X. Okay, that's a very naive approach to it. There's a whole field of logic called stochastic logic that clearly you're not familiar with. And let me show you what this is, and I'll explain to you these things. That's Wikipedia. Can you see it?
Yeah, hold on, I'm clicking on it now.
Okay, this is a whole branch of science dealing with reasons, and belief. Okay. This is the type of logic you have to use to answer your question, which I did answer in the group chat. So when you say you can't answer it, yes, I can, but I have to use a much different form of logic than you are familiar with.
Well, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just ignorant to the fact that it's logic.
Let me tell you how to read this, and maybe you can look it over your own time. Let's look at the first one. Accurate reasoner. Do you see that?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
That little upside down A. Do you know what that means? You take math,
no.
Existential. Okay, that's called an existential quantifier. It just means for all of. Okay, so for all of P, for all propositions of P, okay, B, the big B, the royal B. Okay, that's a belief. P is a proposition. They're always lowercase.
Okay.
Implies P. Okay, so what that's saying is, for all propositions, an accurate reasoner never believes a false proposition. Okay. The one I find the most interesting is peculiar reasoner. Look at that one. See that one, peculiar reasoner? That one, the backwards E, okay, another existential quantifier, means there exist. Okay, so there exists a proposition such that a belief and that little V symbol, right? That means or, if it's the other way around, it's and. So a belief of the proposition, yeah, Stuart knows this, so he's following along. The belief of proposition or the belief of the not proposition. Okay, or the belief, not the belief of the proposition, and that's called a Morris paradox, which is really interesting. That's when somebody holds a position such that you say it's raining outside, but I don't believe it's raining outside. Now classically logic, you're like, well, how does that work? Right? But in belief systems, you can have weird shit, right? You can hold conflicting things like that, right? Okay, so this type of logic, this is how you answer that question when you're dealing with beliefs about negations. And what's being negated? Is it the negation of BP, right? The not BP, or is it B not P? Is it belief of the negation of the predicate or the proposition, or is it the negation of the belief with the predicate? And so it's very confusing. But this is why it's a little bit more nuanced than you're making it out to be.
Steve, quickly, can I ask a question on that? So that when you said raining and not raining, is there a way of describing a person who, so if it's raining outside, but the person, you know how usually people say, I would like to believe that it's not raining.
Well, that's a whole, like would be a different thing altogether. I think Morris paradox is saying that, look, it's raining, right? So you have a conscious awareness that it's raining, but you don't hold that belief. Right?
And like literally in the mind is as if it's sunny in the person's mind, not raining.
Right. It's sunny outside, but I don't believe it's sunny outside.
Right. Okay. So
does the person know? So just a quick question. So does the person know it's sunny outside, but just doesn't believe it's sunny outside?
They know they know it's sunny outside. They're stating it's sunny outside, but their belief is a different belief than what is actually happening in reality. That's why it's called a paradox, right? Moore's paradox.
Yeah, because see now I was always under the impression, and this is from the logic that I learned, was that there is from sufficiency and necessity. For instance, belief and are linked in that particular way. Knowledge is a sufficient claim, where belief is the necessary claim for knowledge. So when I say something like, everything that you know, you inherently believe, that shows the sufficiency of knowledge to belief. And then if I say everything you believe, you do not know everything you believe, that also would be a true statement. That would be a true value at all times. But now what you're telling me is that in this particular situation with belief, you can actually have something that you believe is not true, but know you believe is false to know to be true.
You can state it. What it is?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's accurate. What is it? Logically.
No, you're stating. Well, again, you're stating. You're stating a condition that's true, right? It's raining is true. P is true, but you don't believe it's true. So it's not B, P, right? Or B. It would be wait. You believe it's not true. So B and negation B, P. So you believe that it's not true, even though you accept that the proposition is true, which is really confusing. I mean, I'm still working on it myself. Stuart, you might know a little more about that.
Maybe my objection is maybe I'm raising an ignorant objection, because and maybe I'll just flesh it out a little clearer. If I say something like, if you're in New York, you're in the United States, it is impossible to say that if I'm in the United States, I'm in New York. It's possible, but doesn't have to be true. So the sufficiency and necessity is clear there. In New York means you're in the United States. But hold on. Just let me finish this one point. But with belief and knowledge, it's the same. If you have knowledge, then you have belief. It's connected in that way. It is a truth value. The value of that statement is true, and I believe it's true in all circumstances. So now if you're saying that there is something that you can know but not believe, I challenge the fact that I don't believe that statement is a truth value. That statement is false.
I'm not asserting that you know it. No. Moore's paradox doesn't mean you know it. Nor Moore's paradox is you're saying it's raining, right? You're saying a truth thing, right? Comporting with reality. It's raining, but you don't believe that it's raining. It has nothing to do with your knowledge. These are not knowledge claims. You always seem to bring in knowledge when nobody's talking about knowledge. Knowledge is a whole different thing.
Well, no, that's why I was asking.
But hang on. Yeah. Okay. So necessity and sufficiency. The thing of that is like Matt Slick's thing, right? Matt Slick will do that whole disjunctive syllogism where he eliminates one of the disjuncts, says, "Oh, look, I've got P or not P, therefore P, right? So it's just P, therefore P." The problem with that is sufficient. He to eliminate one of the disjuncts to say God, that's a sufficient condition, but it's not a necessary condition to actually demonstrate that one of those disjuncts is eliminated. So sufficient just means that it's a sufficient reason to do so, but is it necessary? Is it necessary means that it must exist in all possible worlds. That's what literally necessary means, right, Seth?
Yes, but
oh my God, we bored Seth. We lost our entire viewers.
Lost Seth.
We lost Seth. We lost everybody. They all left. They were more worried about Veckel and in general. Once you start to get back on this, whatever. It's toward the end of the show.
Yeah. Well, only reason listen, maybe it is I have to do a lot more research. But again, I think the view that I hold, is and maybe you're right. Maybe it's just regular logically sound and not.
Can I ask you this?
And the reason why, go ahead, ask me the question.
When you have a large amount of people, that are experts in a field, right, telling you something, don't you think you should take a step back? Okay, it's the same thing about science, right? I mean, no matter how much I believe in science, if I had 50 physicists tell me, Steve, you're wrong, no matter what I think it is, I'm going to take a hell of a good long value of that and go, yeah, you know what, it might be. This is not a black and white issue. It's just a simple negation of X or not X. I've been learning the predicate logic to explain that, and I've come a long way using predicate logic to do that. But I understand it is a very complicated thing when dealing with beliefs.
But this is not. I don't think this is that case. This is the case where I have some people who are online who claim to be experts, and then I have people who are experts who are debating in the field who say the exact opposite. So this is not just like all the experts.
Who's debating in the field?
I mean, all the experts that all the experts that I see here. But then when you talk about like Sam Harris,
Sam Harris is the only one
debate this.
Sam Harris is the only one that has a background in philosophy of the Four Horsemen.
Okay, but I'm saying you're making it seem like it's no one else in the field is accepting my viewpoint, and I believe there are just as many people in my field who accept my viewpoint. And this is just like science. You have and even if you say my position is a minority position in science, you can hold minority positions that can be found out to be true. Einstein's position was a minority position at one point. So
okay, well,
I think this argument.
Now you sound like a younger creationism. Now you sound like a younger creationist. You really do.
Well, I don't know if younger creationists can point to actual people in the field who say that their position is right.
Sam Harris is an atheist activist. Okay, he has an agenda, just like a younger creationist has an agenda. You go to any college, drive down to your college, go to the philosophy department, ask them about this, because they don't have a bias. Sam Harris, who I respect, has a bias. Come on, let's be realistic, right?
I don't know. Sam Harris, Chris Hitchens, all these great atheistic thinkers of our time, they all have a bias. I don't know, Steve. Of course
they do. They're activists
right now.
But not me.
Activists, all of them have a bias. And it's
wait,
you can't accept that they don't have a minority position that could be valid.
It's so minority. It's almost unheard of in academics, if at all. Sam Harris isn't even in academics anymore. He's doing this. He did it.
It's funny. Round Earth was a minority position at one point.
Okay, that's again. Now you sound like a flat. Now you sound like a flat earther. Flat earther could be true because it's minority position. That's absurd.
No, I'm saying it's a minority position in the field by the people who are arguing everything. When I say Sam Harris's name, everybody on here knows he's the one arguing in the field. When you say somebody like Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins, when you say these people's names, these are the people on TV in the field arguing.
They're not teaching these things in classrooms to students in philosophical classes. Okay, it's an agenda-driven thing. They want it done for political reasons, which we've already explained to you. It's not philosophically sound. Let me ask you: Do you think the term atheism, the term atheist, has value? Do you think that we should have a term atheist for a reason?
Do I think it has value? I think yeah. I think it describes.
Sam Harris doesn't think so. Sam Harris thinks the term atheism is absurd. There should be no word in the English language atheist. That's what he advocates.
But you know what?
That's kind of dumb.
Well,
you know what, I don't agree with them. What other? If you think about it, though, what other term do you have for somebody who doesn't like? Is there a term for not believing in astronomy or not believing? It's really one of those few terms. It's one of those few terms that describes a not belief.
But we live in a. It is a ridiculous term. But no, it isn't, because we live in a world where there are theists. So it is a thing we have to deal with. We live in a world where these words come into play because they have a context to something that relates, that comports with reality. If you're right, if there was no theist in the world, then the word atheist wouldn't matter, right? But we still would be all non-theists. That doesn't matter. That's not going to change. If you're not a theist,
it's better than using the term non-believer all the time.
What your argument has always been, MP, is that you're taking something that's already well established. Like you admit that you're in a minority position.
Yeah, no, I admit it.
Okay, great. So you're taking a position that instead of having what's accepted, because there's reasons to, because advanced shit that you admit you haven't even looked into, that they might be right. Correct. That you're just saying let's dumb it down. And I mean that colloquially, not that you're saying being stupid.
No, I understand.
Yeah, to dumb it down to more of a general level, because that's how the general population views it. But at the same time, you lose precision doing that. You lose a lot of precision, because look at it. If I say I lack a belief and you don't know what definition I'm using, right? If I haven't told you what definition I'm using, you don't know whether I'm an atheist or agnostic. You have no idea. But if I say I believe God doesn't exist, you know exactly my position. One phrase, same thing. You know my position.
Well, just two things.
Simple as that.
Number one, again, and I think now we're losing the nuance in my argument, and that was interesting because I was trying to simplify it to logical statements, logical truth. This must be true. This must not be true. But if we want to point out the fine nuance, only thing I am saying is that, and with theistic claims are something that has to be affirmed, you have to affirm it. And I do agree that I am defining atheism as you are defining non-theism. So we all kind of talking about the same thing. We're just really arguing over the definition of the term atheist versus non-theist. But if I said I'm a non-theist, it's fine. It would fit within your term. Our disagreement is not between the term atheist and really non-theist, which I think is very similar. I think our disagreement is between the term atheist and agnostic. And why I say that is because theism, as I am defining it, and as I believe is the proper definition, is just saying I don't believe this particular claim. And I do understand what you're saying when you say,
okay, then what do you want to find? What do you want to find on agnosticism?
I do understand. Before we define agnosticism, I just wanted to say this last point. I do understand when you say that it doesn't tell you what you do believe, but I believe that is almost a little of a red herring, because if someone asks you a direct claim, do you believe in X? And I say, I do not believe in X. Then if they wanted to know more, if they wanted to know if I believed in Y, A, B, C, or D, they should have asked me a broader question to get
But MP, this is
not the one point of the information.
This is where your lawyer comes in. It's sufficient in law. You're right. It's sufficient. If you get asked a question, you say no on the stand, it is sufficient. You're right. Absolutely. In philosophy, no, it's not sufficient to answer the question the way it's worded. That's the whole point of it. It's not a sufficient answer. It doesn't tell you anything. So you're talking about two different fields. In law, sufficient. Philosophy, no.
And let me jump in.
It's a necessary.
Yeah, go ahead.
But go ahead.
Stuart, go ahead.
Okay. So, MP, you are, I think, mostly correct when you say that if you know something outright, then you also believe it. But that's not what Steve is talking about when he's talking about nostastic logic. The principles governing nostastic logic is whether or not something actually is the case. So knowledge of this thing is really superfluous.
It's relevant. Yeah, exactly.
Discipline. So whether or not you can reason to it and by what means you've reasoned to it is what it's talking about. So when we talk about the definitions, I really hate that this got back into the definition black hole that we've been in for, I guess, the past 2 days. But when it comes to the definitions, what I think we can say is that depending on how you define each term, right, you could be just the first one is the easiest one, accurate reasoner. If it actually is the case and you believe it actually is the case, then you are what would be known as an accurate reasoner under the principles of nostastic logic.
So on that principle, if it's true and you believe it, right, you're an accurate reasoner. So you never believe a false proposition because you're only accepting true propositions. Correct?
And it has nothing to do with whether or not you know it.
Knowledge has nothing to do with it.
Right. So
I would agree with that.
Okay, and look at consistent reasoner, right? Consistent reasoner is somebody that never believes the proposition and the negation at the same time, right? You're consistent. I believe something to be true, right? And I don't believe it to be true and not true at the same time. That's consistent. Now you can't even have that in classical logic, could you? You could have consistency, but you couldn't have somebody who believes two different things at the same time. You couldn't believe something to be true and false at the same time.
Yes, you can. It's possible.
Not in classical logic.
Well, for instance, when and I know you guys hate this example, but it's the TRAPPIST-1 example. Do you believe aliens exist on TRAPPIST-1? Well, I don't believe. And then you can say, well, do you believe that aliens don't exist on TRAPPIST-1? I don't believe. Those are two.
No.
One has to be true. But we're talking about the belief.
You're changing the negation. No, MP, I'm not going to let you get away with that. You're changing the negation. You cannot say, I believe aliens exist on TRAPPIST-1, and I believe aliens do not exist on TRAPPIST-1. That is something that you cannot say.
Why can I say that?
You said, I don't believe.
No, I believe that aliens don't exist in TRAPPIST-1. I don't believe that aliens do exist in TRAPPIST-1.
But you did it again. I believe. Okay, say the words I believe.
Let me make sure I'm clear because it is late. I believe. Well, I'm saying I do not believe that aliens exist on TRAPPIST-1.
Again, stop
and
doing
I'm saying
that.
I do not believe that aliens don't exist on TRAPPIST-1.
You just stop saying I do not believe.
All right, so I'll change it to I believe.
BP is I believe the proposition. BP, I believe the proposition. Okay. The negation, B, negation of P is I believe not the proposition. Okay, so you BP, B, not P.
This is where we have our fundamental disagreement.
This is not a disagreement. This is logic.
This is where I believe this is my disagreement, because I believe that when you're trying to negate a belief claim, I believe in X, the negation of that belief claim is I do not believe in X.
It is. You're right. No, I'm not even talking about it. Right. The negation of the belief claim is BP. The negation of that is not a BP.
Okay, so we agree with that.
Yeah, but the reason for that is, and if you would have looked at the example I gave in the group chat, is the before in the CST, the reason for that is because if I say I believe X, the negation of that is not I believe X. Would you agree with that?
I believe X, not I believe X. Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
So not I believe X is the direct negation. If you look at the predicate logic for that, not I believe X is the same as saying I do not believe X. Or I don't believe X, right? So you're right on that. You're right. Nobody's ever said otherwise, okay? That's what you've been arguing, but that's not the freaking argument. The argument is saying something to the negation of the proposition, okay? So if can I say I believe aliens exist? I believe aliens don't exist. Does that make sense to you to have those two beliefs simultaneously?
Yes, and let me explain why. Just like, for instance, with the jar example with the odd and evens, if you have
they're odd and even at the same time.
Amount of dumbbells. Said this. What I believe is that you can have a belief. You cannot believe the positive propositions about an object that you can't evaluate. For instance, you can't, if somebody puts a jar of gumballs, I can't evaluate. Hold on. Just let me finish.
You're not talking about what I'm talking about, MP. You're talking about agnostic position. Listen to me very clearly.
I'm not talking about agnostic position. I'm trying to explain to you why I'm talking about the
Let's use the gumball. Can you believe the gumballs have an even amount of gumballs and simultaneously believe that they have an odd number of gumballs at the same time?
I agree. I can't believe that. Yes.
Fuck. Thank you. Oh my God. That's what I've been saying for the last 10 minutes.
But I said I agree with that. I'm not saying I do not agree with that. But we're not talking about what we believe. I'm saying what I'm denying the claim. If someone says, do you believe they're even? And I say, I don't believe they're even. And someone else says, do you believe they're odd? And I say, I do not believe they're odd. I can hold those two positions. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's agnostic. That's agnostic.
I don't believe that's agnostic, because I believe what I'm saying is that I believe claiming that they're even, and I'm denying they're even. That's atheism. Just to deny even. Not the assertion. Not saying that. I have no opinion on the.
Oh my God! You're like you and Heretic. I swear to God, you and Heretic are like pulling teeth.
So I can clarify again something.
Go ahead, maybe clarify.
Go ahead.
So you can hold on a single proposition. You can hold both the affirmative and the contrary beliefs to it, only if the proposition is poorly defined. So if the proposition is something like OJ was guilty, right? That's a proposition you could believe is true, or you could believe is false, right? Equally. And it could be the case, it could also be both the case that OJ is innocent and OJ is guilty, or OJ is not guilty and OJ is guilty, right? And the only reason that would work is because the definitions and the specifics are very poorly defined in the proposition. And that's where you run into these problems, because when we have something like a God, it just is a very just a very poorly defined position, a very poorly defined term.
To be honest, I would agree. I agree with that.
Okay, but MP, I want to suss this out a little bit for a second. So you agree that you cannot believe that they're odd and even at the same time?
Yes, I can't pull those possibilities.
Okay,
correct.
Assuming that there's a proposition, okay, even, whatever, pick one. Can you believe that the proposition P, at the same time, believing that you don't believe that it's even?
I'll just say it one more time. I'm sorry.
Sure. You hold that you believe that it's okay. You believe the proposition, right? You believe that it's even.
Yes.
But at the same time, you don't believe that you believe that it's even.
I believe that it's even, but I don't believe that I believe that it's even.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, you cannot express that in general logic.
No,
right.
I don't think
That's where the peculiar reasoner is. That's why you can't use general logic for a lot of the stuff. That's why you have to use this stochastic, because you cannot express that in regular general logical form.
Yes.
But in the case of the marbles, right? The even and odd, right?
Yeah.
If you don't believe they're even, you don't believe they're odd, you're taking an agnostic approach to it. You're lacking a belief in both even and odd. Okay. Would you agree with that, or you don't agree with that for some reason?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, if I say, I'm telling you that they're even, and you say I don't believe that they're even. I don't believe that they're even. Okay, great. You're not telling me whether you actually believe they're odd now, and you're not telling me you actually believe that you lack a belief in they're odd as well. So you're not telling me whether you're.
But what if I say this? If I say, I believe.
Will you just answer the question rather than we try to change the question?
No. I'm just. Go ahead.
If you answer, I don't believe you. Okay, I now know that you don't believe that they're even, or you lack a belief that they're even. But you also might lack a belief that they're blue, making you agnostic, or you might affirm that they're blue, and you're not agnostic. You're a bluist, or not bluist. I'm sorry, oddist.
An oddist. Right? Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So if you just tell me this, right? Lack of belief. There's two possibilities: that you lack a belief in the other alternative as well. You see that?
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. Okay.
You're right.
So that's what the argument.
I'm following you 100%. I agree with that.
All right. So it's a very and this is what we put out in the logical form in the predicate logic, because now you're saying that you're not giving anybody a sufficient information of what your position actually is. You're very vague, because I don't know whether you're agnostic and I don't know if you're atheist. To a person like myself who doesn't know anything about the definitions, right, and don't realize it's broad and narrow, for you lacking a belief, I go, well, what the fuck does that mean? Does that mean you're agnostic? You're an atheist? I don't know what your definitions are. Now, if we say if we say like Seth, who's a philosophical atheist, and we say, Seth, do you believe in God? And he says, I believe God does not exist. Boom, they're an atheist. Boom, no, that's it. It's sufficient.
This is where I think we get this.
How is that a rational argument to you, MP? One sentence, you have two things that can be interpreted. One sentence, you have one way to be interpreted.
I'm trying to explain why I have an issue with this logic. All right, I do agree, because again, if you claim that you believe God does not exist, by definition, you are an atheist. It couldn't be any other way. You couldn't then be a theist but not believe that God exists. So that is. Wait.
If you claim he doesn't exist, or you lack a belief that he exists.
If you say I believe that God does not exist,
you're an atheist.
You are by definition an atheist.
Yes.
It could be no other way.
Correct.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Now, what I'm saying is under the way I'm understanding it, and again, I'm open to correction, is that an atheist is saying, I do not believe that God exists. Now, you are correct, because I think both of those people are atheists, but I believe that you're right.
Yeah, that's fine.
By saying that you do not believe God exists does answer a lot more questions. It's an affirmative claim that, hey, I don't believe God exists, and it gives the person a full understanding.
Right.
But my issue with this whole thing is that I believe that if someone asks you a direct claim, I believe X, and you say I don't believe X, you're now saying that now you have to affirm that, hey, I believe Y, or I don't believe X.
No, that's where your argument falls.
To give you a full understanding of what I really do believe. When the question is being, when the proposition is being put forward, do you believe in X? I don't have to then assert what I do believe in. I just have to respond to the question being asked.
But you
I don't
admitted
believe
that
in that
insufficient.
proposition.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's insufficient. I believe it's necessary.
Well,
I believe
you
that you're giving me. No, I'm saying it's necessary. It's not as fulfilling, maybe, but it's a necessary answer to the question: do you believe in a God? And if I say I do not believe in a God, that's necessary, because even in your definition
it's not necessary.
of
No, it's not necessary. It's sufficient.
Hold on.
It's not necessary.
Even in
it's not
even in your
necessary.
definition.
Well, okay.
Even what you just said.
Okay.
Just let me ask you this
Do you
question.
mean by okay? Let me retract that, because if you mean the fact that all atheists lack a belief regarding any definition, you're right. Right. And in any definition,
it's necessary for that. It's a necessary condition for you to make the claim that you do not believe in God, that you do not believe a God exists.
You lack a belief. All atheists lack a belief.
The necessary condition for that is saying I don't believe.
Okay, but do you
and
think,
God, I do not believe. That's the necessary condition. That's what I'm saying. I'm arguing for the necessary condition. You're arguing for a sufficient condition attached to the necessary condition.
Which is how you actually should better do something. It has to be sufficient and necessary, right? Sufficient and necessary is the two things that, for well thought out things, should be both. You need both, right? Not just.
All right. You know what?
So let me ask you this.
I can say I live in New York. I can say I live in the United States, but it doesn't tell you where I live. I can live in New York. I live in California. So I do agree with you. If that's your argument, then yes, I agree with you.
Well, no, I love the fact you're agreeing, but I can't really let you do that, because it's not. If you say you live in America, that's not a necessary. Necessary means that it has to be it could be no other way in any possible world.
Well, I'm saying if I say if
you
live
could live
in New
somebody
York,
else
live in
in a possible world, you could live in Europe in a possible world.
Just for the statement, if I live in New York, I live in the United States. And if I say, but if I just say I live in the United States, it doesn't tell you where I live in the United States. But I live in New York, so I'm saying that what you're saying is I'm giving the broad definition, the necessary condition, but you're saying, but to narrow it to tell me where you actually live. I agree with what you're saying.
I see your analogy. Yeah, okay, I can work with that. But I think before you were thinking that if you lacked a belief in even, that it automatically meant that you were odd, and then we were trying to tell you that's not our argument. That's silly, right? If you lack a belief in even, it doesn't make you an oddist.
Yeah,
right?
now.
But it doesn't necessarily make
yes.
Okay, I want to make that.
But and it's funny. I'm glad you went through it, because no, I do understand now. No, because every time you keep saying that, I do not exist, and that's what I'm thinking. I said, but now I do understand what you're saying.
All right.
We are admitting that you're right.
Take some time to research this a little bit more, and think about it. Just suss it over. Like I said, the only holdouts literally in the community are you and Heretic, and Heretic's understanding of logic is really, 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 really bad, to say the least. There's reasons why these things make sense. They make perfectly good sense to me. And the bigger picture is, if you are an atheist, this makes an atheist have a stronger position. Okay, it is for an atheist. If an atheist says, "Look, I got a justificatory burden. Let me show you it," and they just run with it, they'll make a much better argument against a theist almost every time. So why try to avoid it? It makes no sense.
This is my only last point of confusion. The difference between someone who says, "I don't believe a God exists," well, I believe that gods don't exist, and someone who says, "I do not believe."
Mm-hmm.
There's an actual difference in what terms would you use for the two different positions, because they are
sure.
I do not believe a God exists. I believe God does not exist.
Using predicate logic, which I've shown you, but the predicate logic would work out to be I believe. If you say I believe God does not exist, atheist. If you say I do not believe God exists, that's a non-theist. Using predicate logic.
Okay.
Because I mean, do you want? You know what? Let me. How about I just
and that's
show you?
But now I understand why you say all are not theists, because if you're defining it that way, then that makes sense, because non-theist is the necessary condition, and being an atheist is the sufficient condition.
Yeah, okay. And if somebody wants, if somebody says, "Look, I just lack a belief," and they want to call themselves an atheist, we're not telling them they can't do that. It's a definition, right? We're not saying that there's one definition. And that's been a big argument. And I think you get that, but heretic doesn't understand that.
No, I'm starting to understand the argument because again, sometimes when you just write down stuff in your argument, you're not trying. So I'm trying to actually understand.
All right, I'll show you the logic. Can you see the group chat there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, and I think, do I have enough room to post this in the outside chat? That's going to all be fucked up. Okay, so I is I, B is do not, or should be do believe, G is a God, D is does exist. Okay, so a theist, and this is to how we're looking at it. A theist would say BI equals DG, which is basically saying I do believe a God exists. Okay, you would agree with that. I don't no contention on the okay.
No.
Let's skip down the atheist. The atheist to us would say I do believe a God does not exist. Okay, not a negation like you're thinking of, because you're right. The direct logical negation of I believe God, I believe X is not I believe X, or I do not believe X. That's true. Okay. You're right on that, right? But we agreeing, but to see that's a different type of logic. This is why we're using this type of logic, which is predicate.
Okay.
A non-theist would say, I do not believe a God does exist. Okay, that non-theist position, that not BI equals DG, applies to all positions that are not theist.
I got
it. Okay, it applies to theological cognitivists. It applies to agnostic. It applies to all of them. So that not BI DG. So if I just say, look, I lack a belief, you're falling under that not BI equals DG rather than saying BI equals not DG. Now, again, and I'm glad you finally got this. We do agree that using classical logic, the negator of X and not X would be the proposition I believe God exists would be not I believe God exists, which is equivalent, which, by the way, I can show you using predicate logic, but you have to trust me, but I think you do on this particular point. That
No, I'm actually understanding it because, and I just want to say this one point. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you say not I believe God exists, you're saying the exact same thing as I do not believe God exists.
Yes. No, I actually understand now. Okay. And I understand, but now I understand why I believe that I was mistaken, because if you're using atheism to say that it's the claim, it is, because now you're talking about it is a claim that that you're saying that God does not exist. Under that definition, I am not an atheist. I am a non-theist, which I do accept now, but I am not an atheist. I would be, like you're saying, an agnostic who is now who is not saying God doesn't exist, but also is not saying that God does exist. So, I agree. I agree with this.
Thank you. But I mean, I think you're playing the agnostic position, but actually holding the atheist position. I think this is what Ozzy is saying, that some people hold a position different what they say they're holding. I mean, I think that if it push came to shove, you would say, look at, if I say, do you think any gods exist in the universe? I think you'd be like, yeah, you know what? I don't think in reality gods exist.
Forget I don't think so. I don't think so.
See, I mean, you're an atheist, no matter how you look at it. But why not actually take the mantle on of what a philosophical atheist would be and just say, look at, yeah, you know what? I assert God doesn't exist. Great. Because you're not making a knowledge claim.
Well, hold on, because I don't make that assertion. I still leave open. Hold on. But I just want to make it very clear. I still hold open the fact that gods could exist. That is a possibility.
We're not talking about possibilities.
Hold on, me saying they could exist.
But
let me just be clear. I believe that gods could exist. I do believe gods could exist.
I think most
I do not believe that gods do not all exist. I am not making the claim that gods don't exist, because I could not.
But MP, stop you, because you just made that claim that you really did not. When I asked you,
I made a mistake then.
What do you think imports with reality? Do you think here's reality? Do you think there's a God that exists in our reality? And you said no. I really don't think there's a God that exists in reality.
You're asking me. Of course, you're asking me what I believe. But if you ask me, do I believe in space? I would say no. I don't believe they exist either.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that doesn't mean.
But see,
I'm not telling you what I believe. I'm not claiming they don't exist. I'm telling you what I believe. But if somebody said
you're trying desperately to avoid this belief claim, and I don't know why you keep doing it. I don't know why.
Because I'm not making. I am not making the claim. I am not making the claim that God doesn't exist, and I'm not making the claim that God does exist. I'm not making either of those claims.
I guarantee it, MP. If I sat here and questioned you, you would get to the point where it'd be like, hey, do you think? If I say, do you think there's a God in reality? You would say no.
You're asking me now, you're asking me what I think versus what I believe. I think yes, based on what I have now and the fact that I've not experienced this thing. Do I believe that it's more likely that they don't exist? Yes, but I am not making the claim that God does not exist.
Wishy-washy on this, man. I'm telling you, if you think God does not exist, you believe God does not exist. You can't get out of that. You think God does not exist. You think there's no God in the universe. You believe there's no God in the universe. That's the same.
Now you're asking me about, do I believe there's no God in the universe? You're asking
me the same thing.
You're asking me what I think based on my subjective beliefs, and I'm saying that based on my subjective beliefs and my experiences, I've not experienced God, so I believe that it's probably true that God does not exist. I do agree with that. I am saying that. Does that make me an atheist under your definition? I don't think so, because I am not making the positive claim that I believe God does not exist. I don't believe that God does not. I think that may be true. I think that is probably the most likely position, but I don't believe. I'm not affirming that claim.
Right.
Just like I consider this the other way.
You're claiming to be agnostic when deep down inside you actually hold an atheist position, because you said you think God does not exist. If you think God does not exist, that's a belief claim.
I don't understand how you can believe something that you don't think, or
yeah, exactly. That's it. If you think God is not,
how do I believe something that I don't think? Okay,
no.
Let me just clear this up right now, real quick.
Because you said that what I think is different than what I believe, which is kind of a weird thing to say.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is you're asking me.
Let me say that real quick. If you think God does not exist, that is synonymous with saying you believe God does not exist. You cannot extricate each other from one or the other. You can't say I think X, but I don't believe it. Okay, unless you want to be a peculiar reasoner again.
Yeah, that's right? Like employing some weird cognitive dissonance.
I think it's raining outside, but I don't believe it's raining outside. That's peculiar reasoning.
Exactly, and you said that was all proper. For instance, hold on. Let me say my piece, because I love this rain example. If I'm inside and the windows are closed and somebody comes with an umbrella, and I say, well, hey, I think it's raining, but I don't really believe it's raining. That is a proper.
Yeah, that means
that
makes sense. You're not. That means you have.
I think it could be raining, but I don't believe. Yes, I have no confidence. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
But basically, in that example, you don't have enough evidence to have a high confidence that it's actually raining.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
If you no, MP, listen to me carefully. If you say I think it's raining outside, you are believing it's raining outside. You cannot think that's something and then say if you think it, you're believing. That's a belief. I know.
So let me just make sure we flush out this example. I've listened to the weather. The weatherman said it's not going to be rain. I see somebody come with an umbrella, and I said, "Wow, I think it could be raining outside." But guess what? I don't believe it because I have evidence to the contrary. So
what you're thinking is there's some evidence,
but I have evidence.
But what you're actually thinking. You're just thinking like, oh, I have some evidence that it might be raining, but that evidence has not given me the confidence to definitively.
I'm telling you, I can't evaluate the claim. I can't evaluate the claim because I can't positively say that God does not exist.
We're not talking about. But we're not talking about positively saying God exists or not. When I say if I'm an atheist and I say, look, I believe God does not exist, that's not a positive thing saying that he certainly does not exist. No atheist who says I believe God exists is making a claim that's 100% the case.
Yeah, so MP's use of the word belief here is a form of skepticism. That's what he's getting at.
Yeah, well, hold on. Let me ask General. General just thought something. General just thought something. I want to make sure I don't want to answer General's question. Just like, and again, I love to bring up this example because it'll knock this right out. Just like when we were talking about the gumballs, in the gumball example, just because I say, well, hey, I don't believe it's odd, or I don't believe it's even. Say, well, I think it could be odd, but I don't really believe this guy's claim that he knows it's odd or that it's even odd. Does it mean that I'm now an artist in some way? It just means that, hey, it doesn't mean I'm an evenist either. So I don't know why you guys are trying to just say that I'm now claiming that it's odd. I'm not. I'm just saying that I don't believe the claim. I don't believe the claim.
Nobody's saying that. MP, you're doing so well that you were right there. You were on the precipice, and now you're rolled back down to shit town.
I think like you guys are just so close to each other, and it's so but for something it's still really muddied. So to do the gumball thing, remember when I was talking about how the proposition needs to be really specific. In order to have a proper proposition about a gumball thing, we would have to agree on the jar of gumballs. Now, if we were looking at the same jar of gumballs at T1 at the same time, no one had ever touched them, and it's a jar of gumballs there, to hold the position that you neither believe that the balls are even, and also you don't believe that the balls are odd, that will be an impossible position to hold. And that's where it breaks down, because it's mathematically impossible to believe that neither, or it would just be completely unreasonable to believe that neither is the case.
But I think that's an ignorance to what a belief claim is. A belief claim is affirming a proposition or denying that proposition. The proposition that somebody says is that if that jar that we just talked about has odd number of gumballs, and we can evaluate the truth of that statement, and I say, well, I don't believe you, and then someone comes and says, well, the number in that jar is odd, and I say, well, I don't believe you either. I can hold both those positions because I can evaluate that particular claim.
Why don't you just call yourself agnostic? Because you really, everything you state is an agnostic position. Why do you label yourself an atheist when everything you say with all questions is what an agnostic would answer?
Well, now it seems like the term atheist, because the way I'm holding the term atheist, I'm holding the term atheist as a negation of a positive theistic claim. For instance, when you you call that claim.
But everything you espouse is what an agnostic would say. Everything you espouse, except for one thing that I asked. The only question I asked you that makes that to me indicates you're misleading yourself is that when I ask you, do you think there's a God that exists in reality? You say no. You're misleading yourself. That's not a belief claim. That is an absolute belief claim.
I really, to be honest with you, I'm even thinking about it right now. From my experiences, I can't assert that claim is true. It just because I can't evaluate it. You're asking me to I'm trying to put forward the proposition that I can't evaluate whether God exists or doesn't exist. I can't properly evaluate.
What do you think is more likely, God exists or doesn't?
But I do think it's more likely like he doesn't exist and he does exist. But then in the reverse, it's the same thing with space aliens. I think it's more likely they do exist, but I can't make now the positive claim that they do exist, or I believe that they exist. No, because again, I don't have enough evidence.
I think it's more likely they exist.
Evaluate that claim. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
But see, I believe more aliens exist. I'll say I believe aliens exist because I think it's more likely that they exist based on justificatory burden on me is to demonstrate why, and I use the Drake equation for that, right? But you're
that might be convincing to you. That's not that is just
that's all matters.
It may be something more convincing to me.
It doesn't have to convince you. My justificatory burden is met because the Drake equation convinces me. My justificatory burden is done. I don't have to convince you.
Your claim is still it's more likely than not. The Drake equation is all about probabilities. It's more likely than not. Yes. And I accept that. I accept that it's more probably.
I really think
but you wouldn't deny the fact that there was if they found a way to determine that there were no space aliens that would convince you, you would not deny that truth if you were able to evaluate that to be true.
MP, all beliefs are provisional, man. Your beliefs can change. You can be an atheist one day, and all of a sudden decide you might be a theist the next. I don't know. Your beliefs can change, but I think you need to. I think you need to sit down and really evaluate your position theologically, because theologically, I don't think you're being irrational.
I think it's kind of a wishy-washy point.
Me
when
too.
You go into the soft atheism thing, because it's like saying, well, I've never seen a pig fly, but I haven't seen all the pigs, and maybe somebody somewhere once saw a pig fly.
Yeah, so I'm going to be agnostic on pigs flying.
I'm going to be agnostic of whether pigs can fly or not. Exactly, because I
right now I believe pigs can't fly.
Well, just to be clear, if you're saying, do I believe that no gods exist? I don't really know if I believe that. I'm just being honest with you. I would actually say to that claim that is false. Just like if someone says, do you believe in that jar? It's odd. I would say, well, you know what? I believe that's false too. No matter if somebody says, what do you think? I think it's probably odd. But if somebody says, what do you believe? I would say I don't believe they're either odd or they're even, because I can't evaluate that claim. And I don't know why.
I agree. I understand. No, that's fine. No. I understand that. If you look at come to agnosticism, we've got cookies. You're espousing what I would espouse as an agnostic. Everything you've said, everything you just literally said, is what I say as an agnostic.
No, right? So I agree.
Listen to us.
Under your definition, I'm an agnostic.
Right. I know. But if Seth was an outside observer and he didn't know what the definitions were or anything like that, and he heard me say what you just said, he wouldn't know which one of us were atheists and which ones were agnostic, because the definition of this lack of belief is so insufficient. It doesn't tell you anything. That's why it sucks.
It tells you that you don't believe in God. It tells you you don't believe in God. You keep saying it doesn't tell you anything. It's the necessary condition for the claim. You admitted that. It's the necessary condition for the claim, and it doesn't tell you anything. Or do you hear what you're saying? Are you really saying that? Let's finish for the claim of non-theism. Now you're saying it tells you nothing.
It doesn't tell you anything about which one's the agnostic and which one is the atheist. Yes, it is a necessary condition. MP, listen carefully. The lack of belief is a necessary condition for any non-theist. I'm a non-theist. I'm an agnostic. You're a non-theist. You're an atheist, supposedly. This is over right now. You're an atheist.
So it tells you something.
Hang on. Lack of belief. The lack of belief consists of both. When I say it doesn't tell you anything, I mean it doesn't tell you anything specifically towards if somebody is the agnostic or somebody is the atheist. It doesn't give you any information on what their position actually is. The only thing it tells you is that they're a non-theist. Would you agree with that?
I want an MP to tell us.
It tells you. It tells you you don't believe in God.
The other thing I would add though is that probably if we drill down into your actual beliefs of the type of God that you might think is compatible with reality, you probably would reject all the mainstream, omniscient, omnipotent, the whole baggage of sort of self-contradictory powers. You probably would acknowledge that such a God doesn't exist. That if a God exists, maybe it's a powerful being, but not one that has these, sort of self-contradictory characteristics, right? In which case, you would totally still be atheist about those gods that most people attribute to God, right?
Yes, but I want to keep this on the thread because wait one second, because this is critical here. But MP, are you not realizing that again? If I said the exact same thing you said, can you not see that it's insufficient for somebody looking in to say who's the atheist and who's the agnostic? Because we both lack a position. So by claiming your lack of belief, all you're telling them is you're a non-theist.
Well, just so we can be.
Why not give the actual position you have and say, look, I believe God does not exist. Boom, you know that you believe that they're an atheist, right?
We're arguing about the person asking the question versus the person answering the question.
The answer is insufficient.
If the question is no, it's not insufficient. It is a necessary condition because you just said it was necessary to either be agnostic or either to be an atheist. Okay, it is the sufficient condition. But now let me speak. Let me finish. Even though it is a necessary, you just said it was a necessary condition, but. I don't.
Now you got into lawyer mode. You've got into defense.
Because you've just told me it was a necessary condition. I said, okay, great, it's a necessary condition. But now you're telling me it tells you nothing. And then when you ask me a question, please, just let me finish. Just let me finish. It does tell you something about my position.
No, it just tells you that's not a position.
If the claim is made, do you believe in God? And I say I don't believe in God. It does tell you that number one, I'm a non-theist and I do not believe in this God. But now it doesn't define whether if I'm a cognitivist or whatever. It doesn't tell you any specifics about it. Now hold on. Let me finish
my statement so you don't go down a tangent.
You've not let me finish my point. Just let me finish this point. Just like now what you're doing is, if I take this into another context, let's say for instance, where do I live in the United States? If you say, do you live in the United States? I say yes. And then you say, well, you're not telling me where you live in the United States. So it's not sufficient for you to tell me that you live in the United States. Tell me exactly where in the United States do you live. Do you understand why I'm saying that?
Yeah, let's use your analogy.
Making no sense.
Great. Let's use your analogy.
I ask me, do I live in the United States? Not where exactly.
I got a great thing. Listen. Okay, by your analogy, I want to come to your house to have a beer with you, MP. Oh, you say great. Okay. I live in America. Well, no shit. It's necessary to live in America. I know you live in America, right? Where you that doesn't tell me where you live, right? It tells me nothing where you live except that you live in America. Okay, great. But it doesn't get me to your house.
The proper analogy would be. The proper analogy would be. Do you live in America? And I say yes. And you say, well, it tells me nothing because you don't tell me where in America you're living. That's what you're saying now. You're asking me, do I believe in God? I say no. And you said it tells me nothing because it doesn't tell me what type of person you are that doesn't believe in God.
Asking. No, that would be more like asking me, are you a non-theist? Yes, I'm a non-theist. Okay, great. I know you're a non-theist. But if you say no, then I know you're a theist. Right? But if you say yes, listen to me. Everybody else seems to be understanding me. So come on. If I say, are you a non-theist? And you say no, I now know you're a theist. Would you agree?
I'd agree.
If you say yes, I know you're a non-theist, but I have no idea what type of non-theist you are. Right? Would you agree?
I'd agree.
Okay. Now, when I ask you if you believe in God, and you just say you're a non-theist, sure, I know you're not a theist, but it doesn't tell me what the hell type of non-theist you are. It's insufficient information to tell me what your position is.
I agree. But if you ask me if I believe in God, I've answered your question. If you wanted to know what type of non-theist I was, you need to ask a better question. You don't ask me if I believe, again, you don't ask me if I live in the United States and I say I do. You say, well, you're not telling me where I live. This is exactly what you're doing right now. I don't understand. You can't see it.
This is where your law training kicks in. No, this is where your law training kicks in. If I'm asking you, do you believe in God? I want to know what your theological position is. Okay? I want to know what you believe.
So why can't you just ask me what's your theological position? Why do you ask me if I say, and then you're forcing me to answer another question that you're not even asking. It's making that's the problem.
When you ask somebody, do you believe in God? Is the proposition God exists? Is it true or false? You've already said that if it's true, you're a theist. If you're false, you're an atheist, right? So we're asking you to evaluate the proposition. Okay? You're making this far more complicated because you want it. What you're doing, the reason why you inherit, well, okay, maybe not so much heretic, but you know why you're doing this compared to everybody else is trying to explain this to you is because you want to be, do you want to have the belief of an atheist, or excuse me, the belief of an agnostic, but call yourself an atheist for some reason, which is usually the opposite. Most people want to call themselves an agnostic and not and have the beliefs of an atheist, right? You're the opposite. For some reason, you really want to have this position that you're espousing agnosticism, but then you want to claim to be an atheist. I don't get it. Does everybody else agree with me or disagree with me? I'm curious. Do you not see this with him? He's advocating for agnosticism, but then says he's an atheist, which again is fine. He's still an atheist.
I see it, but I really don't care at this point. You guys have been going on about this for so long.
Sort of. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to go down this black hole. You guys are so close. I think that
I think Steve, MP can get there. I think he can get there. I'm not wrong on this. I know that.
Yeah, I mean, the other problem, the only thing I have a problem with is when you say, do you believe in a God or something like that? It's such a nebulous term because I think what you and I define as what could be a rational possibility for a God is very different than what a theist would qualify as a God.
Yeah, right. No, that gets into what's called theological cognitivism, right? But that's a whole different ballgame. Which I want to keep it simple when we mean by God. I mean, we all have a general idea, but if you want to get into the nuances of God, that's a whole different can of worms.
But what I'm saying is, you take most atheists, how do you know that there's not any kind of a God? You can say, well, I can imagine certain types of super powerful beings, but I can't imagine the God of the Bible, right?
Yeah. But anyways, MP, what I'll do is I'm gonna like get the stuff more formalized because I got notes coming out my ass. And I'll send you the logic on this because, if you want to be a rational reasoner, right? You want to be able to use logic appropriately because you keep on telling Ozzy that his logic was wrong and his logic was not wrong. His logic
was very flawed. Well, no, you know what? His regular logic was very flawed.
But we're not
because I can point out and I don't it's because I hate to do the video, but I can easily point out where his logic was flawed and where he was double talking himself logically. And then and maybe he was doing it by accident, but it was almost like ridiculous. Like
Alex Malpass agrees, right? And he teaches logic. Do you think you could write a logical proof to show him that we're wrong on this using predicate logic?
Not using predicate logic, no.
Okay, any form of logic, pick one. I don't give a shit.
Yes, I can show you guys why I believe you're wrong.
Okay,
just
why don't you write down the proof? Or what you think is, and then I'll go in with them and I'll look at it too. But the problem is if you're using general logic, you're going to run into huge problems because you don't have the nuances of belief claims. Belief claims require a whole different set of modifiers to the predicate. A whole different set of modifiers.
Check the sidebar, MP, and I think that's the only thing that you're missing, and I think Steve is a little bit off too, because I think Steve is a little bit conflating the agnostic and the atheist as beliefs being subsets of knowledge and the definitions in there. But look at the sidebar and see how it is nonsensical to either believe two parts of the same dichotomy or neither believe or believe neither of two parts of the same dichotomy.
Well, can I clarify, Stuart? Because I think I know where you're coming from and why I'm not off on this. Agnosticism, as when Thomas Huxley or Bertrand Russell's using it, they're meaning to be a position, right? That both the theist and the atheist positions cannot be evaluated properly. They can't. You suspend judgment on both of them. Okay, it's not the same. It's basically saying that, you know what, you don't have enough. You don't know enough evidence. You can't evaluate enough evidence to determine either way. Now, there is another type of agnosticism or agnostic, which is a context agnosticism. If you go to Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, it talks about the context of agnosticism. And one of the things agnosticism can be for is for a modifier. So if I say, look, I'm an atheist, but you know what? I'm not asserting that I know God doesn't exist. I can say I'm an agnostic atheist because you're saying I believe God doesn't exist, but I don't know it. But that's kind of superfluous, because most atheists, when you're an atheist, all you're doing is making a belief claim anyways. It's perfect. It's totally dosastic, right? No atheist is making a knowledge claim by saying they believe God does not exist. Now, some atheists do go further and they say, look, I believe God does not exist and I know it, which is a very hard, difficult burden of justification for them to meet, I think. However, it's possible. But so they're saying, okay, I'm going to use the term agnostic here to say I modify the term atheism to say this, I don't know something, knowledge, right? But to the way we're using it, right, as Huxley and Bertrand Russell pointed out, is that the agnosticism is the position of somebody who doesn't know how to answer the question. So the knowledge factor is they don't know how to answer the question. I don't know how to evaluate the proposition.
Yeah. But they have made an evaluation because they are non-theists. Do you believe in God? They are non-theists, so they have.
But that's not evaluating the proposition, though. That's
at the highest level.
No. Rocks. Wait. No, rocks don't evaluate the proposition. They're non-theist.
Right?
And rocks can't have.
We talked about that actually.
Rocks can't have belief claims. Again, what I'm saying,
right?
Just let's be.
Stop. MP, listen. Rocks are not a non-theist. That's not a belief claim. Rocks are non-theists. They have no choice to be, because they cannot believe theism. You're either theist or non-theism. That's a dichotomy.
This is why I keep trying to say.
Is that not true?
Theistic claim. No, I agree. Okay, and what I want to make very clear, if theistic claims the theistic claim has to be asserted. Yes, you have to answer yes to be a theist. Any other answer is, like you're saying, no. Is more or less a no, or as you're calling it, non-theist. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes. Anything other than yes is a non-theist.
Exactly. And so I am agreeing with what you're saying, but then I would say that yes, an evaluation is made by the agnostic to say, no, I do not agree with that claim, that he's not saying yes. He's saying something else. He's evaluating it. He's not saying yes. He is saying something else, which is not yes.
No, listen, when you evaluate a proposition, you're determining it to be true or false. That's what evaluation of a proposition means. You're evaluating P to be true, or you're evaluating P to be false. A agnostic, right? The way we're using the word as Stanford would use it, right? You're not evaluating the proposition because you're not saying it's true. You're not saying it's false. You're doing what's called suspension of judgment on it. Okay, and a suspension of judgment is a non-evaluation. So you can't say that an agnostic has been evaluating the claim, because if they did, they have to resolve it to one of two things: true or false.
So just to be clear, if I ask agnostic, do you believe in God, and he doesn't say yes, that means he didn't evaluate the claim. And maybe this might just be a naivete of my understanding of the agnostic position. But do you believe in God, and he doesn't say yes, then that means that he is a non-theist. And you're saying that that's not an evaluation of the theistic claim and coming to the conclusion other than yes.
Right, but because the proposition God exists. Let's make it really simple. P equals God exists. Can you go with that?
Yes, I'm going with that.
This is going to be a reductionism type of thing. Okay. So P equals God exists. If you answer yes, theist. Okay,
correct.
If you answer no, atheist. But if I say, look, I don't know what God is. I don't know how to evaluate that question. What's God? I'm not saying yes or no because I don't know how to answer it. Right?
I agree.
I'd be an ichtheist type position. Ichtheist, like, what's God? I don't. That's like me saying, wiffle bats. Wiffle bat dwarfs. There we go. Wiffle bat dwarfs. Does wiffle bat dwarfs exist? Well, fuck if I know. I don't know what they are. So they may exist, but they don't. I can't evaluate the proposition.
And just to be clear, non-theist is I do not believe in a God.
Non-theist is I do not believe in God. Yes.
And a subset of non-theism are agnostic.
I believe God. Yes, which is still I do not believe God exists. Right.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah. But there's a reason why this has been laid out in books and in academics. You can go to Google Books and search this. I'd read it all the time. This is how it's taught. This is actually what it says. Is
my microphone?
What you have to say?
Yeah, your mic is on. Go ahead, Seth.
Hey, it's working now.
We were talking to Meg. We'll get back her. Man, we don't care about you.
She went to sleep.
Yeah, go ahead. You have the floor.
Oh, I don't need it. I was trying to say something in the conversation earlier, and my microphone wasn't working. So now it's just working on my microphone. The one thing that I mean, the last thing that I had to chime in at is I would change that a little bit. I would say that anybody who doesn't enthusiastically answer yes is an non-theist.
Is it what?
Non-theist.
This kind of goes back to that whole Russell's teapot analogy, right? I don't know if you guys are familiar with that.
Yeah, we are, but I don't really think it's a good analogy, and I don't think you really need to go down that route because that's going to bring up a whole different bottle of worms, and I don't want to get MP more confused than it already is.
That's kind of my whole problem with the soft atheist, the whole agnostic position, because it's like someone's making a claim that gods exist, and you're saying, well, I don't want to definitively say that they don't exist, or I don't believe it. Let's just say, you're in this wishy-washy sort of no man's land position, which is not really the intellectually honest position to be in.
Why do you assert that? Because if somebody says, "Do you believe in a God?" and I say, "I don't believe," how is that intellectually dishonest? You've answered that question. You just told them, "I don't believe your claim."
Wait, you're missing what he's saying. Again, you're missing what he's saying. It's intellectually
dishonest. It's answering the claim.
Listen to me. It's intellectually dishonest if you're actually an atheist. Claiming the agnostic position is intellectually dishonest. For myself to answer that way, as an agnostic, I'm not intellectually dishonest.
Right. We're talking about a specific group of people who identify as atheists.
Right.
We're talking about people who go on YouTube, go on Facebook and say, "Oh, this God stuff is bullshit." Or when somebody posts, "I'll pray for you," they say, "Oh, prayer doesn't work." But when asked to justify it,
but can you really call yourself agnostic just because you don't have absolute certainty that God doesn't exist?
I don't care about absolute certainty. My agnosticism is not based on absolute certainty. Nobody talks about absolute certainty. Okay, belief claims are beliefs. They're tentative. Okay, I have a well-formulated, well-thought-out, very rational thought process to be coming to my atheism, or my agnosticism. I've discussed it with multiple philosophers. Nobody says that I'm irrational for thinking my position because I have a justificatory reasoning for why I think the way I do, and I can express it very articulately when I'm paying attention. Now I'm kind of drooping off, but I'm not some wishy-washy agnostic. I have a well-thought-out formulation of it. Hannah is a Huxleyan agnostic. Xbox is a Huxleyan agnostic. They have reasons why they have this position. They didn't arbitrarily pick it. They're not irrational, right? So no, I am not fence-sitting. I'm not irrational. I have a matter of fact. Some people argue that agnosticism is the only really true position to take in this situation.
Yeah, I actually agree with that.
And I think there's some merit there. I don't know if I necessarily agree with them, but to say that agnosticism is some kind of like wishy-washy position, no, it's really not. It actually has a justificatory burden just like anything else. But it's wishy-washy when you're an atheist going, well, I just lack a belief. That's wishy-washy.
Well, that's something that I wanted to ask about, and I'm kind of, I think that the term burden of justification isn't really a very good term in the first place, because we talk about burden of proof versus burden of justification. It seems to be that
they're synonymous.
One seems to be more internal, and one seems to be more external and objective.
The way we're using them we're synonymous. The only difference is that burden of proof is also used in science to mean something a little bit different.
I'd be kind of curious to hear this actually, if we're gonna kind of go a little bit off the thing. Like, you're not agnostic about the existence of dragons, right?
No.
And you're not agnostic about a lot of other supernatural claims.
Correct.
Right? Unicorns, go down the list, right?
Well,
But you are agnostic.
I'm agnostic on a few supernatural claims. I've had some weird shit happen. I'm agnostic on Ouija boards. I can on Halloween we talk about this shit all the time. I've had some weird experiences with Ouija boards and shit I can't explain. Now maybe it might be automotive effect. Who knows? It could be scientifically explained. But I tell you what, it's
I have a
convincing as
bomb
fuck.
detector I want to sell you.
Is it like that? I don't know if you guys heard that debate with Delahanty, where that the theist was using the trash can and the Ouija board, like the trash can lid flew up and hit the wall, and therefore I don't know if it's like one of his most.
Oh, I don't buy any of that bullshit. No, anything you see on. I have one rule: if it's on YouTube, and
was that the one where? Was that the one where the guy was it Blake jumped?
Oh, the glass breaks.
Yeah, and
that guy's a special effects artist guy.
It was some theist that he was debating, and he was saying that the reason why you should believe in God is because there's evidence of the supernatural, and one of the evidences of the supernatural was he knew someone with a Ouija board, and while they're using the Ouija board, a trash can lid flew up or something.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same guy that he's actually using a glass, and he presses the glass, and the glass shatters, right? He has other things in his videos too. That guy's a special effects artist. Okay, so all these videos you see on YouTube, they're all bullshit. They're complete bullshit. So just don't.
This wasn't a video. This was a theist that he was debating in a formal debate. The Delahanty was debating in a formal debate, and he imposed this sort of ghost story of the
those are anecdotal things.
Yeah, anecdotal.
Yeah. I haven't had anything fly around, but I did have a lava lamp. We were playing with a Ouija board, and this was like one of the later times I did it, and with my girlfriend at the time, Jill, and later on that night, the lava lamp turned on by itself in the middle of the night. Just never has happened before. The lava lamp just turns on by itself. Nobody turned it. It's a rocker switch.
Was it plugged in?
It was plugged in.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, granted,
if it wasn't plugged in, that would have been a real miracle.
That would have been more supernatural. More God power.
Yeah. But it's still, anecdotal, granted, but the one night we only used it one night, and something so strange that could really never really, it never has happened before. It never happened since. But we were talking to spirits supposedly, whatever, and then the lava lamp turns on that night.
What did the spirit say?
I can get her in
Your
here.
portal to the demon world, brought to you by Milton Bradley.
Exactly.
Oh, listen, I'm going to bed. Hey, listen, good night, gentlemen. I'm sorry we couldn't come to a better agreement, but
you'll think about this. You'll get there, man. I think you just need to decide your actual position. What you really want to be as a theological position. That's all. Don't be wishy-washy.
Well, I think I know. I've told you guys, under your definition, I would fall into agnostic. Under the definition that I hold, I would be an atheist. So maybe it's maybe it's just, again, maybe we're just talking about the definitions because we all agree we're all non-theists. So maybe we just have to stay at that level and not go into the weeds because.
Maybe I like to be rational. I like to have well formulated beliefs.
I am kind of being rational. When somebody says, "What do you believe?" I say, "I don't believe in your claim." I don't know what I'm not answering other claims. I'm just answering the claim you've.
I think we've demonstrated using dosastic logic that the way you're doing that though is not right. It just doesn't follow logically. But that's a whole different ballgame. I'll get that formalized.
Yeah, that's true. I'll do some more reading up on it later. Have a good night, everybody.
Shalom.
But getting back to that, Steve, I'd be curious to know why you can be agnostic, or you can be not agnostic about dragons, but you can be agnostic about gods.
Right, because they're different. They're different. Different claims require different burdens of justification, and there's different levels of claims.
But
there's no one claim fits all. Just because
I would say that even the dragons is more plausible than the God hypothesis, right?
Well, I don't think so. No, not at all. I don't think that.
Michael
because we have evidence of giant flying reptiles in the past.
But that's not dragons though.
Well, sure. When you take away the fire breathing eyes, like some of the more mystical properties of it, but we did have giant flying lizards basically, right? And we know that these types of animals did exist on Earth at one point, and so
yeah, no. But
to say that a God exists, we have no example of that in any way whatsoever in our universe, right?
Right, but epistemology. Here's the thing: when I'm evaluating evidence, right, it's not just scientific or empirical evidence. Okay, it's not just empiricism or rationalism. I have subjective evidence that only I know of, right? That I can never share with anybody else. Really, I can tell them about it, right? But it's epistemic limitation prevents me from really showing you guys that knowledge. Matter of fact, Thomas Paine has a great quote on it. Do you want me to see if I can find it? Let me see if I can find this quote by Thomas Paine.
Should is he
From the Age of Reason. What's that?
Well, he just roboted badly for me, but I don't know if anyone else had that too.
Oh no, it's
all good with me.
Yeah, no, it's from the Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. It's a very good quote about this. And let me see if I can find it real quick. One sec. A Revelation. See, here we go. This is from Thomas Paine's Age of Reason. It is a contradiction in terms and idea to call anything a revelation that comes to us by second hand, either verbally or in writing. Revelation is necessarily limited to the first communication. After this, it is only an account of something which that person says was a revelation made to him. And though he may find himself obliged to believe it, it cannot be incumbent upon me to believe it in the same manner. For it was not a revelation made to me, and I have only his word for it, that it was made to him. So when it comes to like revelation, or in this case, subjective things have happened to you that may be like supernatural in origin, there's no way you can relate it to somebody else because it's just secondhand information of them. But it's still evidence to themselves. Now, I'm not saying that I've seen Jesus, right? Let's not go crazy. But there's certain things that have happened that I haven't reconciled to an understanding of what actually has transpired. Okay, does that make sense? And everybody's different in that regard. Look at like Fiona. Fiona's a theist. She's maybe has things have happened in her life that has led her to believe theism, subjectively speaking. She's a theist. So is Jade. She's a theist. Same reasons. So we're talking about subjective evidence that only we've experienced in our life, right? No other reason. Now, if you ask me, Steve, is there scientific evidence for God? No, but I think it's a malformed question because science can't address the God claim. But you say, hey, Steve, do you think there's scientific evidence for any argument that a theist has made? You know, as far as like God existing? Well, no, probably not. You know, does that make sense?
Well, you know, I think about like I've had really strong deja vu in certain things in my life, and even to the point where I've had memories of things, and you know, almost they just feel like these very weird, distant places that are associated with feelings. And I could swear it's like deja vu or like reincarnation or something like that.
I don't believe any of that, though. I mean, deja vu's happen. Yeah.
Like I said, like those are all personal, you know, revelations that I've had that someone that is more emotional and less rational would probably attribute to. Oh, those must be like prior lives I've lived or something like that.
Oh no, I get that. No, I agree.
But for me, I'm not agnostic about the reincarnation. I think it's more likely that there may be really young childhood memories or dreams that I've somehow tied into being real memories. That's to me the rational position to hold. Even though I agree with you. Yes. It's in a way it's like a supernatural revelation.
Yeah, no, I mean I have lucid dreams all the time. I've had hundreds of them. And granted, I can rationalize that it's probably subconscious mind. Sure. They are extremely, extremely vivid though, to say the least. And I've had so many of them. Is it evidence that there might be something more out there? Possibly. I'm gonna say right now I have a tentative position that I believe it's not. I do believe that it's all, you know, in the mind. But I can see. Can you imagine 2,000 years ago somebody having lucid dreams? They're going to think it's a revelation from God or something, right? They're going to be like, yeah. So I mean, I understand that they honestly believe that, right? Sure, and they're not irrational for thinking that, right? That would be a rational position for somebody 2,000 years ago. The lucid dreams would be like, okay, I'm getting visions from God. Would you?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I had lucid dreams before I knew what lucid dreams were, and I just thought I can control my dreams.
You're right, and I'm in the same boat. I believe you can too. I'm just saying that 2,000 years ago they would be rational for thinking that they were revelatory or they were dualism of some kind, right? Mind body disconnect. Now,
to hold a proposition as being rational belief. Being rational, would you have to have justification for? What justification would there be to think that God's trying to talk to you because you had controlled your dream?
Well, I don't know about God. I don't know per se about God. Well, I don't know. They did think that God was talking to them. I don't know what the justification would be. It'd probably be unjustified.
What's the rational justification that a God is even possible?
Well, why not? It's not logically impossible God can't exist. There's nothing impossible. There's nothing impossible about God existing.
It depends on what characteristics you attribute. I'd say that the omnipotent God is unjustifiable.
But you can't have all the omnis together. That doesn't make sense. You
So,
can't be omniscient.
So now we're talking about a being that is kind of fairly watered down compared to what normally people attribute to God.
Not necessarily. No. I mean, it's the kind of God that
I mean, you can imagine a being. See, the thing is, you can imagine a being that's like, imagine this like a super high technological race that, created a digital simulation that we're all living in or something like that, right? I mean, that's kind of imaginable. It's kind of out there, but that being is infinitely less powerful than what we call a God.
Well,
right?
Yeah, but that would not be God. Yeah,
right. That wouldn't be God.
No, but here's the thing.
To me, that's somewhat more. That one is more. Logically possible. But when you get into what we would basically consider a God, I mean, what rationale do you have to justify that as entertain that as a possibility so that you could call yourself agnostic? That's sort of the thing I'm having trouble with.
Right, and I understand a lot of people don't get the Gnosticism position, right? By the way, DA, if you want to come in, shoot me a link or shoot me a message, DA, and I'll get you a link to come in. But it's so funny. Somebody just said like, "Oh, I thought Steve was a deeper thinker." Actually, it's funny is this actually takes a lot of thought to reach the positions I've gotten, and I've spent a lot of time, a lot of hours talking to Ozzy and Alex, and you're right, and a lot of other people in our community about these positions off air. Okay, so it's not something that you come across superficially, right? So it's so funny when people say, "Well, Steve's not a deep thinker." Oh, you'd be surprised the conversations we have off air, a lot more intricate than what we have on air. I guarantee it. So yeah, whatever. But in Gnosticism, in my case, I don't have enough evidence in my position to really sway my belief either way. All I can do is look at the arguments given by an atheist, look at the arguments given by a theist, and say to myself, which arguments can I falsify? Which ones make sense to me? And I obviously tag arguments, bullshit. Fine tuning argument, bullshit. But I like some of the atheist arguments, obviously divine hiddenness and problem evil, right? But I still have that subjective thing that I've experienced that I can't I would be irrational to not evaluate or try to keep evaluating the experiences I've had, which I continually try to do. We all update our beliefs, right? They're not set in stone, right? That's why I think we all continue to talk about these things, that we all want to have beliefs that are correct, and we keep refining them and keep looking at them and keep reevaluating them, because once you get in that locked position where you have such a belief that you cannot be wrong, you end up being a young earth creationist, or you end up being like an intelligent design advocate. Who wants that shit? I don't mind being wrong, but I want to be challenged why I'm wrong, and I want to have somebody give me a good argument when I'm wrong about my beliefs. And I don't see that from either person. I don't see atheists really challenging my beliefs, and I don't see theists challenging my beliefs. Yes, they have arguments that are decent, but they don't challenge the belief itself. And that's I really say about it. It takes a lot of thought to become an agnostic, I assure you.
But you just admitted though that the type of God that you envision as being possible is quite different than, the gods of all the religions, basically.
No, not at all. No. I don't accept the fundy God. Okay, the fundamentalist, the Calvinist God, or the young earth creationist God. Those are nonsensical to me. Okay, the young earth creationist God, I am atheistic towards, because that God, just for all practical purposes, just cannot exist. It's just incoherent to me. But like General's version of God, I don't have a problem with. Fiona's version of God, I don't really have a problem with. I'm not a fan of Catholicism, but their version of God, not inconsistent, not illogical, doesn't conflict with reality. Because that's a big thing. If your belief in God is such that your God is espousing something that conflicts with reality, I'm probably not going to believe in that type of God. Because reality comes first, not your belief. If you say that the earth is 6,000 years old, reality is telling you that's wrong.
Well, like, is your God a conscious, sentient being? The God that you consider a possibility, that you're agnostic to.
Yes, I'm not. It wouldn't be a deist position, and it wouldn't be a pantheist position. No.
Okay, so it is. So it would be a conscious, sentient being.
Sure.
Would it be eternal?
Sure.
See, to me, that's automatically a contradiction in characteristic.
Why? No, not at all. No, and eternal means different things. Like for example, a ray is eternal, right? A ray has an origin and goes on forever. So, but that's contradiction. I mean, that's a contradiction in a Christian's view, because Christian is God exists. God exists, always has existed, always will exist, meaning eternal, right?
Right. Well, in the ray example, that would mean that God kind of spontaneously came into existence at some point, right? The start of your ray.
Right. Which, by the way, goes back to the whole prime mover thing. But it's not illogical to say God came out of nothing. It's strange. I'm not saying that's happening. There's no logic. There's no violation of logic.
Saying a universe came out of nothing, right? So.
Well, I don't think the universe came out of nothing, though.
Well, I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying that's what the other side of the Big Bang is nothing. But
yeah, I don't believe nothing can exist at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's something else on the other side of the Big Bang that's just beyond our event horizon. But
well, the singularity, and beyond that, they hypothesize.
Multiverses interact.
No, not even that. No. One of the newer hypotheses I don't think you've ever heard is pretty cool, is that prior to the Big Bang, and I know it's really to say prior to t = 0. I get that, okay, but bear with me. The universe there was a universe that existed, but it was running with reverse entropy. So the arrows of time was reversed. Okay, so our universe has a specific low entropic state at the beginning of the universe, and as the universe inflates, right, entropy is going up.
Maximum entropy.
Correct. So it was hypothesized, one of the weirder hypotheses out there, is that the universe prior was the opposite. It had a high degree of entropy going to a degree of lower entropy. This
is like a supersymmetry big crunch.
Yes, like exactly.
It's a binary vacuum. I thought of this a long time ago, and I've told a couple of people that I thought that this was the case, that it was a binary vacuum where one's expansion is sucking the other one in, per se. Not necessarily.
There is a way to look at that. Yes, there is a way to look at that. But the interesting thing about that is that a lot of people don't realize how we measure time. Really, time is really kind of measured in physics is between two states of entropy. So the times arrow, right? The arrow of time is a displacement between one point of entropy of the universe and another point of entropy in the universe, which makes sense, right? Because the second law of thermodynamics, entropy is always increasing for the universe. So a good way to calibrate time, or to say, okay, what is time arrow? Right, is the distance between two entropic states. I think that makes sense. Now, in the universe prior, it would have been the opposite. The arrow of time would have gone backwards. It still would have been two points of time different entropy, but instead of having entropy going up, entropy was going down.
Mm-hmm.
Weird to wrap your head around, but that's one of the things mathematically they're coming up with.
It's simple too.
Yeah, the problem is there's no evidence for it whatsoever. So,
well, mathematically there is.
Well, mathematically
constructs,
Yeah,
it's just two sides of an equation.
Yeah, that's different.
Two sides of the equation, right? I mean, and that's what's weird about mathematics. They have all kinds of shit that happens. Look at the Bernowski-Tarski paradox, right? I mean, you can take one basketball and make it two. You can do that in mathematics. You can't do it in the real world, right? So there's a lot of things in mathematics that don't comport with reality.
I'm going to go to bed.
All right. Does the Deflating Atheist want to drop by? Just out of curiosity. He's in the live feed.
See you guys. I'm going to end on binary vacuum.
Peace, brother.
Peace out.
Better than the electric universe, right?
Oh God! Oh fuck! Yeah, no, I believe the electric universe is bullshit, and then some. It's a little more complicated than the flat Earth, but it's still pretty easy to do.
Who's the big proponent of that? Is it that Nassim Harisi? What's his name? Nassim.
The Starfire or the Starfire program, the Sapphire program.
No, I'm talking about this guy Nassim Harmenian or something like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
No,
I can't
do
pronounce
know,
his name either, but I
I
know
do
who
know
you
a
mean.
few
Nassim Haramein or something like that.
I do know a few Electric Universe proponents.
Yeah, Nassim Haramein. I think Ken Wheeler. Do you guys know who Ken Wheeler is?
No.
That name does. That name sounds a little familiar, but Nassim Haramein.
Yeah, Nassim Haramein is what I was talking about.
Yeah, sacred geometry kind of.
Sacred geometry. I recognize the sacred geometry thing. Yeah. These guys are nutters. I'm sorry, they're just fucking nutters. I mean, the Electric Universe thing doesn't even make conceptual sense. I don't know how anybody can buy into it. It's wrong on so many different levels. It literally is like the younger creationism of stellar evolution and physics.
The reason people buy into any of this is because when they're at parties and they're in conversations, they get to bring up this crazy stuff that no one knows about and sound like they know what they're talking about something. It's a shortcut to intellectualism.
Possibly. I mean, people do like to be mystified, right? When if you know some esoteric knowledge that somebody else doesn't know, and it's kind of like mysterious.
That's the flat. That's the flat Earth. That's the allure of the flat Earth is like, that they've just been endowed. They've been failures their whole lives at everything else. They never got an education or anything else, but they've been given this esoteric knowledge. They're not fooled like everybody else in society because they have this esoteric knowledge.
Their eyes are open.
Yeah. You
see the same. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, they all believe, you've just been lied to. You just believe the lies. You've been indoctrinated with these lies. But we have this esoteric knowledge that makes us superior to you because we're awake. Our eyes are open.
And I know the feeling quite well because I felt the same way. I was really into paranormal, and I felt that way when I kind of freshly fell into the new atheist movement. And you'll see that with a lot of new atheists. They come out and like, oh, you guys are blind. Wake up, sheeple. God isn't real. Religion is controlling you.
Yeah, no, I see. I think you're right. And what I think it is that when people come out of like a thing like a younger creationism, they still have this mindset of wackadoodle, and so they do say, okay, yeah, I'm an atheist now, right? But they still have that wackadoodle thing going on, so they go in full bore, right? They're like, I'm just going to shove this shit down your throat, just like I did with the younger creationism, right? Or their theistic approach. But I think as time goes on, they realize that that doesn't really work. And I think people equal out at some point to of a rational atheist.
I think most people who enter into the community and have live discussions end up like that. I think that some people remain insular and they just shout at people from the corners and they just get worse and worse. And then you have people like Down Corner.
Oh God. Yeah. Down Corner. But he's mental. He's got serious psychological issues. But random case said, what is the Electric Universe? Oh God. In a nutshell, way back when, there was a guy named Immanuel Velikovsky, and he wrote a book called World in Collision. And a lot of it was based upon writings of this other gentleman named Zecharia Sitchin. And Zecharia Sitchin claimed to be able to translate.
Zecharia Sitchins, or isn't it? Sitchins?
Yeah, Sitchins. You're right, Zecharia Sitchins. And he claimed to be able to translate Sumerian mythos, Sumerian writing, which he couldn't do, by the way. He couldn't. But long story short, he translated this, and he came up with this race of creatures called the Anunnaki. And the Anunnaki came from, I don't know.
Anunnaki, I think it is.
Anunnaki. No, I think it's Anunnaki. It could be Anunnaki. Again, I haven't looked at this shit in ages, but bear with me here. We'll call it Anunnaki.
You got to remember, bullshit baffles brains.
Yeah, I don't deal with this whole bullshit stuff, but I do. I mean, I read Rules in Collision, so I mean, I did read the book, and I thought it was bullshit. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? The way in a nutshell the Electric Universe believes, because of this alien stuff, is that the entire universe is based upon electromagnetism. There's no such thing as gravity. Okay. And the sun, for example, the sun we know is held up because you have what's called you have photonic pressure, which is gamma ray pressure coming out from the center because of the fusion reactions. And then you have gravity pushing on the outside. So you have this constant tug of war, a balancing act. Okay. And that's what happens when the gamma pressure decreases for every reason, right? Doesn't have energy. What happens? Gravity wins out and it collapses upon itself. This is what we know as a supernova, right? Gravity wins, pushes it down. It gets really compressed even more. Fusion goes haywire and explodes. So They believe, though, that the sun exists solely on electromagnetic properties. The problem with that on so many levels is that we already know the sun operates on fusion now. Velikovsky didn't when he wrote this. They did. He had the inkling, but it wasn't. This is back in the 50s. They hadn't confirmed any of this stuff, right? They didn't have the neutrinos that we have now detected from the sun. And so these people are still convinced that everything's electromagnetic. And in fact, the scarring of the moon, they believe, isn't from meteors. They believe the scarring on the moon is due to electromagnetic discharges like arcing between the Earth and the moon. But they can't explain why it doesn't happen anymore, right? But it's a very strange.
It's just the reasoning just seems so fucking weak.
Yeah, it's so way the fuck out there on this electric universe bullshit. There's all electroplasmic discharges. You know what's funny is I have Antoine Brett, Dr. Antoine Brett, that plasma physicist. He wants to come back on. He won't be available for 2 weeks, but he's like, hey, yeah, I'll come back on anytime. Let's do it in a couple of weeks. I'm doing some stuff, and he wants to come in and teach us a little about plasma physics or something relating, a small little PowerPoint maybe or something. And that might be something to bring up to him about electric universe.
Is this why the last time I was talking to a flat earther and talking about gravity, he said that gravity doesn't exist because something about the dynamo within the Earth and
the dynamo effect?
Yeah.
The dynamo effect in the Earth.
I couldn't figure out why he was talking about the Earth's magnetic field when I was talking about gravity, and I tried to correct him.
Gravity is a form of electromagnetic radiation to them. Yeah. Obviously, but the people, a dynamo effect is in the Earth. You've got an iron type core, and so a dynamo effect is producing a magnetic field by a magnet being in a charged field. Okay, so you have this piece of iron, right? And we're spinning, so it produces a dynamo effect, and that produces these magnetic lines of flux. Now, they're taking it to produce gravity. When we know gravity exists regardless of dynamo effect, we know gravity exists independent of rotation, right? Gravity is a property of matter. It's an intrinsic property of matter. Now, weight isn't. Weight is extrinsic because weight is a property that exists only because you have mass, right, in a gravitational field. Take away the gravitational field, you got no weight.
Right.
F equals ma. You're just substituting A for G, right, which is the gravity. So you end up with W equals mg. So weight equals mass times gravity instead of force equals mass times acceleration. So people are in the live feed going, this really hurts my head. This is what happens after 11 o'clock when we stay on air, guys. We get to be silly, stupid shit.
I remember having the conversation with him, and he started talking about magnetism, and I didn't know what the hell, other than to tell him, look, you're not going to find it at science textbook. I mean, if you want to argue against mainstream science, you're not going to find a mainstream scientist or a science
weird thing with the flat earthers, though, is like they want to attribute everything to magnetism, which is this mysterious force that we don't really understand. It's just one of the primary forces of nature, so they have no problem with that. But gravity, no, we can't have.
Oh, they love density. They love density. Which if they knew anything about fluid theory, they would not. They wouldn't say density.
We went over with Anthony Riley. Over a helium balloon in a car, and why is the balloon moving opposite to where you would expect it to when you hit the gas and the brake?
What does he think? So I'd say I got a helium balloon in the back of the car, right? And here's the car. Okay, here's the car. Let me get it like this. So here's the balloon in the back of the car here. Now, as it's going this way and you stop short, what does he think is going to happen to the balloon?
Well, I mean, we looked at the practical example of that the guy that did on the video in his van with his kids in the van, right? And we're like, well, what's the only thing that we're adding and removing in this to create buoyancy in the horizontal direction? And then he kept trying to go to, well, it's still being held up because it still has buoyancy and in the Y direction, right? So he didn't want to talk about, we're trying to say what are the variables that we're isolating. Obviously, the van we can't pull the van out of Earth's gravitational field, right? So that's why the balloon is always exhibiting buoyancy, in the Y direction. But why is it in the X direction? We're turning buoyancy on and off.
How do you have buoyancy in X direction? I'm curious.
In the van, when you hit the gas or the brake, you create a pressure gradient across the car, and so the balloon.
I want to call that buoyancy.
No, it's a buoyant force being created in the car.
Well, you know what? You're right. You're right. It's a buoyant force. Okay,
because
the
balloon.
You're right.
And it's moving opposite to where all the other objects in the car are, right? Like when you hit the brakes in the car, everything goes flying forward. The balloon goes flying back. Because
I agree. Yes.
And so we're like saying that this is a perfect example of how you can't have buoyancy without being subject to some kind of an acceleration field.
That's a really I've been trying to explain why buoyancy doesn't work without gravity to them before, and actually that's a really good example. I forgot that
you cannot gravity is a vector, right? I mean, is a vector force, right? So even if you have buoyancy in the ocean, you cannot have buoyancy without gravity. You need something. You need a force to be on that side of the vector diagram or the free body diagram. I don't know what do they think. If you didn't have gravity, it would just float away.
The other tack that I've been using is I've been asking because I've realized that flat earthers generally accept that the air is thinner, and I think I've explained this to you before, Steve. Air is thinner in atmosphere, but they have no accounting for this at all. They have absolutely no accounting for this. As a matter of fact, if you believe that we live in a pressurized dome, that shouldn't happen. That is the very opposite.
But the other really stupid thing, though, is they keep using this goddamn dome example of, well, how can you have a positive pressure zone next to a vacuum of space, right? And you try to explain the pressure gradient to them, and they're like, no, you need a dome to isolate the pressurized atmosphere. But then it's like, okay, if you're in a jet cruising at 40,000 feet and the window blows out on the jet, what suddenly happens? And then they'll all acknowledge, oh yeah, everything will get sucked out. And it's like, oh, so you acknowledge that, when the jet is flying at 40,000 feet, that there's this huge pressure differential between the inside of the jet and the outside of the jet.
Yep.
But we didn't fly through a dome at any point of our takeoff. We never flew through a dome, right? So how do we get to that low?
Not even put one there while you're in there.
Yeah. So it's like at no part of your flight did you fly through a dome. Yet we do have this situation now where suddenly there's a pressure differential between the inside of the plane and the outside of the plane.
Oh yeah, they all pretty much accept it. They just accept that air is thinner at altitude. They accept that, no problem. But they don't see that that's an issue for flat Earth, a big issue.
But if if we live in a pressurized dome, Seth, how do they explain barometric pressure changes even at ground level?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Again, Pascal's pressure law. The pressure exerted on an enclosed fluid at rest will be transmitted equally and undiminished throughout the fluid and to the walls of its container. Okay, so when we say that, what we're saying is if you have a pressurized container, right? It doesn't even have to be pressurized, but for this case, it's pressurized. If I have a hydraulic press, right? Look at it this way. If I have a container like this and it's pressurized, and I have a hydraulic press, and I push that plunger in, right? And I'm increasing the pressure inside that pressure area, it goes equally and undiminished throughout that entire fluid, because gas is a fluid. It also goes equally to every point on the container wall. There's no point in a container that has a pressure on it that is different from any other point. That's why hydraulics works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pneumatics.
So pneumatics. Yeah. So if you have a pressurized dome, then if I can go, I should be able to go to a mountain. I should go to the sea level. I should be able to go to Wyoming, whatever weather changing condition. It has to be all the same pressure, because the pressure is equally and undiminished throughout the fluid.
Box specifically, he's supposedly into high performance cars because he's into Dodge and Hemis and stuff. He should know that at atmosphere, if you go up to like a racetrack and in Colorado,
you're running more lean. I mean, you have to run more. Yeah. Because it's different in oxygen. Yeah, exactly. Well, he probably does. I don't think he's a true flat earther. I think he's a bullshitter.
Well, then again, I don't think he's smart enough to be like really into high performance. I think he takes a little bit more intelligence to understand, a lot of the math involved in rebuilding an engine and everything.
And yes, skeptic. I know what the ideal gas law is. PV equals nRT. I know what that is. I also know Char's law, and I also know Gay Lussig's law. Was it Gay the Gay Lussig's law? Yeah, I think it's Gay Lussig's. I just call it the Gay law. Does anybody remember what the Gay law is? I'm just curious if anybody likes
it.
No. There's in physics. There's a Gay law. It has to. It's related to Boyle's law and Charles' law. I just see. I'm gonna wait. I'm not looking anything up. By the way, you can see that I don't sit here and Google this shit. I just when I'm online, I just get. So see if anybody can tell me what the Gay law is. And I think it's Gay Lussig's, if I remember correctly. Give it a minute to catch up. But I'll tell you guys, the Gay law deals with when you have a enclosure and you put pressure on it, it's going to increase in temperature. So basically, the temperature is proportional to a constant times the pressure, and then you have Boyle's law, which is pressure times.
It's a good thing you didn't try to
volume.
Look it up. Everything that comes up for me is LGBT rights and country by territory in Wikipedia.
It's basically your pressure times your temperature is going to be a constant. That's the Gay Lussig's law. But I think it's Lussig's. I don't remember. It's been a long. I just remember the Gay law. So Gay law is P as a constant. P as a product of T is constant.
I thought Diesel came up with it.
Deflating atheism says Gay's law. Gay law. Liza Minnelli live in Carnegie Hall is the best live ever. That's Gay's law. No, that's not Gay's law, DA. That's Fabulous law. 3 snaps in a Z formation. Yeah, I'm not making this up. It's actually
hold on. So what? I thought. Why isn't this named after Diesel?
No, Diesel. No, Diesel is basically where you have compression getting hot enough to ignite a diesel mix. You don't need a spark.
Right. Well, I thought Diesel. I mean, he just took this Gay Lussac's law and applied it to engines.
Gay Lussac's law.
I thought he came up with it.
Oh, I don't remember the details. I just remember the Gay law. It's kind of something you don't kind of forget when you hear the Gay law, right? But I mean, we had to work with Boyle's law and Charles' law. One of the things we worked with the most was when you say it's called an equilibrium equation, and you have to do what's called quantitative analysis. So you have 2 parts of the equation. You have PV as a product divided by T, so pressure, volume divided by temperature, equal PV over T2. So P1 V1 T divided by T1 is equal to P1, which would be P2 V2 divided by T2. Now, if you change where the conditions on the equation, you say, okay, I want volume to increase, so P1 goes up. What's going to decrease, right? Because there's an inverse relationship between pressure and temperature there, right? Pressure goes up.
Pressure goes up, volume goes down.
Pressure goes up, volume is going to go down, temperature goes up. So that would be a quantitative analysis. So you'd write a little arrow above it. You say, okay, P goes up, V goes down, right? It depends what kind of process you're talking about. There's many different types of process, right? If you hold volume constant, if you hold pressure constant, isobaric, whatever, adiabatic. But this is how we actually learned how to do quantitative analysis about that very formula, the PV1. You know what I'm talking about, right? Epistemology.
Yeah.
But I mean, we had to do all that shit in nuke school. It was just part of the curriculum.
You never, after you got out of the military, though, you never became like a licensed nuclear operator for like the Department of Energy or anything, did you?
No. I worked at a biomass steam plant for a while, which was similar as far as the theory. Obviously, heat dissipation is heat dissipation, right? You've got cooling towers, you've got scrubbers for the material, which, by the way, we didn't have on a ship, but we knew about them. But yeah, it was burning date palm trees though, and let me tell you, when you're used to working around a nuclear reactor where things are generally kept pretty damn clean, and you're going into a biomass steam plant, yeah, it was just not for me, and I said fuck this, and I got back into retail, and I was in retail ever since then.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't have more applicability in the private sector.
There is. Oh no, most nukes make. I mean, if you look at it, you'll see most nukes make about 6 figures a year. People. I mean, I know a lot of the nukes that are online. That used to be on my ship. Matter of fact, one of my shipmates that I haven't heard from in 30 years just contacted me last week.
What are they doing now? They're working for like nuclear power plants or what?
No, most of them are actually like financial officers or like head honchos of different businesses.
Okay.
Nuke is a stepping stone. If they say if you can go through nuclear power program, and this is not bragging, and I don't really talk about my shit that much as far as like, I usually condemning myself, but they say if you can graduate nuclear power school, you can graduate any program in the world, including MIT, Stanford, it doesn't matter. This program was developed by MIT. It's not an easy course.
And this is so this is for enlisted though. This is not a
officers have it too.
Oh, officers have it too. So
yeah,
you can be a nuclear operator as an officer or as an enlisted.
Yes, the only difference between the officer program and the enlisted is that the officer program gets a lot more into the calculus-based physics. We had to learn calculus-based, but they get into the real heavy differentials that we just had no use for. We had to understand basic differential equations, obviously, but they get into the real. Those guys would be considered to be, for all practical purposes, on par with a nuclear physicist. Yeah.
Oh wow, I see. Okay, and so they would have, on a carrier or something, you would have guys like you that are the enlisted guys that are graduates of the program, and then you'd have the officers that are managing you guys.
Yeah, the way it would work is this, and to me, this is a bachelor's equivalent. No, it would be the nuclear program, credit-wise, unfortunately, only gives you enough if you really went through this route about being an associate's degree, because the classes some of the classes you take don't transfer over because they're classified. So the education, however, is about 3 years of college level material crammed down to a 2-year program. Okay. So it is about 3 years of information, physics and science. Now, I also took 2 years of college afterwards. So credit-wise, I have well over 120 some odd degrees. Excuse me, 120 credits. So I do have enough for a bachelor's. So when people like the Cloud Car Posse think that I'm a fucking idiot or something, that I don't have any college experience or whatever, or education, they're deluding themselves. I'm not fluent with this stuff. I'm not on the level of somebody like Eulogy or Rational Mind or whatever. These guys are brilliant, right? They know their shit. Or EO, but I understand the concepts. I was talking the other day with EO on limits of sequences and things like abstract math. And he was like, I was like, are you not surprised that I have any inkling about abstract mathematics, about fields and groups and abelian groups? He's like, no, why would I? He's like, I kind of assume that you just know this kind of stuff, Steve. And I'm like, really? Because nobody's ever heard me talk about that kind of stuff very often. I made some videos earlier, like 1 = 0.9 and repeating. And I showed calculus-based why it does that. But I'm not like Hogtie who just do this shit off the top of his head, so I know I'm talking a lot, but whatever.
So, but so would with the commission guys that go into the program, do they have to come out of college with a technical degree?
Yes. Or that, yeah. They have to have a degree.
No. Well, I understand. Yeah, like all commission guys have to have a degree.
Yeah.
But I mean, specifically to get in that program, do you have to have a technical? Like, for example, to be a test pilot in the Air Force, you can't just have a degree. You have to have a degree in a technical. You have to be like an engineer.
I think you have to be. I think you do have. I think it has to be a technical field, but I don't know. I just applied to a group on Facebook called Nuke something or other. We're Nukes or whatever. And I'll ask them when I get in there.
Like one of the amazing things like about the Apollo guys, for example, is most of those guys were like PhDs, master's degrees. They were all they all had highly technical, highly educated.
You don't have to have a PhD to operate a nuclear power plant. Yeah, no, the PhD people, they are the ones that designed the reactor, right? Here's the main difference between the enlisted and the officer, right? In the field, the enlisted know how to do everything. The officer just takes credit for everything. Not even exaggerating. All the officer does in like the watch supervisor or the engineering officer of the watch, they just sit there in a little chair and direct things. They're the director. Okay. Hey, they call up the station and say, hey, you know what? We need to be running at 1/3 throttle, and we need to set the alignment for this. We need this pump's lit off. Right, it's called lighting off a pump when you turn a pump on. So we need to do this. So they're directing everything. But if you asked any of those officers, how the fuck do you start up this plant, or how the fuck do you shut it down safely? Wouldn't fucking have a clue. They have to do, they'd have to be like, okay, let's go through the procedures. And then they'd be like, okay, check. Hey, have you done this yet? Yeah, I've done that. But they don't know what the fuck you've actually done. You know what I'm saying? They just say, okay, this needs to be done. Okay. We know how that's supposed to get done. Right? I know how to start up the SIP service turbine generator. They want to know how to do that. They're like dependent on it. So,
but if they were to have a meltdown or some kind of a nuclear crisis, who would ultimately be the person responsible on the boat for that?
Well, the captain is responsible.
I mean, the captain's ultimately responsible, sure, for the whole boat, but ultimately it would go down the chain of where the failure was, right?
It would be. I mean, theoretically, it could be the chief engineer, right? The chief engineer is, usually a commander or a lieutenant commander. But it's also the engineer officer of the watch. But the interim supervisor would be too. I was the interim supervisor, right? I qualified the highest enlisted watch station, except for watch supervisor, which you have to be a khaki to do that. But it's okay. Interim watch supervisor is the guy or the interim supervisor is the guy that runs the engine room. And if there's a coolant problem, okay, there's something called a partial loss of coolant, PLOC. And a partial loss of coolant is where you have an exposure of the control rods because of a lowering of volume of the water. Now, you got to remember, in the pressurizer, you have the control rods, or in this case, there are plates. Okay, there's zircon oxide fuel plates filled with a filler, which is uranium-235 filler with a niobium coating that's around them. And you have water in there, and water is kept at a pressure. It doesn't say it's close to 2,000 degrees. I can't say exactly, classified on a D2G jet reactor, but it's close to 2,000 degrees pressure, or 2,000 pounds pressure, 2,000 degrees pressure. So it's under pressure. Now, what do you think happens to water when it's under pressure? Right? It doesn't boil, right? It stays. The gases stay in the solution. Would you agree on that?
Yeah, sure.
Physics.
That's how you can get a flash steam explosion. It's the same.
Yeah. Oh, flash. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what a flash steam explosion is. Okay. So now, water is a very good conductor of heat, right? Now, if I start lowering that volume, okay, and I'm exposing the rods, so now I have a steam blanket on top. The pressurizer has steam on top. It has water on the bottom where the plates are, and it has a little nozzle on the top, okay? And the nozzle shoots water out of it, and that controls the steam blanket. Water goes into it, right? It causes a decrease in temperature because you have colder water going there. The volume expands a little bit, and so this controls how much water you have exposed in the core. If that gets low because of a partial loss of coolant, you now have no heat dissipation of the heat coming off the zircon oxide fuel pellets or plates. I keep calling them pellets. They're actually plates, but there's pellets in there too. They're little round things, but they're actually in a cladding called a zircon oxide plating or zirconium plating. Pellets are zircon oxide and the cladding is zirconium. And now I have very little heat dissipation. Remember, you remember Newton's law of cooling?
Sure.
Okay, so Newton's law of cooling would basically be that the amount of cooling between the temperature differential on one side of something and the other side is based upon the heat transferability of the material, right? The property to transfer heat, the coefficient. And the Newton cooling property would be a summation of all the different materials in there. I'm not getting technical, but I don't ever get to talk about technical shit, so I get it. You just keep it really bland. But now you're right. But a partial loss of coolant, I have very little heat transfer. So now that core starts to melt. That's why they call it a meltdown. So when you have a partial loss of coolant and the core is exposed, meaning the plates are exposed, you have a partial meltdown. Now, a full meltdown is when there's no water in there. Now you have a liquefaction, basically, of the fuel pellets, the fuel plates too. And it gets so hot it actually burns through the bottom of the reactor core. And that's where they get the China syndrome from. It doesn't obviously go down to China. It doesn't even go that far, but you would just have very molten stuff going down to the reactor vessel. That's why you have to have a concrete floor, so it doesn't go down all the way to bedrock. But, we had 4 valves, right? They were called suck, fuck, spill, and fill. That's what they're named. And what they were is basically suck was actually, oh yeah, suck was to remove water from the primary coolant system. Fill was to fill up the condenser. Suck, fuck, fill, spill. Oh, spill was open a valve. If the condenser got level too high, it would open up a valve to allow water to come out, because the condenser is underneath the turbine, right? But that fuck valve, the fuck valve was chained. And you know what, to use that in an absolute emergency. Now, basically what I told you would be the only time you would use that valve. And what do you think would you be introducing as a ship to the core? Extrapolate here.
Seawater?
There you go. Seawater. Now, what do you think happens to a core that's been exposed to seawater and corrosion?
Well, I imagine it would degrade very quickly.
The core would be so devastated, right? So that is the last ditch effort to save a core from going, having a partial loss of coolant, going to a reactor meltdown, because you're introducing seawater now to that vessel. It'll never be a reactor again, but it's better than having a meltdown, right? So there you go. So that's a little background on how reactor systems work. Now, if you really want to get into it, one of these days I can explain to you how the temperature differential works across the core, because a lot of people think that a reactor is controlled by control rods, and reactor control rods control reactor power. Control rods do exist. Okay, they're called CRDMs, control rod drive mechanisms. And in our core, they were these magnets, big magnets like this. And you have this shaft that went up the middle, and the shaft is threaded. So as this rotated, the shaft would be pulled in and out, right? Because it's threaded and matches. That's how it raised the control rods. Now, in the old days, they used to have to manually do it. They had to pull up the control rods and set it back down. There was a reactor called the SL1 reactor that had that happen. And the guy that was supposed to be moving the rod up is only supposed to move it like 3 centimeters, and he moved it like 3 feet. Well, he had so much reactivity to the core that water is in there, did what you said, flashed the steam. Now you have steam pressure in there that's a lot higher than it should be, and it pushed the rod out. It ejected it, and it actually stuck him to the ceiling. So now he's got a control rod in his chest, stuck to the ceiling, and exposed to thousands of rem on contact. He died instantly, by the way, but there's thousands of rem on contact. 2 other people died due to radiation exposure in that accident. It's called SL1 Army reactor. Go look it up. But the control rod doesn't control reactor power. Common misconception, right? To a layperson, and I am a layperson in this, but I've had training. Thinks that if you want to say, oh, I want a reactor power to be higher, we just raise the control rods. Would you think that would make sense? Because I mean, to a layperson,
right? You think you raise the control arm, you get more nuclear reaction out of it, so
exactly
producing more power.
Right, but it doesn't work that way. And the reason why is, in a pressurized water reactor, the water acts as a moderator. Okay, it acts as a cooling, but it also acts as a moderator. And what a moderator does is it takes thermal.
Because it's heavy water, right?
No, these are light water reactors.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, these are light water reactors. But the moderation comes in is it means that it takes a fast moving neutron and it thermalizes it. It slows it down. Okay. And there's a lot of math that goes into this. Trust me. Go look up 6-factor formula if you're in live chat. Look under 6-factor formula under Wikipedia. That's what I studied. So based upon the 6-factor formula and the conditions that go into that, called the resonant escape probability, the fast fission factor, the logarithmic energy decrement per collision coefficient, also known as the lethargy gain factor. The neutrons are slowed down. Now, uranium-235 happens to like to absorb slow neutrons. Okay, this thing called a Barn ratio, which is the ratio of size, a parent size, of the target nucleus to the neutron. And if a neutron is moving really fast, the target area is really slow. There's a higher Barn ratio, so that neutron is going to usually fly past it. It's not going to strike that nucleus, right? But if it's moving really slow, it presents a much bigger apparent target. And so a uranium-235 is more likely to absorb a slow-moving neutron than a fast. So the water slows it down. So now I'm at constant temperature, constant pressure. I've got a couple thousand pounds per square inch pressure in the pressurizer. I'm running about, let's say, 450 degrees. And that means that's an average, T average. I got, let's say my hot loop, I got T60, and I got in the cold loop, T40. Okay, so my average is T50, right? Now, when I raise the rod height, I'm exposing the fuel, okay, to more neutrons, right? So more fissions take place. You're right on that. So that's going to raise the temperature in the water of the pressurizer, correct?
Right.
Okay. Keep saying correct. I want to know if I'm.
I'm following you. I'm
Okay.
following.
So now that water's higher, it's going to go through the T hot, and the T hot's going to go up. Okay. I am now going to the turbines. The turbine's taking the energy out of that steam. Like it goes to the steam generator first. Okay. The steam generator, that it produces, water, that steam that goes to the steam generator, because you want an isolated loop. You want your primary, you want steam generator, and your secondary loop. So now I have steam going to my turbine. I extract all the steam energy I can get out of it. It's called enthalpy. And at the end of these reactions, by the way, if you watch my debate with Ronnie, I explained in detail how these reactions occur through what's called a Curtis wheel and Rateau stages of how we extract the most amount of steam, energy out of the steam most efficiently. Because we want the pressure at the end of the turbine to be at atmospheric. Because what happens if you take that high pressure steam and you put it to a condenser that's not made to withstand 2,000 degrees of pressure, 2,000 pounds of pressure? Poof, right? It's not actually.
It's actually the same for a rocket nozzle. They designed the nozzle.
Same principle, yeah.
Yeah, they designed the nozzle to have atmospheric pressure at the end, so that you've extracted all the workable energy out of it by the time it enters the engine.
Bingo, exactly the same principle. It's not 2,000 pounds at that point, but whatever. But yeah, exactly. You want, and you do it in stages because it's more efficient, right? And you don't want water impingement. You don't want water to come out of the steam. You don't want it to condense, because then you have water droplets hitting your blades moving at 30,000 RPM. That's bad. But I digress. So now I got, let's say that normally that T50 or T50 average, I got T60 as a hot, T40 as a cold. That T60 now goes up to T70. Okay, it goes up a little bit. Now I've got colder. Now I got colder water going into the condenser, right? Or not colder water. I got a little hotter water going into the condenser, right? Because I'm taking out the same steam, right? Same energy is coming out, but now I've raised the temperature of the water in the condenser, right? Because it's gone from T50 to T60. I'm extracting as much energy out of it, but I'm still having water that's a little bit hotter, right? Overall, because these things aren't perfectly efficient anyways. So now I have my T cold goes up a little bit. Okay, goes up. Let's say it goes up to, we'll say it goes up to T50. Okay, 10 degrees. So 10 degrees rise above the top, 10 degrees on the rise on the bottom, and that cool water goes now into the reactor. Well, now I have a colder water going into the reactor system. So, wait. I'm sorry. I think I messed up. No. It's going to be the same. It's going to be the same. So I have the same degree of water going in the reactor. So now all I've effectively done is I've raised the temperature of the T average. Okay, so I've gone from T50 to like T60. So there's a higher differential between my T hot and T cold. My T average is actually going up, but I haven't changed reactor power. The reactor power is now constant. It still has not changed. It's a transient, but it's still constant, because the rods themselves don't change the reactor power. They just change the temperature in the T hot and the T cold. Okay, so basically the T average is the only thing that's changing, because as that water gets hotter, right, in the T cold, it goes back in there. Well, now I have hotter water going back into the vessel, and I have less thermalized neutrons, right? So even though I have initial transient, right, more exposure, so I have more fissions. Now I have hotter water going in there. So now I have fissions go back down because it's not as cold as it was. So it equalizes out. Now, this is how you raise reactor power. Steam demand. Okay. If you take more energy out of that, more steam out of that steam generator, right? Okay, by opening the throttles more, now you're taking more energy out of that system. You're cooling that water down. So now I have colder water going into the reactor, and that colder water is going to cause more reactions to take place.
Yeah, okay? That's the part that I'm confused about. Is why does the colder water create more fission reactions than the hot water?
Good question. Colder water is denser. So the neutrons, this is called the mean free path. And the mean free path is the path it takes for a neutron to go from the source to the target nucleus. So, and it's kind of a scatter type path. Okay. So if you have hot water, right, there's less density of that water. So the neutron has less lethargy, less what's called an energy decrement per collision, because there's less collisions going to happen. So it doesn't hit as many nucleus, right? It doesn't interact with enough as many nucleus to get to the target nucleus, right? Now it's denser, it's more compact. Now it's going to be slowed more. There's more interactions with other atoms in there, right? You got to remember these neutrons. Each time they interact with something, they don't always get absorbed, right? Because these things like to absorb slow neutrons, but they do interact with the nucleus. It bounces off of it. So what happens when a billiard ball bounces off something? It loses energy, right? So each time it interacts, it acts kinetically with a atom.
Yeah, I'm just surprised.
Water atom, it slows down. This is denser. That's also it's denser.
It's not a huge difference in density though between the temperature differentials, right?
There is enough to change the
but
state.
It's amazing that it's enough that we're talking about changing the throttling of the reactor.
Oh yeah, that's why these physics are amazing, because you could it outbalances out. If I open up the steam demand and I get cold and I'm drawing more steam out, right? More energy out of that steam, I'm going to get colder water in that condenser. That colder water in the condenser that goes to the steam generator that eventually gets to the pressurizer is colder water that's going to be produced there. Okay. And that colder water is going to cause more thermal reactions. And that's what causes temperature to go, the reactor power to go up.
Yeah, that's very unintuitive. That's interesting.
I can draw it out. I had to actually train people on this, though. It's one of the things I actually had to actually go on a blackboard and explain to people this whole process. This is one of the training things I used to train. It's been a long while, obviously, but in a nutshell, yeah, it's a balancing act between the temperature of the water and steam demand. And what's even worse is when you start dealing with things like startup rate, because startup rate equations and the initial conditions before you hit criticality, there's three states of conditions for a reactor. You have subcritical, critical, and supercritical. Okay, that's based upon your K effective. So if your K effective is less than 1, you're subcritical. Your K effective is 1, you're critical. And your K effective is greater 1, you're supercritical. And if you want to know what K effective is, again, go look up 6-factor formula. The formula for the K effective is that big old complicated fucking piece of shit that I had a 4-hour final exam on. I had to actually explain this to nuclear engineers over a period of 4 fucking hours, that equation. So, yeah. But at startup rate, things are completely different. Things don't work that way. And so you have certain procedures for a starting up, and you have certain procedures as it when you're at criticality. And you have all these other things to do, like for example, you shut down. You have something called xenon production curves and promethium curves, and I think there's even some technetium. But the xenon curve, when you shut down, xenon's produced a lot. Okay, and xenon is a doping agent. It's an absorber of neutrons. So you have a large collection of xenon after a shutdown. So let me ask you, think about it intuitively here. If you have a large amount of doping agent, normally the rods have boron in them. Boron is absorbing neutrons too, so that's a doping agent. There's reasons why we have that. But now you have a gas in there that's not supposed to be in there, that's absorbing neutrons. If it's absorbing neutrons, right, what isn't absorbing the neutron then?
The water.
Well, you don't want the water to absorb the neutron. You want the uranium, the fuel. Yeah, you want the fuel to absorb it. So if the xenon is absorbing it and the fuel's not, you got a problem. So after shutdown, you've got to wait. You can't just start a reactor up instantaneously after it's been shut down. I'm talking the reactor system I'm working on, that I worked on, because the xenon production is quite high, and so you actually there's a differential equation we have to know to figure out the time rate of change of the xenon production rate, and I think it was samarium too.
And that xenon gas is highly radioactive, so you have to store it, right? You can't just.
Well, it actually dissipates. It'll actually decay pretty after some time. The xenon
you
decay rate.
Put it in a holding tank and let it decay, and then you vent it.
No. The xenon's in the core. You're not opening up the core. The xenon's in the core.
Right,
Okay?
but if you're generating this gas, your pressure is going to go up. I would assume at some point it has to be vented. No.
No. You don't wait. You don't vent it. No. You wait for it to decay away. That's what the xenon decay curve is. That's why we had to learn differential equations a little bit, right? But anyways, yeah, again, this is the first time I've actually got to this depth of the stuff in nuclear power, but because I just find that most people aren't interested. But somebody had asked me today, Wayne had asked me, he said, Steve, why don't you talk more about things you've done and things in your life? And I'm like, people wouldn't be interested. And I don't think they are, but at least you get an idea that.
But isn't it amazing that we went from the atom bomb to like nuclear powered carriers in like less than 20 years?
Yeah, well, I mean, nuclear bombs are a lot more complicated than nuclear reactor by far.
I mean,
the average nuclear physicist is not going to be able to design or build a nuclear bomb. It's a lot more complicated than that. I have no concept of what minor theory in it, obviously, but no, it's extremely complicated. The average nuclear physicist is not going to be able to build a bomb. Nuclear reactor, yeah, they could build that. People built backyard nuclear reactors. They're about the size of a trash can.
Oh, it's funny.
Yeah. But it takes. I mean, did you ever see the program that I went through? I mean, it's online. It's called Nuke Facts or something. Or did you see the 6-factor formula?
No, I didn't Google any of that yet. No.
Do you have the group chat open?
No, I don't actually.
You have the outside chat?
I have the group chat. Sorry, I do have the group chat in here open. Yeah, I see that you listed the link there on Wikipedia for the 6-factor. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the outside chat. I don't have the outside chat open. I do have the group chat open.
Calzer sent me a link, but I don't know if that's currently or one link. Hang on. I'll get back to you 1 second. Okay, so the 6-factor formula here. Now the math here for the formulas themselves, even this was a little bit much than we went into, like the formula you see there for the resident escape probability. That's not the formula we learned, but it's similar. But yeah, that's a little more complicated than what we went into. But the other stuff's pretty similar, like the thermal non-nucleus probability. There's also what's called the delayed neutron precursor. And it's also what's called startup rate equations and the beta bar. But anyways, these are basically, all these are fractions, right? These are all ratios, basically, except for the the thermal fission factor. I think is the only one it's not. But these are just saying, for example, like the fast fission factor. The total number of fission neutrons divided by the number of fission neutrons just from thermal fissions. Okay, so you have different types of fissions, right? You've got fissions due to what's called a thermal fission, where you have a neutron coming in, hitting an atom, and splits, produces 2 or 3 other neutrons. It's usually about, the average is 2.4 neutrons per reaction, right? If you took an average, obviously you can't produce 2.4 neutrons, but that's the average. And I think the average energy release is something around how many electron volts is it? Don't remember what the average electron volt was, but whatever, it doesn't really matter. But there's other types of neutrons that are produced called neutrons from delayed neutron precursors. And a delayed neutron precursor is a fission fragment that has gone off from the initial primary reaction, but now it subsequently has decayed microseconds later and produced a secondary neutron, which is not a prompt neutron, right? Because a prompt neutron is only from the neutrons that are actually done from the initial absorption of a neutron from the uranium-235. Subsequently, those delayed neutron precursors, that's a secondary source, okay? But the thing is funny, is that small microsecond of delayed neutron precursor makes all the difference in the world. Without that, we would not have reactors. You wouldn't have reactors. You need that small differential in time. If not, you would have basically a self-sustained, uncontrollable sustained critical reaction, which is basically what you would get a nuclear bomb. So to have controlled fission, you need those delayed neutron precursors. So, anyways, this K effective, again, the K is criticality, So these are saying, what's the probability of something? For example, the thermal non-leakage probability is just saying, look at what is the probability that I have a thermal neutron that's going to be leaked out of the system, meaning it's going to leave the reactor rather than being utilized for fission by the fuel to do fission. Okay, that's that formula, right? The fast non-leakage factor. What's the fast neutron is a non-thermalized neutron, right? So what's the probability that a non-thermalized neutron, which is, by the way, has a higher probability, would not leak out of the system, right? That's all this equation is telling you. But there's a lot of math that goes in this shit to figure out what your K effective is going to be, right? Because that's your neutron life cycle. You're literally saying at state 1, I have this many neutrons in the core. At state 2, I have this many neutrons in the core. State 3, I have this many neutrons in the core. To be critical, you want state 1, 2, and 3 to have the same amount of neutrons, right? Now, if I don't have that, if I have, something else, yeah, Skeptic, I'll send you the link in a second. Well, I'll just put it here. I'll put it in the live feed. Nobody's going to, I don't care. I got cameraman on. There's a link. So based on what I told you before, if I have less neutrons in the second generation than in the first generation, what's the state of my reactor? Is it subcritical, critical, or supercritical? Are you there? Do you want me to repeat that?
Yeah, go ahead. Repeat that for me, Steve. Okay. Sorry, I stepped away. I had to plug my
Remember, criticality means that my K effective for my neutron life cycles is constant from generation to generation. Okay? If the second generation amount of neutrons in the core are less than the first, is my reactor critical? Subcritical?
No, it's subcritical.
It's subcritical. Right. So if I have more than that, if I have increasing the amount of neutrons in the core, it'd be supercritical.
Supercritical, right.
Now, do you think it's ever a bad idea? And this is counterintuitive, but don't worry about it. Do you think it's ever a bad idea for a reactor to go supercritical?
Well, yeah, because if you keep escalating and escalating and escalating, right, you can get out of control.
Okay, and you're right, but it's counterintuitive because all reactors go supercritical in order to get to criticality. Right? Because I'm increasing the amount of neutrons in the core to a certain point, and then I want to have that constant amount, right? I just don't get to that constant amount. So at some point, I am supercritical. Now, like you said, though, I can't show you in broadcast. Why is this not working? Can I give somebody mods and they can show him in broadcast? It's not working for me. It's really weird. Can you guys show Skeptic? Is he shown in broadcast or is it Skeptic 7? Can you share? Okay, he's presented. Okay, yeah. Okay, never mind. Okay, we're good. So yeah, criticality is important, but you don't want to be supercritical at criticality for very long. On a transient, right, when I am changing rod height or I'm changing steam demand for a temporary period of time, the reactor is supercritical. But on board ship, if you're not trained in nuclear theory, people hear that the reactor went supercritical, they flip the fuck out sometimes. You know, it's like, oh my God, it's supercritical. Yeah. So, and your point?
So you can't ramp it up from supercritical to critical.
No, you ramp it down. Yeah, no, you supercritical, your K effective.
I meant from you can't ramp it up from subcritical to critical and have it be in the steady state. You're saying you have to go into supercritical momentarily to get to critical.
Yes. Now what's weird is that there is an operating reason when you're first starting up called the subcritical reason. Okay. And this is actually called the subcritical multiplication factor. When you're subcritical, you're in this state, you're existing on source neutrons alone, which remember the source neutrons being just the neutrons produced by the fissions of uranium. You remember when I told you that delayed neutron precursors adding to secondary neutrons are important to help control the reaction, right? Now, in the subcritical reason, when you're actually starting up the plant, you don't have those delayed neutron precursors. yet. Okay, you don't have very many of them, so they're not adding a lot to the stability of the core. I should say, it's a wrong way to say it, but it's not adding a lot to the core. And so during startup, that's the most dangerous time of a reactor startup, is when it's going through that subcritical region, because if you add a high reactivity addition rate, right, and reactivity is meaning a change of neutron life cycle, the average of the neutron life cycle, the reactivity is called reactivity addition rate. So at criticality, if I add reactivity addition rate, I'm just going to increase reactor power for a little while. But at subcritical, if I add a high degree of reactivity addition rate, it can make the reactor go completely out of control, blow up, not like a bomb, but it'd be a steam explosion, right?
Yeah, it'll be Chernobyl.
Be Chernobyl. So given that, and I want to see, and you're pretty smart, because I'm telling you, people probably want to grasp this, but these are the types of checkout questions I would ask people when I was training them to operate a nuclear power plant. So let me ask you this. Remember when I told you about a partial loss of coolant?
Right.
Okay. A partial loss of coolant, okay, because there's something even worse than that. Okay. There's another type of accident called a cold water accident. Okay. A partial loss of coolant accident is when you get less water in the core. A cold water accident is when you have a large amount of cold water introduced suddenly to the core. Now, you know now that the cold water is more dense. Denser water thermalizes more neutrons. More neutrons create more fissions. What do you think, if what I'm calling the reactivity addition rate, what do you think happens to the reactivity addition rate with a cold water accident?
It's going to go way up.
Go way the fuck up. One of the worst accidents you can get, actually. So that goes way the fuck up. Now, think about what happens if you reduce a cold water while you're in the subcritical region. Because now you don't have the stability of the delayed neutron precursors, which is way what I can get into. I don't even remember exactly off the top of my head why the delayed neutron precursors added stability. I kind of do, but not enough to express it. But think about this now. I don't have that stability. Now I'm adding reactivity at the subcritical. That is the worst possible time to have a cold water accident. Okay. But it has happened, if I remember correctly. There was an incident.
I would imagine that there's a bunch of closed loop systems that automated systems to try to prevent this type of stuff. No.
Well, the problem is the best way to prevent this stuff is the personnel. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of.
But I imagine they build this stuff with it in mind that someone's going to fuck up at some point, right? Like
except for Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island, especially 3 Mile Island, those guys fucked up.
But Chernobyl, they're saying that some of that was obviously it was operator error that created that problem, but it was also the design of it didn't really have the safety margin and human error built into it.
3 Mile Island had a good design. That was all human error. They didn't believe their indications. The computer didn't. You have what's called a thermocouple. And you probably know these things, but
sure.
By listening, but a thermocouple basically is a piece of metallic and non-metallic, or two metals that are dissimilar. And they were changed.
The resistance changes as the temperature changes.
As you heat them up, they have a difference of resistance, and so they measure a temperature change. So the thermocouple measures temperature. The computer that they had at 3 Mile Island, the temperatures got so hot in the core because of the problems that were going on that the computer just showed a question mark. They thought this was a bug. They thought that this was the computer. There was a problem with the indication. They didn't realize that the indicators were saying, "Hey, this thermocouple is having a degree so high, the computer doesn't even know how to measure it." Right? So they overrode all the safety things that were happening to the system to try to shut it down. They're like, "Oh, your computer's going haywire, whatever." Yeah, but the 3 Mile Island. The Chernobyl, this is kind of interesting. All pressurized water reactors that the military has something called a negative coefficient temperature reactivity addition rate. Okay, that's a fancy way of saying that is that the reactor wants to shut itself down. You have to keep to get it going. The best way I can describe it is that the reactivity added to the core. Well, no, sometimes I think the best way to say it, because the Chernobyl had a positive reactivity addition rate, and the pressurized have negative. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe what's a negative addition rate. I'm really drawing a blank to try to explain it. and I don't know why. I've done this a thousand
sort of
times.
like what you were talking about, that you need the cold water to run in there and sort of create your additional neutron reactions to kind of grow the reaction.
Negative temperature coefficient of reactivity. Oh, I got it. Yeah, duh, brain fart. You're right. Thanks for you said something that triggered me. Okay, granted, the cold water in the reactor will create more fissions, right? More fissions means that more heat's produced. More heat causes that water to get hotter, right? This is a self-correcting mechanism,
right?
Because as the water gets cold, as the water heats up, it has less fissions, right? So the negative temperature coefficient rate is basically that the reactor basically, there's no way to have a thermal runaway because it's going to continually try to shut itself down, because as you heat the water up, you have less reactions, right? And less reactions mean you have less heat being produced.
Yeah,
which is good.
Lower nuclear production. Yeah,
exactly. So the Chernobyl design was a graphite cooled reactor. I think it was a sodium liquid graphite cooled reactor, and a positive, what's called a positive reactivity addition rate, or positive reactivity coefficient of temperature reactivity addition rate, basically is saying that as you heat up the water, more fissions occur. So if you heat up the water and more fissions occur produces more heat produces more fissions. What happens?
Yeah, chain reaction.
You have a chain reaction, and that's exactly what happened in Chernobyl. Is that they had a shitty design. You never have a positive coefficient of reactivity. You always design a reactor with a negative.
Yeah, they had no containment either.
Containment sucked. It was a shitty design. It was cheap though. It was cheap. And so it produced a large amount of heat relatively quickly. And as you said before, when you first started this, what happens when you have pressurized water with a lot of heat and
you suddenly explodes to atmosphere pressure? Yeah.
What happens when water at 2,000 degrees is exposed to atmospheric pressure?
Yeah, it flashes to steam.
It instantly flashes, right? That blew up the entire building.
Yeah, right.
You have an explosion. So when people say Chernobyl was a nuclear explosion, no, fuck no. It was a steam explosion. Right?
Yeah, and it set the fuel all over the fucking place, and then those fucking poor soldiers, they didn't tell them what they were dealing with. They sent them on the roof, and they were scooping it up and
they're dead,
shoveling it up. Yep. Even the camera guy that shot that footage of them scooping the stuff off the roof died.
Yep. Oh yeah, the Russians had no concern for people's safety at all. But you had Stuart, you had asked me what reactor. Mine was just ship based, but I actually had to learn 2 reactor systems. I qualified. Well, actually a little bit more than that. If you really want to get technical, in nuke school they train you on more of a what's called an A5W reactor plant, which is a aircraft fifth generation Westinghouse. But you don't really get into the design, right? The theory is what you want to learn. But we was exposed to that core. But the nuclear prototype I trained at was called S1C, which stood for Submarine First Generation Combustion Engineering. My ship, right, was a 148 megawatt reactor from D2G, which was Destroyer Second Generation General Electric. So I've been exposed to multiple types of cores. I don't remember the layout of the core itself. It's been that long. I do remember the layout of the primary and secondary systems, the cooling loops. Mine was had 3 cooling loops, 3 pumps, kind of like a trifoil type thing. So you have the core here, you got a loop here, you got a loop here, and you got a loop here, right? But the interior design itself was about a little bit bigger than the size of a trash can. I don't remember. I remember it had plates, and if I had to really picture it, it's basically plates upon plates set in a 4x4. But I don't remember the geometry. Geometry in the nuclear reactor is extremely important.
Wait, so you're saying that the whole core is the size of a trash can?
Yeah, it's not that big. Yeah, it's really not. The actual core itself is not that big. Now the vessel is quite big.
Sure, right. Yeah, the vessel is big. Right. I'm sure it's multiple decks, and it takes a lot.
Yeah, it's quite big.
But a trash can, that's unbelievable thinking.
They're very small
that's
cores.
What's running the whole ship. That's just unbelievable.
Very, very small cores, yeah. And why do you think geometry is important? There's something there. This is where it got really hard for nuke school. And one of the reasons I didn't complete my degree in nuclear technologies is because I found out you have to take a course in this very subject, and it's called neutron flux densities, right? Inside the reactor, you have neutron flux densities throughout the whole reactor. Because in some places, the concentration of the neutrons is going to be stronger than others, right? Where the fuel is absorbing thermal neutrons, it's going to produce 2 to 3 more neutrons. There's a higher flux density. It's also going to have a lower density in the boron doping areas. So you've got this weird wavy line that goes through there about where neutrons are going to be more likely to be found. That's called your distribution. So the neutron flux density, the mathematics for that is fucking hard. Okay, it's not tensor math, but it is differential equations. And although I knew enough to understand it, I was not. And I mean, I looked at it subsequently. I'm like, I could have never passed this course. At least at the time, I didn't think I could, because I was like, this is really hard. And I just didn't want to take that particular course because I was afraid that I made it through new school, but it had been 4 years since I'd been through school at the time, maybe 5 or 6 even, because it was after I got out, and I was like, I just don't think I could do this again. It was a lot of work to make it through new school. But yeah, it's definitely differential equations, I assure you. So my math, I had to learn math, but I'm not that good at it anymore. You know, we didn't get Chris in here. He's an engineer. Deflating atheism says, Steve, call out your idiot Jesus mythical fanboys. Call out or call off. Are you guys picking on DA? Stop picking on DA. DA is okay. I don't agree with him on anything, but you know what? He at least had the balls to come in here and have a conversation. And you know what? Anybody who's willing to do that, I'm going to give props to, right? I mean,
yeah, I got super irritated at that dude that didn't want to answer any questions when you were asking him. You know, you were asking him, you were asking him, whether he believed in common ancestor. I forget what you were asking him.
I asked him if he believed in
natural selection, selective pressures, and he just didn't want to answer the question.
Somebody has said he's done that before, and I think he's been in here a couple times actually. I find that to be dishonest, and I also find that he probably doesn't know what natural selection is.
Yeah, I understand that he doesn't want to get cornered by his lack of knowledge on the subject, but at the same time, you're coming in here and trying to poke holes in it without. I mean, it's just like you said. I don't think it's.
Yeah, because I've never been in here or something.
Yeah, I mean, who goes into a hangout not willing to answer questions? Now, I agree.
Well, not only not willing to answer questions, but he's coming in here throwing questions at you,
and they're wrong,
but unwilling to have a back and forth.
Did you notice that he accused me of something that I wasn't doing? And it's like, I was like, wait a minute, you're going to accuse me of something I wasn't even doing? I'm like, that's not how it works. But I find it to be often the case that most of these young earth creationists, by the way, DA is not a young earth creationist, deflating atheism is not, thank God. But these young earth creationists don't even know the fundamentals of anything. They have no experience. Now, let me just ask you this. I think, Calza, you've had experience in physics, right? Or science, I guess, right? Okay, well,
yeah.
Okay.
So,
I know epistemology. Clearly, you have.
Yeah.
Does it now? What's that?
Go on.
Okay. Does it sound like I have a general understanding of these topics much more than the Clown Car Posse think that I do?
I think, yeah.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
A bunch of idiots that don't know shit from Shinola. Flat earthers.
Yeah.
Do you think I know?
Flat
Do you think I know more? Do you think I understand these concepts better than flat earthers?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think your average person on the street understands concepts better than flat earthers.
You would know it better than flat earthers, I would say.
But I mean, obviously, I have some experience in these fields. I'm not just pulling the shit out of my ass, and that's what I see with the Clown Car Posse, which is like True Empiricism and G-Man and these guys. That they don't know any of these topics, and instead of just admitting they don't know any of these topics, they try to bullshit their way through it, and they come off at looking like complete nincompoops. Because, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says, the knowledge gives you the ability to detect bullshit. And I think most people that ever will listen to me and what I just said about nuclear power, not very elegant. It's been a long time since I've trained people on this. Realize that it's not bullshit. The physics is physics, you know.
We weren't really talking about physics in the chat. We were talking about whether or not Jesus ever existed. At which point he was like, "Steve, help me."
Well,
that's a historical question, right? I mean, that's really up to historians, and I think historians are pretty split on that.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
Did Jesus ever exist?
Oh, I'm not a mythicist. I think he did exist.
Me neither. Or no, I am a mythicist.
Oh, see, a mythicist says Jesus.
There's no. Well, what evidence would you have to suggest that Jesus did exist?
The reason being would be most myths are predicated on some kind of kernel of truth, and so there probably was somebody named Jesus back then, and this was all, formulated around that particular person.
Well, his name would have been like Yahshua or whatever the fuck.
Sure, yeah, Emmanuel or whatever. But I mean, I think there's a kernel of truth there. That doesn't make him the son of God, but it's
right. Therefore, the Yahshua / Jesus of the Bible never existed.
But that's not mysticism. Mysticism is that the person.
We weren't really talking about mythicism. We were talking about whether or not Jesus existed.
Yeah, mythicism. Yeah. Not mysticism.
Well, I mean, you're gonna put a lot of extra baggage on it if you call it Jesus mythicism.
Well, I mean, do you mean did the Jesus Son of God exist? Is that your question?
Okay. Well, sorry. Should I go? Because there was sorry. Am I going or?
Yes.
Okay. So the problem I have with like the Western or like Christian version of Jesus is that it seems to be, there might have been a guy called Jesus, but the whole idea of his story has been stolen from so many previous mythologies. Like Hercules, for example, was born of a divine father and mortal mother.
That's a bad analogy.
I don't think that's the question, though. The question is whether this Jewish guru or whatever
there's something called the zygote. Zygote. Do you remember that, Cal?
No, I don't think so.
Do you remember this meme that went around a while back that Jesus was compared to Horus?
Yeah.
Okay, that is complete bullshit. Everything on that was completely bullshit. If you ever look into the myth of Horus, completely fabricated. There's no correlation between Horus and Jesus whatsoever, and it's dishonest for anybody to sit there and make these positions between them.
I apologize then.
Yeah, so I wouldn't use those kind of arguments. It makes atheists look really kind of right, because if you actually, and I challenge you, go look at Horus. Look at the actual evidence for the
I don't know. This wasn't really Horus, but it was more like Hercules. But
yeah, well,
I like Mithras better.
Oh yeah, Mithra. Yeah, birthday was celebrated on December 25th.
Yeah, but it's not. That's bullshit. There's no evidence. Matter of fact, actually, Horus, it would have been actually November something because of the festival. So yeah, it makes no sense. The whole zygote thing, they was completely bullshit from top to bottom. Horus, I mean, for God's sake, he wasn't born a virgin. Isis or Cyrus actually had put him back together and got his penis, or couldn't find his penis. That's what it was. He could have found his penis.
A lot like deflating atheism.
What's that?
You can't find it. Yeah, I said he's a lot like deflating atheism. Then you can't find his penis.
Don't be mean to DA. DA, I'm not gonna bash on DA. He, like I said,
no, that's not me.
He had the balls to come in here, and we didn't get too much into a conversation. We will again. But yeah, no, he seems like a decent guy. I don't.
Every time I'm over here listening to your hangout, deflating atheism is in there like talking shit. So
he'll come in.
Then there was I know that Horus is bullshit, but then there was something else about Krishna, who was born of a miraculous conception. His parents were warned by a divine messenger. The boy grew up to be a meditator between God and man.
Yeah, I really wouldn't read much into the mythos argument, because when I did look into these mythos, I didn't see any correlation whatsoever, and that's from atheist sources as well, saying don't do that, don't use these. There's a lot of other atheist arguments that's a lot better to use.
Yeah.
I think the problem of evil is a huge one. I still can't reconcile that one. But deflating atheist wants you to know that his cock is huge, by the way.
Yeah, I bet.
I'm not going to ask him for verification. Verification isn't going to go so far.
You're right. He's going to come on your hangout and show his dick. You don't want that.
Well, you know what? You saw what happened on Ronnie's Hangout, right?
No.
Oh, he got porn bombed by gay porn.
Oh, okay. Well, more of the same, really.
Yeah.
There's some guys out there that'll do that. Like I went to the atheist.
Well, that's why you have cameraman on, so they can't do that.
Right. On the atheist Discord, some guy would always like claim to have pictures of his dick, and you'd always post them in the side chat. I didn't stay there long.
Yeah, no, we don't want dick pics. That's fine. No.
No dick pics, thank you. But
No.
if you want to send pictures of your tits, that's okay.
I really don't want to see DA's tits either. But you do. Hey, I don't judge, man. We're open here. This is a safe space.
Yeah. Safe-ish.
Yeah. Why don't you just come in, DA, man? You're already hanging on the live chat. I'm going to wrap this up here soon anyways. It's fucking 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I'm getting deja vu here.
I've only got 34 viewers, but which is weird because I should have no viewers at all. It's 1 o'clock my time, so fuck Pacific. It's 4 o'clock or something, whatever, New York, Eastern, so fuck them. And then Europe, it's like 8 o'clock in the morning or something, or 9 o'clock in the morning. So who the fuck's up? So this is like, should have no viewers. This is the worst possible time to hang out.
You're buying
What's that,
views.
Ad?
You're buying views, aren't you?
It doesn't matter whether I have 2 views or 1,000 views. It's pretty much almost the same at this point anymore.
Yeah.
But I do have a Patreon. Oh, DA's got to f that out. Peace, DA. We'll get you another hangout, man. We'll
get you.
We'll quiz you.
For you.
Well, you want to challenge, DA? This is the room, man. We'll take on all comers. So bring your best game. Bring friends too. Bring Escaping Atheism, because I like DA. I get to talk to him, I guess. But Escaping Atheism, I think that guy's a dick, and I think he's kind of ignorant of like the most rudimentary things. So.
Oh, that might be who I encountered last time. It might not have been the deflating atheism guy. It might have been Escaping Atheism.
Yeah, not the same people. Escaping Atheism is just is a fucking he's just dumb. He doesn't know even how to argue anything. He'll just sit in the live chat and just talk shit. But
yeah, my bad.
Yeah. Oh, see, he wasn't even talking about DA. Okay, yeah.
Well, this DA is talking shit and he won't come in here, but there's a Escaping Atheism too. So that might have been the deja vu sort of thing.
They're friends, by the way.
Yeah. Well, there you go. All right. We could have a tag team. Me and Steve versus you two jabronis. Get in the ring.
Jabroni. Oh my God, I haven't heard that term in years.
Well, where have you been, man? I'm bringing it back.
I didn't know they still use the word jabroni.
So what do you feel about how do you feel about Flat Earth going away, going bye-bye?
Let's see here. Raisin Girl, 4 a.m. Eastern. What the hell are you doing up, Raisin Girl? By the way, she's been around the channel for a couple of days now, ever since Landon brought some new people over. But this is odd. I never have hangouts this late, so it's weird. But this was a carryover from an earlier hangout. But as far as the Flat Earth going away, I don't know if it is right now. I think that here's the thing. YouTube is a benefit and it's a curse at the same time, right? But YouTube can be used for a lot of informational stuff. We've all learned shit off watching videos and learning shit. I read first. The way I learn something new is I try to go read the material first. If I don't understand the material, I'll come to YouTube and I'll find something about that, right, to help me try to visualize it, right? And then I'll go back and I'll go back to the material and see if it's helped me. Especially like just recently when I had the whole thing on electron transfer chain, I had taken it in biology, but I kind of remembered to make a video about it. So I'm reading about it, going, oh, I'm not quite sure. Watch the video. Oh yeah, got it. Go back. Flat Earth is like, all they're doing is they're taking the negative side off YouTube. Because YouTube now not only has the educational shit, but they've got shitty videos, right? Like Flat Earth videos, and people buy into it. Misinformation. So now you have a group of people that are learning shit from YouTube, and you have a group of people that are learning bullshit from YouTube. I don't know which one's going higher and what rate. I don't know. It seems to me that the rate is still in favor of the people learning stuff, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah, we're just in this sort of this age where you really don't know who to trust, and especially when it comes to like intellectuals, you know, like you should never really trust an intellectual because they're smart enough to know how the game is played, right? They
know how to fool you. Yeah.
Yeah,
but look at
this.
That's
all it is, though. It's all just all they want. They can't dispute the physics. They can't dispute the science. So the only thing they have left is to sow doubt with the scientist and the scientific method and all this other shit. That's the only thing they've got left. And by the way, I put the link again to live chat. I can be sniped, but I can't be porn bombed because they have cameraman on, so I'm not too worried about it. But if somebody snipes, what the fuck? I'm going on 8 hours here soon anyway, so it's going to automatically turn off.
The thing about, like, you know, my study, because I used to just debate young Earth creationists, but I kind of shifted more towards the flat Earth because I know that the young Earth creationist is more prominent and common, but the flat Earth stuff is like, the young Earth creationist is more about biology and evolution, and I'm not really into that stuff. I'm more into the physics and astronomy, so, you know, it's more like shooting fish in a barrel. It's just flat Earth debunking is easier for me and more fun to me. But my look into how flat earthers, how their minds work is, they will always find an excuse. Anything you say, they will always find an excuse. It's ridiculous. The goalpost moving is ludicrous. I've came across like so many dumb fucks, but the main part is distrust of authority. That is the biggest thing. When people don't understand something, they can immediately jump to conclusions, and that's just a common thing. If they have this mentality, if I don't understand it, it must be a lie. And
you know what's funny, Cal? It doesn't matter how absurd they will go down any rabbit trail to try to save their paradigm, right? One of the funny ones I ever had was actually in Flat Earth, the debate or the Flat Out discussions, Ad Blockers channel, or where he hangs out.
Or Discussions 2.0.
Yeah, Discussions 2.0, I think it's called now. And so, well, it was actually prior to that. It was Flat Out debate. But anyways, there's this guy. We were talking about satellites that he doesn't believe in, and DirecTV, and how you have to lock on, right? Because it's a microwave, and microwaves are direct line of sight. They don't bounce around. So the cell tower shit makes no sense because it's a beam. Microwaves are a beam. You can look at the antennas for microwaves. They're longitudinal, and they are directional. Okay, they only go about 100 miles. That's why you have to have a repeater of about 100 miles or so, because they don't bounce around. That's why we have microwave antennas for that. Okay. Long story short, we were asked about this, and they're like, oh well, you know, they have this they just have this thing that produces that tone, right? That tone, that lock-on tone. I'm like, so there's something in the satellite dish that produces that tone. He's like, no, they have that they have that tone producing thing to make it think that you're on the satellite, but they put those with all the satellites. Wait, the machine to fool you into thinking that you're on a satellite, or that the signal's coming from a satellite, is on a satellite.
Well, no, they say that it's balloons, but that's the other thing.
Is It's just like when of course they had to leave right after that. Of course,
the old school flat earthers, at least they know all the heliocentric arguments, right? But this new wave of flat earthers, they don't know like any of the heliocentric physics at all. They don't even know the arguments. They don't even know, like, you present them with the arguments and they don't even have a response to them because it's like you've never even heard them before.
They know so little about the heliocentric model. It's actually kind of ridiculous. I found a meme. I can't tell if it's Poe's law or not. I seriously can't. But they were claiming that you shouldn't be able to see Mercury and Venus at sunrise and sunset. And they drew like a terrible model of the solar system. You know, they had it in like the right order, but they drew it in a way that was like, it seemed to be that Mercury and Venus were always in a row with the Earth. They were always aligned with the Earth. They're not. They have different orbital periods. It's like, oh yeah, you shouldn't be able to see it at sun. You shouldn't be able to see it at all because it's at daylight, and the light will be drowned out. It's like no, because sometimes Venus comes in at a new angle so that you can see it at an angle that isn't in the daylight time of the. I need to like draw it out or something, but
sure. But did they ever wonder why? Oh, I'm sorry. Go finish. Please finish.
They drew it out like it was just everything was aligned. It's like no, not everything. It's like they think everything is aligned. It isn't. everything has a different orbital period. That's like one of the fundamental things about the heliocentric model. Everything has its own orbital period, and the closer something is, the shorter it is. So,
do they ever wonder though why, like for example, Mercury?
Yeah.
Mercury.
They don't know anything about astronomy at all.
But okay, look at. I used to.
You're talking Mercury. You're talking like Mercury and Venus here. You might as well be talking about, you know.
I know, but I mean, I used to layer them. I like to layer them. I look at if I map where sun's going to come up, right?
Yeah.
And there's going to be two situations, generally speaking, that either like Mercury will be on this side or be on the bottom side, right? It'll either come up first and then the sun, or the sun first and then it'll come up, right? Okay, no problem, because it goes around the sun that way, and we're looking at it over there. Don't they ever wonder though, why is it we can only see Mercury and Venus when the sun's just coming up? And it's only when the Mercury and Venus is going to be on this side, not the other side. And yet, because when the sun's up in the sky, Mercury and Venus are going to be here, going to be washed out. But you never see the sun set fully, right? When the sun going down perfectly at night, 3 o'clock in the morning, look straight up. Oh, there's Mercury. No, that never fucking happens.
Ever.
It can't happen. It's always going to be within, like Mercury, I think is like a 23-degree orbital or something from the sun.
Because like,
I think it's something like that. Whatever
it's very tricky. I often go back to like spherical geocentrism, and how Cool Hard Logic made a video like in late 2012 about how why is it that Mercury and Venus always appear near the sun if the sun goes around, and then they made the Tuconian model with everything orbiting the sun, which orbits the Earth. And I think like you can just go to Occam's razor and just go, why can't we just go to heliocentrism now? Because that's just moving the goalposts. But then again, I still want to know to flat earthers, what are the planets on their little spinning dome thing?
I've had this debate with lots of them. I've had it with Superats. I've had it with lots of them, and it's always like, well, you know, the planets are a mystery. You know, they're just they're just a light source. You know, they're a luminary in the sky. You know, we don't know what it is. Nobody knows. Anyone that claims to say they know, they don't really know.
Yeah, that's up there. How can we know what's up there?
It's one of life's greatest mysteries. Like, what happens after you die? What are the planets? You know, it's kind of the same thing.
Not very mysterious. I don't.
But it's like, but my biggest question
for a very long time.
Why do these planets move exactly as they should be in the heliocentric model? Just get Celestia. It's free. You can get it.
First, you would have to know the heliocentric model to have that understand.
Yeah, I know.
The other thing that these guys have is they can't visualize anything. So anytime you're talking about visualize this or visualize that, or like trying to explain what the Coriolis is, I've had the darnest time trying to explain Coriolis to flat earthers. It's just impossible for them to understand the inertial frame of reference of an object, you know, undergoing Coriolis, right? Like they just don't understand.
I forgot to say. God damn it! Something I was going to say on this. I have a video that I made for Orphan Red on Flat Earth called "Blue Skies and Orphan Red," and I'm trying to remember what there was. I was looking at for a reason from what you guys said, because I put it in there. I'm so tired. I'm losing my mind.
Well, don't let us keep you, Steve.
No, I'm really just.
Did you hear about the dodo thing? Like the dodo bird, how it has a map of the flat Earth on its quills. Yeah. That's why they're all extinct. The elites all rounded up all the dodo birds, so people would not get this flat Earth knowledge. They rounded up all the dodo.
Yeah, because
birds.
the flat Earth, the upside down flat Earth map is like a dodo bird.
Yeah, it looks like a dodo bird.
They think people are really that coordinated, don't they? I mean, this is like a conspiracy from hell, right?
Yeah.
I think they get together and they say, let's find the most batshit crazy thing to come up with and see who believes it.
Well, yeah, the person that came up with this is batshit crazy, so there you go.
But, you know, Eric Debay just had a video released today or yesterday, like with that same shit that, there's no such thing as obstruction. If something is, you know, being obstructed, you can just zoom in and bring it right back.
I hear that so much.
I just found what I was looking for. Had a major brain fart, but I just figured out what I was looking for. So let me show you something about the geocentric model, because the geocentric model, believe it or not, can work. It's just a way of doing transformations. But let me show you how much more complicated it make it, because I actually got this in a video. I lost it again.
Isn't like the Neo-Tuconian model version 2.0 as CHL would have it?
Yeah, I like CHL.
Yeah, he like apparent because of apparent motion and parallax and stellar aberration. Like all of these things are all the stars are gonna have to go around the Earth in a day while also doing their parallax movements. They're gonna have to bob up and down slightly. That corresponds exactly to a heliocentric Earth. It's ridiculous.
All right, let me share this real quick. By the way, if you want to like watch my video on Orphan Red,
it's obviously sorry.
You can't convince flat earthers that there's such a thing as stellar parallax. You know, one of the things that they'll try to say is, "Well, have you done stellar parallax yourself? You know, have you measured this yourself? Have you, you know?"
It's like, oh yeah, it's about. I was like, I have, but you can't prove that I haven't.
Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she's you know, she's kind of cute, but God, she's dumb. And I'm beginning to believe that she might be a Poe. I have indications that she might be. Who knows?
She might be a Poe.
Yeah. So this is her model. This is my video that I made. You know, I'm like, this is plausible. No, it's not. Okay. So this is the this is, I didn't make this part of the video. I just copied it. So heliocentrism versus geocentrism. Now the heliocentric model, obviously, just roundy. If you mapped it from a geocentric point where the Earth is the center, that's how it would look. Now, you could actually do it, right? But there's a thing called the law of parsimony, okay? Also colloquially known as Occam and Razor. We take the least amount of assumptions. What makes more sense when you have a barometric center? The sun, right? There, you know, if the body's going around a more massive object, or those little epicycles. Let's be realistic here. But of course, they don't know the difference, right? They don't understand any of that shit.
Well, they don't even understand the implications in physics of having epicycles and having, you know, basically having these massive objects not obey any of the laws of, you know, Newtonian physics, right?
Oh yeah. So, by the way, I put the video in the live chat. Go watch it. I have no dislikes on that video, so don't be my first. Because don't be a dick. Actually, somebody will, so I don't care. But as long as I get more likes on it, you know what's funny is it was one of my lower watched videos. I couldn't believe it. I was like, this video is, I finally did a video on flat Earth, one of my own videos, and it got about half the normal views I get. And I thought it was pretty good. So everybody liked it.
No, people like the drama. They don't like the facts, man.
They like the hangouts. They do like the hangouts with the drama. Look at my most popular videos.
I didn't like I didn't like the Bible study you did earlier with Veckel and General Hahn. Sort of.
Oh, really? That got like.
Oh, yeah, you know, I kind of I messaged you about that, Steve. You know, just letting these guys go back and forth about, you know, well, is Noah's Ark, you know, was it a global flood? Was it a local flood? And you're letting them argue back and forth. It's like letting two dudes argue about the nuances of Harry Potter.
No. I agree with you. I think it was a local flood. I think it's important to
you're saying, yeah, the mythology is probably grounded on some local flood that actually happened. But I mean, just letting these guys. You know,
I don't think the Bible has anything to do with it.
Letting these theists go at it and try to analyze, you know, the
let me tell you why.
Text and figure out, oh, are they talking about a local flood here? Or are they talking about a global flood?
Let me tell you why. Because Wayne Fillmore had left young Earth creationism. It wasn't just because of the science. It was because he believes that the Bible doesn't actually indicate a global flood. So, yeah, it's more of an ends justify the means thing, the consequentialism. But now he knows the science is bullshit too. But it was a combination of things. So it's baby steps, man. If a person says, you know what, the Bible doesn't actually say that there's a global flood. Maybe young Earth creation is wrong. And that leads them down to a path of enlightenment. I'm okay with that.
Well, if you think these types of people are actually capable of ending up at a spot where they're like, oh yeah, science is right and the Bible is wrong.
Well, Wayne did, and Hunter did.
Well, yeah, the creationists might, some young Earth creationists, some creationists in general, some people who simply take the Bible literally, that might be true, but flat earthers, no. No. Generally speaking, like you would have to slog through like 10,000 flat earthers to find one person that's willing to convert.
Yeah, well, I've only seen one person in real time fall for flat Earth, and that was Eve Real, which is such a shame, you know. But
what do you mean, like fall for flat Earth? Like she
believes it now.
Oh, okay.
She believes the Earth is flat now, and she's on Rand Campbell's channel.
Yeah, I've seen people like that too that got converted over to flat Earth and wrestled with it for a while, like understandably, right? But they tend to be like drama queens and whatnot.
Yeah, it's just weird. I mean, you don't have to have that much knowledge in science to be able to refute flat Earth. So when somebody falls on flat Earth, it just tells me they are the bottom of the barrel in science. Something failed their education. And what's worse is someone failed their critical thinking skills too, because they don't really go to evaluate that claim and properly. I mean, there's no way a rational human being could ever be a flat earther. It's not logically consistent to be rational and a flat earther. Not because the position is so fucked up, but you cannot have a rational thought process even to get to that position.
I mean, even if you don't understand anything about physics or astronomy or anything, just the whole idea that there can be this global conspiracy for centuries and that all of science is in on it, or like, people at NASA don't, they're too dumb. The engineers are too dumb to figure out they're being deceived, and the scientists are too dumb to figure out that it's all a joke or whatever. Or you have some scientists producing the fake Earth stuff, and other scientists that are believing like the whole, like just the whole social aspect of it, of how you can build a society that believes this thing is true when it's totally not true, and that you have people hiding the truth. Like that whole part of it, without knowing anything about science, should right away raise red flags.
I mean, do they think they have flat earth people, like scientist conventions, where they all get together and say, okay, man, let's work on this to develop, how we're going to do this to convince people that the earth is, round. I mean, the logistics on that alone is just insurmountable. It's just completely ridiculous. So yeah, I think that's definitely the case, that there is this. Age of Theism says she's a Poe. No doubt about that one. Age of Theism. Why do you think Orphan Red's a Poe? I had my reasons to believe that because of my interactions with her. The things she writes me on Twitter, I can't take her seriously. It's not that she's advocating the young Earth position or the flat Earth position. It's just that she doesn't really seem to care one way or another. She doesn't even advocate a young Earth model or flat Earth model. She's like, oh, my channel's not about promoting a flat Earth model. It's just questioning the round Earth. And I'm like, you really have no position. You just don't even give a shit. You're doing this for views.
I wonder if that's her natural hair color.
No way.
Oh, how do you know?
It's too red. It doesn't look natural to me.
No, she probably uses some of that hair dye stuff.
Tits are probably real though.
Well, maybe. Yeah. There's a lot of flat earthers that are sort of in on their own little conspiracy too, right? Because they're part of a creationist cult. That's sort of what it is, right? So they're taking the fight to these atheists and these scientists who are all disobeying God's orders and the Bible and all this. So it's all because science, some scientific discoveries, if not most of them, imply some sort of natural universe rather than a created one. So I find a lot of times when they make these sorts of like ad hominem attacks towards whoever, they're usually talking about themselves rather than the person that they're targeting.
Well, I mean, there's the projection level on these people. Look at Ronnie's projection level. I mean, same thing. I mean, these guys are just kings of projection. I mean, they keep on telling people they don't know anything about science, and yet they're the most ignorant motherfuckers I've ever seen in my entire life. And then they don't even know enough to when you explain to something to them, they just don't. They don't know anything to what you're saying. It's like speaking Chinese to them.
Right. The best defense is good offense. And since like a lot of these silly sort of literalist interpretations of the Bible are not very easily defended, if at all defensible, then they go on the offense instead.
Oh yeah, and the offense is basically trying to, bulldoze over anybody who disagrees with them and silence them and just call them. Yeah, it's just it's a bullying tactic. It's all it is.
Sorry, I just joined in. What were you talking about?
Sex.
Oh.
Do you think Orphan Red's is actually a redhead? Do you think that's her natural color?
Well, okay. I'm going to say this now. I am actually a redhead myself, and I'm going to say no. It looks too bloody red. It has to be more orange.
There we go.
Yeah, it's too bloody red. It's dyed. It's dyed. That's not a natural hair color.
It actually dyed.
Calzer, watch my video that I made for her. We leave a message on it and tell me what you think.
Yeah, sure, I'll have a look.
Yeah, not right now.
By the way, isn't it kind of odd that these flat earthers, the heads of these flat earthers, they're not like, PhD scientists that are like, oh, I just broke out of a NASA lab. They try to keep me silent, but
No, oh God, what was his name? Fuck. There was this one guy, Matthew Boyland, who claims to be a NASA whistleblower. He claimed.
But the thing is, we had what's her face we had Dominique in the chat last week, and she also went on Tim Osmond telling us that she knows him and that it's all an act, is what she was trying to tell us.
Yeah, but I know, but like, if Steve, if you don't
the
know,
NASA channel, he's got a YouTube channel called the NASA channel.
Yeah, I think most of them are acts, but that's beside the point.
He's actually an actor with an IMDb page. He's been in a decent amount of stuff, but.
Why do they think it's funny to act that younger? I mean, so that flat Earth is true.
People fall for it as well. People fall for it.
He might be using it for some sort of like a acting portfolio, which is
attention seeking.
Right? Yeah. So
but the damage it does to people.
Yeah.
I don't
exactly.
That's what we were telling her. Is like it's not a totally innocuous thing.
It's not benign. It's definitely not benign.
He might be a Jesus freak at the same time.
Then there's Eric Dubay, who we were talking about a few days ago. I think it was yesterday. About how Eric Dubay is just, you can't take him seriously. He seems like he's in it just for the money and advertising, just like Jared.
I agree. He's so way out there.
Because I was talking to someone else in the YouTube comment section of something, and they were talking about how apparently Dubay is living like a king in Thailand now because of all the money he made. Apparently, like he just scammed everyone for it.
Yep. Yeah, he was on this channel the other day. They were talking to him, and I swear to God, the guy has got to be a Poe.
He doesn't debate anyone. I don't think I've never heard him in a debate.
When he said that nuclear bombs don't exist, I was okay. Anybody's listening to this, they've got to now. Their warning flags have got to go up. I mean, come on. I mean, think about this. If nuclear bombs didn't exist, that means that China's in on it, Russia's in on it, Israel's in it, Pakistan.
Well, they're already all these countries are in on it on flat Earth because they all have their own space programs.
Yeah,
that's true. Like
that's true.
There were actually so many countries that have space programs.
Like I would even bring up and say, well, look, why doesn't Kim Jong-il, who's got missiles, why doesn't he put a camera on a missile and blow the whole flat Earth thing wide open? Right, because he's already a thorn on the side of Western. Kim Jong-un. They're saying that no, that's just he's just a shill that's basically made to be sort of an antagonist. So, but in reality, he's an ally, and he's not going to do anything to upset the balance of power or whatever.
I think Kim Jong-un is a threat. I think that he will eventually probably do something. There's a high probability. I think it'll be launched toward, or not even launched, maybe it's being carried over, but to South Korea. I think there's a high probability. We need to prevent him from getting nuclear weapons.
I can't imagine that happening.
Let me phrase it. Wait. We need to prevent him from getting intercontinental ballistic missiles capable of nuclear missiles. He has nuclear missiles, of course he does. But I mean, they can't go very far. They can hit maybe New York. The Topong Dong 3, I think it's called, can hit New York. The other ones are about limited to Japan. But we need to prevent his missiles.
But the thing is, I mean, he knows what that would mean to do something like that. I can't imagine he would do that unless he's basically totally has his back against the wall, like the country had been invaded or something like that.
When you're crazy, who knows what the hell they're going to do?
Well, I don't know how crazy they are. I think they're pretty self-interested and motivated.
I would hope so, but anyways, guys, this is going to be ended in 30 minutes. I'm going to call it quits because
I got to get to bed too. Actually, I'm going to see you guys.
I just want to just before everyone finishes off, I just want to Russia is trying to make a new nuclear missile called the Satan-2, which apparently has the capability of carrying 40 megatons. Remind me, what was the biggest nuke ever? 50 megatons.
Yeah, Tsar bomb. Although the Tsar bomb was 100 megaton, but they never.
It was designed to be 100. It yielded 48.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that was it.
They reduced the yield for testing, but it's 100 megaton in design.
Yeah. They're saying that it's ready for 2020, but that's just going to keep you awake at night.
to give you an idea, if a 100 megaton bomb dropped in LA, I would not exist, and I live 120 miles away. And
yeah, you can use Nuke Map. I'll put that in the live chat.
Yeah, no, I've used Nuke Map. Trust me. 120 megaton is gargantuan. It would literally wipe out all of Southern California.
Yeah.
What was the name of that? The Russian bomb?
The Tsar.
The RS-28 Sarmat or the same dash.
Oh, never mind. But anyways, guys, thanks for listening.
All right, see you guys.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
Get done with house.
Goodbye. Good night.
Hang on. Like the video, guys. Leave a comment. But go watch some of my other stuff. Go watch some of my older stuff. I got pretty decent older videos that I've wrote. I own. If you like the Flat Earth ones that I did against Orphan Red, let me know. I'll do more Flat Earth videos. But I think she was a Poe. That's kind of why I stopped doing them, because she wasn't even interested in my response to her. I was like, I even told her, I was like, I'm doing a video on you. Here it is. And yeah, it just everything she said back to me was indicative of somebody who was pulling a fast one. But anyways, I always give somebody the last word. So Ad Blocker, you don't come around too often. Why don't you have the last word and we go off here?
What was the name of that redhead again?
Orphan Red.
Oh yeah, she has an orange bush. I've learned.
There you go. She has an orange bush. That's the last word.
There you go. And you can also